Hello, folks. We should be live, and welcome along to the coverage here for the first test day in Bahrain. We've got a lot to look forward to. Cars hitting the track once again, and this time we'll also have the Williams at the circuit. So all 10. Oh, well, not 10 teams, 11 teams will be at the circuit, and they will all be taking part in testing today. Only one car per team, so we're not going to have both drivers from each team driving at the same time. We'll only have one driver at a time. Some teams may choose to have their drivers drive for the entire day. Some teams may choose to have the drivers drive for half the day and then switch on the second half of the day. Yeah, hello, folks. We are so back indeed. It is good to be back, and can't wait for the cars to hit the track. We may have some potential issues with the data. As far as I know, I think the data will start coming in approximately 5 minutes before we go live, but 5 minutes before the testing starts. So they are broadcasting only the final hour. However, I think the data is getting supplied for the entire session. So we should get lap times, we should get information like top speeds and things like that, and there's quite a lot to talk about really. These new cars have got much quicker top speeds than the old cars. They accelerate up so much faster as well, so they get to 350 kilometers per hour really quickly compared to the previous years. But then of course you've got the battery things and the fact that they might run out of charge very early on in the charge cycle and very early on in the lap, and you've got to manage that battery and things like that. So, yeah. All right. Well, we'll see how Ferrari does. It'll be interesting to say the least. They seem all right. To be fair, I think George Russell is honestly the happiest driver out of the bunch. He seems like he's having a great time, and things are supposedly going to go really well for him. We'll see how that plays out, of course, because preseason doesn't always mean being happy in the preseason doesn't always mean that you're going to be good in the actual season. So we will wait and see. Will we get to see the real paces of the teams today? Well, I can't guarantee the real pace because the teams will be doing their testing plans and they will intentionally be hiding how quickly they are going in certain sections of the track. However, what I can show you is what tyre allocations the teams have brought. So you can see here, McLaren have gone for 14 sets of C2 tyres, and Mercedes, you can see, have done 20 sets of C3 tyres. Same thing for Ferrari, same thing for Haas. So we've got quite a few different run plans here in terms of which tyres the teams are using. And the more the softer compound you go, the more likely you are to get a race run. And given that the C4s were available and the C5s were also available, and none of the teams have taken up the option to use the C4s or the C5s, means that probably during today's test or even this week's test, we're not going to get the most accurate qualifying information whatsoever. However, in the next test next week, I do think the teams have asked for more C4s and C5s, which will probably mean during the final few hours we will get some qualifying simulations. Yeah. Alright, no suit, I'm crushed. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about it. Maybe I should just make it a regular occurrence. Every weekend I wear a suit. What does white with no brackets mean? So normally the Pirelli tyres, you've got the medium tyres that are the white wall tyres, so you've got the white circle around there, and then you've got the yellows, the medium. Oh, sorry, you've got the hards that are the white colour, the medium that are the yellow colour, and the softs that are the red colour. And normally in a race weekend we only have 3 different compounds, so you can just use 3 different colours. But now here in testing, because the teams could potentially use 5 different compounds, the way that they do that is they have the C1 tyre, the hardest compound, be white, but only the Pirelli logo, and there isn't a circle, there's no sort of brackets or there's no circles going around the tyre. And then the C2 will be white Pirelli logos and a white bracket, and I think that's essentially how it goes. Oh, sorry, the C2 would be without the white going all around, and the C1 will have the white going all around. So it's a little bit confusing, but you're only really going to be able to figure that out once the cars are parked up, or maybe we'll be getting the tyre information. We'll just have to wait and see. Are the overtake mode detections the same as the DRS zone? See, this is a little bit different, and I can't tell you for certain. What I can tell you about the overtake zones for the Bahrain circuit, we have got overtake zones in all of the same places where DRS was, and also some additional locations. So, in fact, let me just bring up my mouse onto the thing. Alright, so you can see here that we've got DRS zones down the main straight, down between turn 3 and 4, and between turn 10 and 11. And what they are going to do now is that they've also got another overtake zone, or an overtake button zone, or whatever you want to call it, speed mode. They've got another one between turns number 13 and 14. So the drivers can use overtake mode, or they can use their top speed mode in all of these different 4 sections. So the 3 that are already up on the screen in terms of what the DRS zones were last year, and then also this additional zone here between turns number 13 and 14, which is where they're allowed to use it. However, given that it is testing today, the teams are allowed to use whatever sort of speed mode that they want. In fact, the regulations say that that the car doesn't even have to stick to the regulations. You know, if the regulation says your car has to be 700 kilograms, you could bring a car that's 600 kilograms to testing, and it's not breaking any rules, because testing isn't about following the F1 regulations. It's purely about testing. So, for example, because Williams hadn't built their car, they could have just bought, you know, an Aston Martin or a Ferrari and just sent it to the test track to just drive around. It would have been totally and utterly pointless, but according to the rules, it is still allowed to do that. Yeah. How did your job interviews go? My job interviews went pretty well. I'm expecting to sort of hear back from them next week, hopefully. So, yeah, fingers crossed, and hopefully end up with a job. Alright, I thought testing is for 8 hours. It is. The official broadcast will start much later on in the day. However, testing itself, the cars will be hitting the track in 22 minutes time. And I hope that in 22 minutes time, we'll be getting the data coming up onto the screen. Yeah. Okay. Yuki is selling wiper blades at a store in Osaka. Well, we'll see how Yuki fares. He is, of course, not driving this year, so if he can find his way back to Formula 1, that would be very, very nice for him. What colour have you assigned Cadillac for the team in your graphics? Well, I was hoping Cadillac was going to have a little bit more yellow on their livery, so I could assign them the yellow colour, but I haven't assigned them anything yet. There'll be a default colour that comes assigned via F1, and then I'm going to figure out what to do with them. I also changed Alpine back to blue, but I'm probably going to move them back to pink. So, yeah, I'm just going to try and make sure the colours are different enough so you can actually work out which colour is which. I know there's a sort of a lot of overlap between all of the blue shades of blue, because the Formula 1 teams love that. Yeah. So how is it 8 hours? So the testing will start in 20 minutes, and then they'll have a morning session for 4 hours time, and then they'll have a 1 hour lunch break, and then they'll have another 4 hour session, and that will be the 8 hours of testing and a 9 hour day for the engineers and for the mechanics and things like that. Yeah. Thoughts on how dope the Cadillac is? Yeah, I think it's pretty cool. It's definitely something different, which is a nice sort of refreshing thing. To have a different livery on either side of the car, it's quite it stands out for sure. But I would like a little bit more splash of colour. The fact that it's just black and white makes it look like sort of a default livery that you'd get in the Formula 1 game, like before you upgraded to level 2 and level 3. It's just sort of the stock one, which is not as cool, I would say. Great to have Bottas back in F1. Yeah, it is good to have Bottas back. Good to have Sergio Perez back as well. They've got a lot of respective fans, and we'll see how Cadillac does, really. They did have a bit of limited running, to be honest, in what's it called? Barcelona, and they did have a few issues, but they'll be working those out. And I think Audi were in fact a little bit worse for issues because they of course have created their own engine for this year with sort of no Formula 1 experience. At least they've got a lot of experience in other motorsport categories, but not in Formula 1. So yeah, they did have some issues in Barcelona and didn't complete all that many laps, but still a good start for the Audi team. I'm pretty sure they did more than 150 laps anyway, so it's not like it was a bad number of laps. It was just less compared to everyone else. So we'll see how their engine fares and things like that for today. It will be a little bit hotter in Bahrain than it was in Barcelona, and there were reports actually that the Racing Bulls team had some overheating issues. They've got some very large intakes on the top of their car, and even then it seemed like they were having cooling issues in Barcelona, where the ambient temperature was 9 degrees Celsius maybe it was 6 degrees Celsius, but either way it was extremely cold for what it normally is like in a Formula 1 race. And even then the Racing Bulls team was supposedly having overheating issues. So we'll see if they've got a new radiator package, got a new cooling system that they've brought for Bahrain, because it certainly is going to get a lot hotter, and that needs to be managed somehow. Okay. Hi, F1 Gamer. It's now my third year watching you. Time flies by quick. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about this yesterday, actually. I started commentating in 2020, so now it is been 6 years. Now it's 2026, which is pretty crazy, to be honest. I can't really sort of comprehend that fact, because it just feels like, I've just been streaming properly for the last 2 years or something. But yeah, 6 years now, so pretty cool. F1 Gamer, we can see your monitor in the mirror behind you. Be careful you don't bring anything up you don't want me to see. No, I definitely won't. Yeah, you can see my my monitor is just there, but no, I haven't really got much to bring up, to be honest. So yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yeah. What liveries did you guys like, actually? I would still say the Red Bull looks pretty cool. I mean, it's the glossy Red Bull. It's very much like what Sebastian Vettel had when he was driving at Red Bull, and he, of course, is my favourite driver, so I'm a little bit biased there. But I quite like the Red Bull livery, a little bit different. Aston Martin, McLaren, they've just done the same thing, really. The Williams is quite nice as well, a little bit of a different shake-up to what it was before. Yeah, the Ferrari's pretty good as well. Greetings from Christchurch, New Zealand, bro. Just found your channel. Well, greetings to you. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. It probably is in Christchurch, I think. Yeah. Hope you're having a wonderful evening. And we'll be live for the next 9 hours, pretty much. Yeah, 9 hours for commentating testing. So hopefully we get the data coming through, because I really don't want to commentate without data. And yeah, that would be very nice. F1 Gamer, where's the interview with the engineer? Yeah, that is basically the engineer that I'm sort of trying to get in contact with. I am in contact with him. In fact, I've got him on my phone or on WhatsApp. But basically, he's pretty busy. As you can imagine, he's doing the Mercedes power unit, and he's pretty busy with work. So trying to figure out a date where he can meet up with me and we can go through a podcast and things like that. It's turning out to be pretty difficult, but I've got basically the way that it's gone through so far is I've got in contact, I've sent through the questions that we're most likely going to ask, and then he's sent that to the Mercedes sort of HR department to make sure, all of these questions okay, nothing is too technical, everything's all right on that front. And then once Mercedes HR have said yes, we'll figure out a date to record the podcast episode. So yeah, but I will try to get that done as soon as possible. But of course, I'm sure you can imagine that F1 engineers are pretty busy, especially at this time of year. All right. Yeah, good day, folks. Good day from Australia. It has been a long time since I've been streaming. I mean, I streamed a little bit for Barcelona while they were leaking the lap times for a little bit, but yes, it makes a lot more sense to be streaming for this one, where the data should be coming through in about 10 minutes or so. Yeah. Thoughts on the rumours going out that the rival teams and the FIA are pushing for the Mercedes ponies to be outlawed before Melbourne? Well, see, this is the thing. Formula One is always about pushing the rules, finding some loopholes and things like that. And, you know, Mercedes have supposedly found this loophole, and the Red Bull engineers initially thought that they'd be able to replicate it and they'd be fine. However, they haven't been able to replicate it, I think, and for that reason they've now switched over from the side of, oh yes, this is totally legal and this is totally fine, to the side of, oh, we actually want this banned, to be honest, because we're not going to be as quick. So, you know, Mercedes have done a good job there in finding that loophole. Now, it's a little bit up for debate, really, because the rules said that the compression ratio will be measured at ambient temperature. And, you know, if Mercedes's compression ratio changes when it isn't ambient temperature, maybe that's fair enough. You know, I think we all know that metals get a little bit bigger when they get hotter, so they expand ever so slightly, and that is what they're using to increase their compression ratio. It's not like they've got some fancy mechanism that's going to increase the length of the piston or the connecting rod in the engine to increase the compression ratio. It's purely down to the fact that you will have the heat of the engine warm up the piston, warm up the cylinder, warm up the connecting rod, and everything will get ever so slightly longer. And Mercedes have managed to figure out a way to design a metal so that it will sort of expand only in one direction and benefit them hugely. So, you know, they've figured something out, and by the rule of the law, so by what it says in the regulations, they are fine. Now, we have seen in the past these things have been turned around. The FIA will listen to all of the other teams apart from one and say, you know, oh, this isn't allowed and we're going to ban this. But yeah, there's still room for debate, and I guess we'll have to see. Yeah, it's not a crankshaft adjuster. It's not a VTEC or anything like that. It's purely just our piston gets hot, and because our piston gets hot, it's going to expand. But they have figured out how to get it to expand in a certain direction rather than just expanding in all of the different directions, because that can cause problems. So they've figured out how to do it for just a certain direction. All right. Hey, do you see the video, only the data? I will only be seeing the data for the first 7 hours of testing, and then the final hour there will be a live broadcast. I don't think anyone is broadcasting this the first few hours of it. It's only the final hour that gets broadcast, so I hope that we get the data coming through. I've also got a backup data source as well in case the initial data source doesn't come through, but we shall wait and see. I read the regulations, and one of the key parts is the car must abide by the specifics at all times, but obviously the FIA can only check throughout the races. Yeah, I mean, that's why it's up for debate, really, isn't it? That's why teams are saying, oh, you know, this isn't allowed and this is allowed, so I guess we'll see. All right. Where to watch the car streaming? Well, one thing I can tell you for certain is that in the final hour of testing, Sky Sports will be streaming testing onto YouTube itself. But for that, I think you have to be in the UK. So if you do want to get a VPN, there is a link in the description. It's not Surfshark, it's in fact Proton VPN. So new sponsor for the channel, and yeah, you can use Proton VPN to connect to the UK and then go onto YouTube and watch Sky Sports F1 when they do broadcast it. I will let you know, of course, close to the time. And then, of course, you can get Proton VPN and you can use it to watch the races in the way that so many people have been doing for the past year by connecting to... Oh, it looks like we are getting data, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go. All right. Here we go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh, fantastic, folks. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Oh, Bearman just popping off the edge of the screen there. All right, let me get rid of this. Let's go. Okay. Fantastic. So we're going to get, as you can see, 22 cars on the screen now. So this is a bit of a stretch to fit on the screen properly. But I'm gonna do my best here to get everything adjusted. Give me just a few moments. But out of the 22 drivers, we will only be having how many cars out on the track? Only 11 cars out on the track at a time. Not all of the drivers will be going out at the start. So, yeah, only one car per team. Yeah, everything needs a little bit more of an adjustment to get this to work, but I will get that done as quickly as I can. In fact, let's hide that. And speed trap over here, right, that's there, and right. Fantastic. Brilliant. Okay, so here we go then, folks. We're gonna have all the data coming up on the screen in about 8 minutes and 45 seconds, and the drivers will be making their way out onto the circuit. So as you can see here, track temperature 29.5 degrees Celsius, air temperature 25 degrees Celsius, so it's going to be a whole lot hotter than Barcelona, and that is one thing that the teams are going to have to deal with now that the fact that they've got bigger batteries and bigger electric motors. There is a lot more heat given out by the battery, and the battery is buried deep within the car, right at the bottom as well, because the battery, as I'm sure you all know from sort of electric cars, they are really very, very heavy, and to lower the center of mass of the car, the best way to do it is bring it right to the ground. And to bring it right to the ground that means that it's buried right at the bottom of the car, so cooling it is actually quite difficult. And when you're deploying 350 horsepower from the battery, it becomes quite the big issue cooling it down. So we'll see how the cars do in terms of managing the battery temperature. But yeah, that will be one of the big concerns. Yeah. Mercedes is rumoured to have a 10 to 15 horsepower advantage in their power unit. Well, I guess we will see. Maybe that 10 to 15 horsepower, will that be useful, throughout every single day of the throughout all of the time when you're driving on the circuit, or is that only when you're using the battery, or is it only when you're in qualifying mode? So there's a lot of different variables there, which we will sort of look into. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. I haven't actually set up the like counter, so I should probably do that. But yes, it would very much be appreciated if you could hit the like button. As I'm sure I've mentioned before, it does help out the algorithm a lot, especially at the start of the season, especially when I haven't been streaming for about 3 months straight. So that would very much be appreciated if you could hit the like button. And yeah, okay, let me just set up this like counter, and we'll be getting underway shortly for pre-season testing day 1. Brilliant. Okay, there's the like counter updated. 271 likes. Fantastic. Colours for Alpine and Racing Bulls look almost identical. Yes, you know what? Let me just see if I can change Alpine to pink right now, because we have got a little bit of time on our hands, and it might be a good idea to change them up already, because, to be honest, Alpine does fit quite well with being the pink team. So, Alpine. Oh no, that's the wrong color. Pink. There we go. Yeah, I think that's an all right pink. Maybe a little bit too bright, to be honest, but. Yeah, I think that's okay. Okie dokes. Ferrari and Audi too. Yeah, I mean Haas and Audi look very similar. You've got Bearman. Wait, what color is Audi actually? You've got where's Hulkenberg on the screen? Oh yeah, why is... Oh yeah, Ferrari and Audi are the exact same colour. That needs to change. Where's it gone? Here we go. All right, let me change the colour. What colour should it be for Audi, folks? Because I do not know what colour it should be, to be honest. So, yeah, let me know. But, let's see. Because we haven't really got that many different colours available to us. Audi should be black, dark grey. Well, I don't know if black's going to work or not, but let's try it at least. What would black look like? Yeah, I think that could work. I could put it as orangey. That might also be a good idea, actually. But orangey looks a little bit too like the McLarens, really. So then you run the risk of it being like a McLaren, like an overlap between McLaren and Ferrari. I think for now, I'll keep it as black, and then figure out a better colour later on. I might still just change Cadillac to yellow. Oh, the data's gone. It'll be back in about 3 seconds. But I might change Cadillac back to yellow. I think that might make quite the bit of sense, to be honest. And also, Williams is a darker blue than Red Bull, which again probably should change. Yeah. So we'll get that sorted out as time gets on. But we should have cars hitting the track in about 3 minutes' time, folks. So, woohoo. Okay. Yeah, Cadillac, I'm just going to change that to yellow because they're yellow in other motorsports, so they're going to be yellow now as well. Okay. There we go. Yellow for Cadillac. Do we know how the points work this year? The points are going to work in the exact same fashion, folks. It's going to be the top 10, so that is not going to change. We will still have the top 10 drivers getting points. It will not be the top 11, just because we've got 2 more cars. However, I think the qualifying system may change a little bit, and we may have the bottom 6 drivers getting eliminated in Q1, the bottom 6 getting eliminated in Q2, and then the Q3 will still remain as the top 10 shootout, because I think that's what it's sort of meant to be. The top 10 drivers try to go for pole position. So, yeah. Okay. I genuinely don't understand why they didn't go for yellow or gold. I'm not really sure, to be honest, because it would have been pretty nice, really, to have yellow on the Cadillac car, and they've done it in the other motorsports as well, so I wouldn't see why not. But clearly they had some sort of issues with it, because that's why they didn't do it. So, do you wait to F1 Gamer? Do you have a way to get the car metrics data other than just top speed? I can get a few of other pieces of information, but I can't get absolutely everything. But I think this is the most important for now. I think top speeds is going to be relatively important. So we'll see. It will 100% be a special livery. That's a pretty good idea, actually. Yeah, I think they will. Maybe for one of their home races in America, maybe for Vegas, maybe for Miami or COTA, they'll bring out the yellow livery. Will the testing session be similar to free practice? Indeed, it will. We will be having the drivers just driving around as much as they like, as whenever they want, and it's not going to be any sort of restrictions. The one difference that it will have to free practice is that there will only be 1 car out per team. So, as far as I know, Red Bull have released that Max Verstappen will be driving for the entire day today. Isaac Hadjar will be driving for the entire day tomorrow. And then on Friday, they're going to go half and half with Max Verstappen in the morning and Isaac Hadjar in the afternoon. So, those are those is sort of how it's going to work. I will get the full information of who's driving and who's not, but it'll be pretty obvious by the time they come out onto the circuit. Did they say why they don't put it on TV, this test? No, I'm not particularly sure why. They did say the final hour will be broadcast, so if you guys do want to check that out, then I'm sure you could do so via via Proton VPN in the description, connect to the UK server, and then just go onto YouTube, and Sky Sports is broadcasting it on YouTube for the UK people for free. So, but that is only in the final hour of testing, so it's not really much of a concern as of right now. But nobody, as far as I can tell, is broadcasting for testing the first few hours or anything like this. Oh, here we go, folks. This is it. The timer is ticking down here, as you can see, and we are getting a car making its way to the end of the circuit. Fantastic. Who is that? Max Verstappen, ladies and gentlemen, is the first car out onto the track. Following behind him, it looks like we are getting one of the Audis. Yes, Gabriel Bortoleto also coming out onto the circuit. And then we are getting Arvin Lindblad as well. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. The Q1 sessions are going to be crowded this season, and they should increase the time for Q1. That's a good point that it's going to be more crowded, but I think the time limit for Q1 is more set as a limit for the number of laps that you can complete. So they set 18 minutes as the time limit, so you can complete 3 laps, basically. If you increase it any further, the teams can do 4 laps, maybe 5 laps, and they don't have enough sets of tyres for that. So that is the reason why it'll probably stay at 18 minutes. The track will be more crowded, and the engineers will just sort of have to cope with that fact. Yeah. There is one thing I can tell you though, folks. It's unlikely that we will be getting tyre information. I think that is not going to be broadcast today. So I think for the entire day, we will probably be sat here with either question marks or this just blank circle for where the tyre should be. But we'll still get the lap times coming through, so I still think it shouldn't be too bad. Oh, we've got Esteban Ocon coming out on an intermediate set of tyres. Well, clearly, this is the commentator's curse, because just as I said we aren't getting tyre information, Ocon comes out on the Inters. Interesting enough. Bottas is coming out as well. It doesn't look like we'll be getting the team radios today, folks. So apologies for that. But, we can get all of the lap times, which I think is the much more important fact here. We can see the sector times here from Verstappen and Bortoleto. And, Yeah, I definitely don't know why they'd give going out on intermediates, because track temperature is 30 degrees Celsius, air temperature is 25 degrees Celsius, there's not a sign of rain in Bahrain, and, it is in the middle of the desert at the end of the day, so maybe they're just going out for one lap on the Inters, just to be cautious, but I guess we'll see. Inters on a 30-degree track temp. Yeah, I don't know exactly what Esteban Ocon's doing, but yeah. And Bortoleto, I don't know if his GPS is broken or if he's stopped on the side of the circuit, but I don't think Bortoleto's GPS thing is updating. However, he is actually still driving around the circuit. So GPS issue number 1 of the season, Gabriel Bortoleto. You can see here on the mini sectors that his thing is progressing ever so slightly. So you can see that he's going on to the next mini sector. There, he's just gone purple in that one. But his GPS is stuck at the start of the pit lane. So good start, Formula 1. Good start. Quick question, do we watch F1 on Apple TV this season? I think you can watch F1 on Apple TV this season, at least if you're in America. I don't know about the rest of the world, but I think Apple have bought the rights to watch, to broadcast Formula 1 on Apple TV for this season and for next season as well. Yeah. So there we go. Same with Bottas, he's not moving. Yeah, it looks like Bottas is also... Bottas and Bortoleto are stuck at the end of the pit lane, and both of their GPSs are off, but we can see cars going around the circuit. We're getting the lap times coming through, and there we go. The first lap time on the board, ladies and gentlemen, a 1 minute 48.9. Oh, Bottas's GPS has updated now that he's driven back into the pit lane. You know what I will do? I will take you through a flying lap of the Bahrain Grand Prix circuit. Given that we've got a little bit of time here. Where has it gone, actually? Oh, this is a little bit strange. I can't find the onboard lap. Interesting. Well, once I figure out where that onboard is, I'll show you a lap around the circuit, tell you all of the things to watch out for. But one thing that I do want to tell you right now is that we have these DRS zones here. This is also where the speed modes are. So these cars have got two levels of downforce. They've got where their wing is sort of at their normal setting, like just we had before with the DRS. When DRS wasn't enabled, your wing would just sort of be very normal. And then you've got this other mode, which is called top speed mode or speed mode. And that is when your wing goes flat and you get a little bit more top speed. So that can be used where the DRS zones were last year. So you can have here down the main straight, you can have it between turn 3 and 4, you can have it between turn 10 and 11, and also there is a new addition to the circuit of between turns number 13 and 14, the drivers can also use this top speed mode as well. So yes, 4 different parts of the track where the drivers will switch from the downforce mode to the top speed mode and try and figure some things out. Yeah. All right, 2025 pole time. That is a good thing. Let me stick that up onto the screen. 2025 Bahrain pole time. I actually don't know what that is. I think it should be around the 1:20s, but let's see. Supposedly it was a 1:29.8. Yes, 1:29.8. Let me pop that up on the screen. Thanks for pointing that out, folks. 1:25 pole time. Alrighty. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. It goes a long way to helping out the channel. Yeah. It's I owe it to all of you folks that have hit the like button throughout all of these years, the past coming up on 6 years now of me streaming. So yeah, much is appreciated, folks. I can just put this actually here at the bottom because not all of these drivers will be coming out onto the circuit. So the pole time that we're looking at is a 1:25, and the drivers are of course 15 seconds off that right now. They're not pushing all that hard, and they'll be making sure everything works. They'll be connecting all of the systems, getting all the sensors, checking if they are in their expected range. You've got what the temperature will be at, what the sensor will be reading out as a minimum value. You've got what it'll be reading as a maximum value, and that's about it. Those are sort of your limits. You've got to make sure that every single sensor that you've got installed on the car is within the minimum and maximum that you expect to make sure everything's safe before you can go out and do some more running. Yeah. Why is the live only up to 720p? It shouldn't be. It should be up to 1080p, to be honest. So let me know if everyone else has also got it to 720p. But yeah, isn't it better to turn off the drivers that aren't participating? Unfortunately, I can't turn them off. I would love to and make the font a little bit bigger, but I can't. So, oh, it is 720p. Okay, I will double check that. Thanks for the information, guys. I don't know why it is doing that, to be honest. Let me check my OBS settings. Oh, yeah, OBS has defaulted to outputting at 720p. Well, I can't fix that, unfortunately, right now, because I would have to end the stream and start it up again, but for tomorrow, I'll bring it back up to 1080p. Yeah, don't know why that setting was applied by default, but thanks for letting me know, folks. Yeah, I had to reset quite a lot of my OBS settings, and fix some things around in the off season, and clearly I didn't fix everything. So yeah, thanks for the information there. All right, there we go. There's that. So it goes all the way off to the edge of the screen. Yeah. Alrighty then, so it looks like we've had our first 10 minutes of action and then everyone's come back into the pits, which is to be expected really. The cars will have been totally disassembled after Barcelona. They would have also been sent back to the factory where all of the different parts will have been checked to make sure that they are working as expected, there aren't any unexpected cracks and things like that. And then the cars will come back to the racetrack and they'll get reassembled. And, you know, they just want to make sure that the... Oh, data's back. It'll be back in about 3, 2, 1. There we go. Yeah, they just want to check that everything is working as expected. Of course, with a new car, there's a new sort of build procedure. The mechanics that are at the racetrack, they have to follow a new set of instructions on, oh, I'm going to take this part, then install this part, then install a different part. And, well, they've got to refine that build process as well. You know, they want to do this as quickly as possible in case there's a crash maybe later on in the season. They want to know how to, well, disassemble the car quickly, how to reassemble it quickly. So they're slowly going through their build procedures, making sure everything is optimal, making sure everything is working as expected. So, yeah, don't expect, you know, we're going to have every single car out on the circuit all of the time, but we have had 7 cars hit the track within the first 10 minutes. Most of them have come back into the pit, so Ocon, Bottas and Stroll have all come back into the pits. Then we had Verstappen and Lindblad complete a lap or two, and then Bortoleto and Piastri did an extra lap and then came into the pits. Yeah. What does it mean by pink head padding material must be used? It shows on my data. That means that the drivers have different, I think they have different colours of padding, and essentially one colour maybe slightly more sort of thicker padding than the other, and they essentially just say, oh, you've got to use this padding for driving around the circuit. So it's just sort of a safety precaution that the FIA announces at the start of every session. Yeah. All right, Carlos Sainz is onto the racetrack as well. So this is the first time, folks, that we have got the Williams out onto the circuit in 2026. So good to see, and the car is working as expected. No sort of breakdowns, which is nice. And I'm sure Carlos Sainz will be looking forward to how the testing goes for them. Yo, F1 Gamer, what's good? Things are going pretty good, Kiez. Thanks for asking. Change the V-carb to white. In fact, I will do that actually, because it is getting very confusing, because you can barely tell the difference between Carlos Sainz, who's in 8th position there in the Williams, and Isaac Hadjar, who's there in 10th position in the Red Bull, and then Liam Lawson, who's also in the Racing Bull. It's all a little bit too confusing. So some of these colours are definitely going to get changed. And I guess we've got some time here without too many cars on the circuit, so I guess I can carry on doing that. So it'll be Racing Bulls, and they are going to be white. There we go. All right, and then we're going to have Red Bull. They are going to be a very dark blue. And there we go. Yeah, that works. And let's make Williams a little bit lighter of a shade of blue. I think this all makes sense. And all right, there we go. Yeah, I think that works now. I think you can tell which colour is which car now. Brilliant. Yes, Lewis Hamilton out onto the circuit, Oscar Piastri out onto the circuit, and we have... and that is it then. I think that is now 9 cars that have hit the racetrack. The only car that is remaining to hit the track, actually, which one is it? We've had the Ferraris, we've had... it is the Mercedes, actually, and I say that, and George Russell comes out onto the circuit. 10 cars have now hit the track, 1 remaining, 1 team remains. I cannot work it out for the life of me who it is. Oh, it's the Alpines. The Alpines haven't come out onto the circuit just yet. All right. Haas not being white is crazy. Yeah, I mean, Haas and Racing Bulls are both sort of similar livery, so I guess Haas could also be white, but I think for now it's all right to keep it this way. Can we take a moment to talk about how bad the McLaren livery is, and that's coming from a McLaren fan? Yeah, I mean, they've basically just done a copy-paste job from last year, so yeah. Also, it looks like we're not getting... are we getting top speed information? We are. Max Verstappen, you can see there, 293 kilometers per hour are down his down the straight there on his flying lap, and the other drivers going a little bit slower, of course. Nobody pushing as of right now. Yeah. Okay, is Williams doing okay? Well, you know, they've got one lap on the board now with Carlos Sainz, and I think that's a pretty good start, really, for a team that didn't have a car in Barcelona, and also they were supposedly overweight. Now, come to look at it, they are not that overweight. They are ever so slightly heavier than the Mercedes team, I think it is. So, you know, this is the thing about preseason rumours. You know, everyone, including myself, during the Barcelona stream, I was like, oh, Williams are a little bit screwed here. They haven't got a car. They're apparently 30 kilograms overweight, etc., etc., etc. But, you know, they've arrived here in Barcelona. Their car is not that much heavier than the Mercedes team, supposedly. Again, we do not know for certain. But they should be all right, given the fact that they have got a Mercedes power unit in the back of their car. Esteban Ocon is now out on a set of soft tyres, supposedly. I think that means it's going to be the C3 tyres for Esteban Ocon, because the tyres that the teams have available to them, let me just bring that up onto the screen. You can see here the tyres the teams have available to them, and they've only got the C1, the C2, and the C3 for this test. For next weekend's test, I think they can get... the next week's test, they can get C4s and C5s as well. So I think when Ocon is out on the soft tyre, that is the softest of the three that we've got, so that should be the C3. But I'll be happy to be corrected if that is wrong. Is this testing private? Well, unfortunately, it is not being broadcast to the entire world, but the data is live, and the broadcast will be shown in the UK at least for the final hour. So the final hour of testing can be watched in the UK. So all you've got to do is get Proton VPN using the link in the description and connect to a UK server, and then go over to YouTube and watch the coverage. So, yeah, but that's a little bit later on. Everyone has aero brakes on. Yeah, I mean, everyone probably will have aero brakes on, to be honest. They're doing some more aerodynamic testing. Of course, with wind conditions as well, you can see here, it says there on the left-hand side of the screen, that the wind speeds is 8.6 kilometers per hour from the southwesterly direction, blowing up to the northeast, and that will be affecting sort of, you know, grip levels and things like that. George Russell goes top of the times, 2.5 seconds clear of Max Verstappen, but of course, again, he is 11 seconds off last year's pole time, so still quite a way to go for him. And what was I saying? Oh yes, the wind speeds. So the wind speeds will also be affecting the downforce levels. The teams will also understand how sensitive the cars are to wind conditions, because, you know, we've talked about this in the past. Sometimes you get a good or a bad gust of wind at the wrong time, and, you know, it can either make a qualifying lap and give you loads of extra grip through the corner, or it can ruin your qualifying lap and you spin out or you lose control of the car because of the wind. So where the drivers and the teams want to figure out, are the cars really sensitive to the wind? Is this something that we should be looking into to understand grip levels around the circuits and things like that? And so there'll be a lot of learning to do, really. The teams will also be trying to figure out the tyres, the drivers as well. They want to understand, is it the best idea to go out the pits and then start attacking as hard as possible to warm these tyres up, or is it better to have a sort of slow build them up to temperature slowly and then start attacking? What is the best approach with regards to that? So loads of different things for the teams to understand, loads of different things for the drivers as well. And that is what testing is about at the end of the day. It's about a lot of learning and figuring out what's best for the car. All right. F1 Gamer, has your opinions on who's topping the 2026 season since Barcelona testing changed, or is it the same? Well, I said it would be... Well, last year I said it would be Williams that would be top, and then I said Aston Martin would be very close. So, I mean, I guess I still sort of stand by it. Williams don't seem to be that bad, to be honest. And, well, I don't really have much of a reference point to that, but the fact that they aren't 30 kilograms overweight like we thought we were, like we thought they were, then I think that's a step in the right direction, at least for the Williams team. But yeah, I'm not really going to be able to know until we get to till we get to Australia Q3. So I'm going to stick by it. Why not? Yeah, I mean, they are behind on testing. I can tell you that for certain. But I still believe. At least my logic still holds. But I don't know. We'll see. I could definitely be wrong, and most likely I am wrong. It's not because F1 sucks, it's because they want the teams to be complete testing without the added pressure of public feedback. Yeah, I mean, that is sort of part of the reason, of course. The reason they had Barcelona testing be private was mainly for the engine manufacturer's sake. If you're the Mercedes team and you design an engine that blows up and sets on fire or whatever for the Barcelona testing, you don't want that to get broadcasted all around the world. It just doesn't look good for the Mercedes team. It doesn't look good for Ferrari. It doesn't look good for any of the engine manufacturers, really. And for that reason, they tried to keep it in private so that the teams could risk, the engine failures and things like that without it affecting their public image. And I think that was the main reason behind it. But now, given that they have done 3 days of testing in Barcelona and they've worked out some of these issues and fixed some things, well, they will be, they are happy to get things broadcasting for today. Yeah. Can I look at testing on F1 TV, or can I only watch that on Sky? I think F1 TV may be doing it, but F1 TV again isn't in every single country in the world, so I would double check, if they're in the right country and things like that. Yeah, it will for sure be on Sky Sports, and if you do connect to a VPN and join a UK server, you'll be able to watch it on YouTube. Bottas is stuck, yes. Bottas's GPS is broken by the looks of it. We've had quite a few drivers actually with some GPS issues. I think Bortoleto and Bottas both have had GPS issues so far. So, yeah. The rest of the session is only available to the public. Yeah, this is the other thing as well. You can actually buy tickets to go to Bahrain. Like I was looking actually, and the tickets aren't that expensive, to be fair. They're like $30 for the entire day, and you can go to Bahrain. Well, obviously that's the more expensive bit, going to Bahrain. But the tickets themselves to go watch testing, that is not private in any sense. You can go and watch it from the racetrack. So yeah, they're just not broadcasting it for some reason. Sean Hemming, thanks for joining the channel membership. Very much is appreciated. F1 Gamer flipped the name tag colours for Cadillac and Audi, because Cadillac is black and white and Audi is silver and orange. Maybe white and orange, white and dark orange name tag for Audi. Yeah, I might do that. I just couldn't figure out the right shade of orange, to be honest, because there's just the McLaren and the Ferrari are a little bit too close to each other in terms of shade of red and orange, and I couldn't find a color in between. But I'll try and figure something out. Alrighty, thanks Mal for the donation. We are so back. We are so back indeed. It is good to be back. We've been live for 54 minutes so far. We've got 4,000 people tuning into the live stream. Thank you all for tuning in. Hope you're all enjoying hope you're all enjoying the coverage. Hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you are in the world. And yeah, things are going well. Okie dokes. Looks like we might be the biggest F1 stream on YouTube. Looks like we are. Fantastic. Brilliant. Okie dokes. I heard Ocon's come up to comment and took it personally. Well, yeah, Ocon's just gone top of the times on a set of soft tyres, so definitely a nice job there from Esteban Ocon. But again, we are 10 seconds off last year's pole time, so still a lot more improvement left to go. Happy to see Checo and Bottas back. Yes, it is good to see these drivers back on the circuit. You know, Bottas has got a fantastic track record in Q3, and you know, I really do hope Cadillac can provide him a competitive car. I still think that Cadillac have got a lot to learn in terms of being a Formula One team operating on that sort of scale and level, because you know, there are a lot of little details that Formula One teams do, and you've got to think about it, right? These, for all of the teams, even the slowest teams, they are at 99% of the speed of the quickest team, and all of the effort, all of the hard work that the 1,000 engineers back at the factory are doing is to just get that final 1% to go from 99 to 1, to go from 99 to 100, and yeah, there are a lot of little things that the teams do to ensure that that happens. So Bottas and Perez are going to have to impart as much knowledge that they have gained over their times at Mercedes, over their time at Red Bull, into the Cadillac engineers. Say that, oh, this is how we did things, this is what worked, this is what didn't work, and you know, slowly build up all of that knowledge in the Cadillac team to then put it together and hopefully perform really well. But yeah, it's quite likely that they are going to need a few seasons to get up to speed. I think the first half of the season, Cadillac will be the most improved team of the bunch in terms of, you know, running a race weekend properly. There's a lot of different things that you've got to do, even just as sending drivers out in for and avoiding traffic. You know, that is something that all of the engineers have to figure out how to do, and the Cadillac engineers have got pretty much no experience doing that, at least in Formula One. So, yeah, we'll see how it goes. All right. Aren't these gen of cars inherently slower than the previous gen of cars because they're smaller dimensions and lighter weight? There'd be a flight risk if they went too fast. I don't think there'd be a flight risk if they went too fast, mainly because they've got 4 tons of downforce squeezing down on them. So in terms of flight risk, I don't think there's much of that. But the cars are slower. However, they are quicker down the straights because of the battery, because of the instant torque that you get from the electric motor. The cars actually accelerate up to 350 kilometers per hour, much quicker than the older cars used to do. But on the flip side, they are slower in the corners. So yeah, there's a bit of a trade-off there, but in terms of lap times, we're probably looking at 2 to 3 seconds slower than last year's pole time for the lap times around here in Bahrain. So I guess we'll see. Is engine clipping different? Yes, engine clipping will be ever so slightly different. There are some different rules with regards to engine clipping. So for anyone that doesn't know what engine clipping is, essentially it's sort of a recharge mode at the end of a straight. So, in fact, can I find this onboard flying lap? If I can actually find the onboard flying lap, then I might actually be able to show you what I'm talking about. But yeah, I can't seem to get this to work actually. But essentially, at the end of the straight, what will happen is, in fact, here we go. There we go. All right. So this is the flying lap that I was talking about. Right. Let's make this ever so slight. Ooh. Yeah. Okay. Let me reduce the volume of the F1 engine sound. And so what I was talking about here is now at this point. So we're getting towards the end of the straight, but before we hit the braking zone, what's going to happen here is the cars will start going into recharge mode. So the electric motor, rather than trying to make the car go quicker, it's going to try and slow the car down via the MGUK. So the MGUK will be doing work to try and slow the car down at the end of the straight before the drivers hit the brakes. And then once they hit the brakes, they'll use the normal brakes to sort of slow down. But before, let's say 100 meters before the braking zone, instead of the electric motors trying to make the car speed up, they're going to reverse and try to make the cars slow down to recharge the battery a little bit. So that's essentially what's going to be going on with engine clipping nowadays. But it is a little bit yeah, they're going to be tuning the regeneration and the deployment of these things as well, because the teams, they will have run simulations on where is the most optimal place to recharge the battery, where is the best place to deploy your battery, but these are of course simulations at the end of the day, and they will well, test them out on the circuit here. They will have tested, they will have had, or at least all of the teams now will have a theoretical best, they'll have a theoretical best deployment phase and recharge phase for all around the circuit. And what they will do is they'll try out 5 or 6 different things that they have thought, oh, maybe this will work, maybe that will work. And then they'll figure out which one works best for the drivers. You know, there's no point giving the drivers an extra 300 horsepower if they're already looking to, like, they may lose traction, may lose grip, because you're essentially wasting battery there, because the drivers are just going to get more and more wheel spin and it gets harder to control the car. So, yeah, it's a tough one, and well, that's what the engineers are doing. That's what they're trying to do. Okay. Yeah, I hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. We've got currently Hamilton, Arvin Lindblad, Lance Stroll, and Carlos Sainz out on the circuit, and we've got the rest of the drivers in the pit lane. Alpine still yet to make an appearance out onto the circuit. Neither has Pierre Gasly or Franco Colapinto made their way out onto the track for even an install lap, and we are half an hour into testing day 1. You know, there's still a lot of time left to go, but you know, it's good to also hit the ground running, and maybe that's indicating some sort of issue there at Alpine, that they haven't got their car ready in time, or maybe the car won't start, or whatever they've got, they haven't come out onto the circuit. Just tuned in, anything interesting so far? Nothing really too interesting, to be honest. Just the Alpines haven't come out onto the circuit. We've had a few GPS glitches here and there, and yeah, everyone is around, 10 seconds off the pole time, so everyone's driving around very slowly, doing their aero rake runs, really. That's what they've got quite a lot of, because Bahrain's got a lot of long straights, so what the teams will do is they'll install the aero rakes, and then they will set a speed limit on the cars. They'll say, we are going to sit at 100 kilometers per hour, and we're going to go for, half a kilometer at that speed, and we're going to get all of the data that we can. Then we're going to increase it to 110. We're going to do the same thing, see how the aerodynamics changes. We're going to do 120, see how the aerodynamics changes. So they're not really focusing on lap time right now. They're trying to get as much information as possible. Yeah. And yeah, nobody will be trying a qualifying lap time. Why they're only streaming the last hour? I don't know. I guess for a little bit more secrecy, a little bit more excitement around pre-season testing. But I'm here, and I'm broadcasting all of the lap times, the data, the information that I can. So yeah, hope you guys are enjoying it. Cadillac has Lewis Hamilton's race engineer from last year. Oh, do they? Well, that's well, I guess they'll have a little bit more experience, but the other thing is Lewis Hamilton didn't have the best race engineer last year, so who knows? You'll be live for 4 hours? I will be live for 4 hours, and in fact, I will be live for the 1 hour lunch break as well, in between the 2 sessions, the morning session, the afternoon session, and yeah, so I'll be live for the entire thing, really. It's going to be quite the long day, and my throat is already starting to hurt a little bit. So hopefully that gets a little bit better. F1 Gamer, could we show us Yelly listeners' latest video? It's only 4 minutes and really interesting. I've in fact watched that video already, and that's sort of what I've already explained in terms of what's going to go on with the clipping. The drivers will do a little bit of lifting and coasting, essentially. They will lift maybe 50 meters away from the braking zone, and they'll let the electric motor decelerate the car as much as possible. Or maybe they won't lift. Maybe they will continue going flat. But it's all a little bit up in the air, and we'll have to see what the teams do for qualifying and for the race. I, however, think that they won't be lifting and coasting. I think what they will be doing is they'll be going in flat. So they'll be full throttle on the engine, but then their battery will be trying to recharge. So they're essentially sort of transferring some of the power that they get from the engine into recharging the battery without sacrificing too much speed. And that way that they can get as much battery charge as possible without actually going too slowly. But this is there's so many different permutations. I'm not sure that I'm going to be right, but this is at least what I think. Arvin Lindblad, purple in the first sector. He's the first driver, in fact, to dip into the 30-second mark for the first sector times. Everyone else has been in the 31s. Bro, you should buy an urban ergonomic or a gaming chair, otherwise your back will be gone. Health as well, remember. Yeah, I probably should. I mean, you can't really see what chair I've got, but it's sort of you can barely see it, but it's not the most comfortable thing in the world, but I have got a nice cushion, so I think it's all right. Sorry, here, where are you getting that particular map overlay from? My F1 app looks different. I'm getting it from Multiviewer, so if you've got the F1 TV subscription, if you haven't got it, there's a link in the description, but if you have got it, all you need to do is sign into that with Multiviewer, and you can get this sort of overlay. Yeah. Okay. The timer is for the first half, that is correct, so that is the first half, and then once the timer hits 0, there'll be a 1 hour lunch break where all the mechanics will go and get lunch, and so all the drivers, and then there'll be the second half of the day. Yeah. Okay. Who's your favourite driver and team? My favourite driver is Sebastian Vettel. My favourite team, I don't know. I guess the team that I'm sort of rooting for to do well is Williams a little bit. They have, they were very good back in the olden days, shall we say, of Formula One. I'm sure there's a lot of people that wouldn't like to call the 90s the olden days, but yeah. So Williams were pretty good back then, and they haven't really been that good since. So it'd be nice to see them make a return to sort of glory, really. Spike of revs at the end of the straight with the gearbox connected to the battery instead of the wheels. Yeah, maybe that's how it works. It will be a very sort of interesting dynamic in what these teams decide to do to recharge the battery, because there is a lot of talk on recharging the battery, keep it charged up as well as you can, and yeah, it does make sense to sort of use the engine to charge up the battery a little bit. Ring ding a ding ding ding. Yeah, it's no, there are some fantastic Seb Vettel quotes, to be honest, and some brilliant team radios as well. Post to say hello, off to bed after a night shift, have a good one. Thanks, K0472. Yeah, well, I'm sure I'll probably be streaming once you wake up, actually, so maybe I'll see you in the morning. Do you sim race? I do a little bit, but I'm here currently at university, sort of in my university room, and there's not really much space to bring my steering wheel and pedals and things like that. So I haven't been doing much sim racing as of, while I'm at university, but I do have like a sim rig back at home. Yeah. Bottas is ahead of Hamilton once again. Yeah, I mean, it is pre-season testing, and it looks like we're getting tyre information as well. So mediums, hards, and softs. So I think the hards are going to be the C1s, the mediums are the C2s, and the softs are the C3s for this weekend's test, or this week's test. I can say that I'm happy that you're streaming the real thing for F1. Now you need to stream F2 and F3. Yes, I think I have figured out a way to potentially get data for F2 and F3. So I'm going to have a think. I'm going to see if I can actually, reliably guarantee that I can get this data, and then maybe look into commentating those, or maybe I'll just have a broadcast up on the second channel, on a different channel, like I might call it F2 Gamer or something, and just have the Formula 2 and the Formula 3 data broadcast up there, and maybe I'll commentate, maybe I won't, but yeah, I've got quite a few plans for the channel, but yeah, given that I'm at university, that takes up quite a bit of my time. Alright, where can I watch this live? Unfortunately, you can't watch it right now. Nobody anywhere across the world is broadcasting what is going on the circuit right now. So the best way to watch it is to fly to Bahrain and get a ticket to this grandstand. But if you don't want to do that, then you can wait till the final hour of testing. So this is the 3-hour slot in the morning, then, the 4-hour slot in the morning will finish, then we have a 1-hour lunch break, and then there's another 4-hour slot. So if you wait for the final hour of the afternoon 4-hour slot, then that will be broadcast on Sky Sports, on YouTube in the UK. So you just need a VPN to connect to the UK servers, and yeah, sort of job done, really. JediFire99, hello, good morning. Hope you guys are doing well. Next week is fully televised. Indeed it is. Next week we'll have the full broadcast from start to finish, and that'll be a little bit more handy. Be able to see what the cars are doing on the track. Are they bouncing around? Are they going over the curbs nicely? Those are different interesting things that we'll be able to figure out from the actual broadcast itself. But for now, we've got the data, we've got the cars going around on the map, and it's as good as we're going to get right now. What do I study? I study mechanical engineering. Yeah, mechanical engineering, folks. All right, I missed watching this live while I work. Well, I'm back, Jimmy. So hope you do enjoy. I'm wondering actually, quite a lot of you guys listening to this while you are at work, and you've sort of just got something else on. And you're sort of just doing something else while you're listening to this, or are you all sort of just listening into this and not got much else going on? Like, yeah, do let me know. Are we going to see you working for an F1 team? I would love to work for an F1 team, but the F1 teams won't let me work for them because of the YouTube channel, really. I should probably change, actually, Bortoletto from being black because, or the Audi colour from being black, because it's pretty difficult to sort of see on the map, actually. So maybe that'll get changed a little bit later on. I'll figure out some better colours. Russell has what tyre? I guess we'll find out. I mean, it'll take a little bit to load, to be honest. It's not the most up-to-date system, but I think it might just be the mediums for George Russell. Currently in school, watching as I work. At work currently. Yeah, fair enough. Got quite a few people at school. Nice. Cooking dinner in Australia. Nice. Hope you're having a... That's actually quite nice, actually. I would quite like to cook dinner and watch Formula 1. That'd be pretty cool. Right, I'm going to have some of this green tea that I've got here mixed in with honey to hopefully help my throat. All right. What university do you study at? I'm not going to be sort of putting that out as public information, to be honest. However, if you are at university and you do recognise me on the university campus, then go ahead and say hello. I've in fact been recognised by 2 people at university, so that's pretty cool. Yeah. Jedi Fire 99 definitely not working. Thanks for the donation there, buddy. Yeah. So, yeah, if you do see me at university, don't come and say hello. But if you see me around in the UK, that'd be pretty awesome, actually. Chemical engineering major. Oh, that's chemical engineering is actually pretty interesting. I know quite a few people that do that, actually. All right. Hey there, mate. Watching from the Philippines. Nice to see you. Yeah, nice to see you guys. Do you not have class on testing days? Oh no, I do actually have class on testing days. However, because I'm now in the later years of university, attendance is no longer mandatory. So, take of that what you will. I mean, to be fair, today's a Wednesday, so I don't have any classes today. However, tomorrow and on Friday, I do have classes, which I am missing. But I have also got the weekend then to catch up on them, so it's not the end of the world. Yeah. Hear me out. Audi World Constructors Championship 2030. 2030 is a long time away, to be fair. There's no guarantee even Audi stays in Formula 1 that long. If they have 2 or 3 bad years and they can't turn things around, then maybe they just drop out again, and then it goes back to being the Sauber team. Who knows? What is your honest opinion? Do you think they can be top 5? Well, I mean, this is the thing. Audi, I think that they've got potential to be in the top 5 in terms of the top 5 teams. In terms of the top 5 drivers, sort of like in the top 5 drivers every single race weekend, maybe not, but at least in the top 10, they have got potential to be there. Mainly because Sauber is already a reasonably sort of well-running Formula 1 team. They've got a lot of knowledge, they've got a lot of well-experienced people. And then you've got the additional thing of Audi coming in, helping with the engine development, helping with quite a few other departments as well. So it puts together quite a fierce combination of people and quite a fierce team, really. So I would not be at all surprised if Audi are in the top 5 for the quickest teams. Yeah. The question is, though, is their power unit going to be that good? Because they definitely did have some reliability niggles in Barcelona, and this is the first time they've built a Formula 1 engine. No doubt they've built other engines for other motorsports, but Formula 1 engine is obviously a different beast. And yeah, that is the big question for the Audi team. I think the aerodynamics will be handled fine by the Sauber by the Sauber people, but the engine is going to be the key sticking point for them. You're up so early for a student. Yeah, I mean, surprisingly early. I had an alarm set for 5:45 a.m. And I, in fact, woke up before my alarm, thinking that I had slept through it, and the testing has already started, and I forgot to go live. So, yeah, I got up with a little bit of a shock, and then I checked my phone, and I realised that I woke up early. But yeah, I mean, for Formula 1, I'll wake up at whatever time you want me to wake up for. Yes, folks, it is 1 car per team. So we have got 10 cars that have hit the track over the course of the previous 45 minutes. 1 car is still remaining. Either Gasly or Colapinto are going to be taking part from the Alpine team. But yeah, they haven't come out onto the circuit just yet. And in the afternoon session, it's quite likely that we're going to have the same drivers continuing on. But there's also a chance that the drivers will switch. So some drivers will do the morning session, then the other drivers will do the afternoon session. It just creates a little bit more of a headache for the mechanics, because then they have to, instead of having their lunch break, they've got to switch the steering wheel, the pedal, and the seat positions for the drivers. If you're going from Stroll driving the car in the morning to Alonso driving in the afternoon, they've got to change the seat, they've got to change the pedal position, they've also got to change the steering wheel position to make sure the drivers are fine. So it just eats into their lunchtime, which ideally they get. Where can I watch practice runs from Europe? Well, nobody... Oh, Colapinto's just made his way out onto the circuit. All right, so good to see there. Nobody can watch pre-season as of right now. It is not being broadcast anywhere in the world. However, if you do want to watch the final hour of pre-season testing for today, if you get the VPN in the description, so Proton VPN, you connect to a UK server and you go onto YouTube, you'll be able to watch the Sky Sports footage for the final hour of testing. Yeah. So that's sort of how it's gonna go. But as of right now, nobody is broadcasting this. Apart from me, of course, F1 Gamer. But no, in terms of the cars on the circuit, nobody's actually showing that, so... Nobody can watch. Expect a lot of track photos. I saw a pic from the Aston, and that nose is fat. Yes, the Aston Martin does have a very interesting nose shape, but Adrian Newey has been cooking, so maybe it's going to work out for them. Maybe it won't, but only time's going to tell. Yeah. When is the final hour of testing? The final hour of testing is, let's see, from now it's going to be 3 hours, 1 hour break, so it'll be in 7 hours and 12 minutes. 7 hours and 12 minutes, yeah. Yeah, that's when the final hour of testing will begin. Okie dokes. Have you seen the Ben Collins or Williams F1 video? I haven't actually. So I will give that a watch. Thanks for the recommendation. I'll watch it. I'll watch it tonight. But yeah, all of the teams, they're doing a lot of aero rakes, to be honest, and they'll have some Flovis paint as well on the cars to see what the flow is doing on the surface of the bodywork and things like that. So a lot of different things that they'll be learning as part of testing day 1. What levels are sandbagging to be expected from the teams? The sandbaggings are... we're going to get a reasonable amount of sandbagging, to be honest. Not like a huge amount. But to be honest, the teams, none of them are focused on sandbagging. They're focused on getting as much information as possible. And that involves driving slowly, to be honest. So, yeah. Is your wall broken? I can see the other side computer. No, this is a mirror that you can see back there. That's a mirror, so you can see my computer in my hand. F1 Gamer, can you please change the colour of Audi or Cadillac, the black one? It's hard to see. Yes, I will. I should probably do that, actually. What colour should I change it to? I think the best colour will probably be a bit of a orangey, dark orangey colour. Maybe this will work. Let's see. Is that good for Audi? I'm can't really tell, to be honest. See, it's just a little bit too close to the McLaren colour, which is my sort of issue. So you could go for sort of a maroon colour, I guess, a little bit like my jumper. Yeah, slightly different, but still, it's not great, really, is it? Or I could just go for green, and it would be like Kick Sauber from last year. Yeah, I'm not particularly sure, to be honest. Maybe I'll just set it for green to now, and we'll figure out a better color later on. Because the orange is just too similar to the McLaren, and if I go too red, then it becomes too much like the Ferrari. So, yeah. For now, we can keep it as green. I'll figure out a better colour later on. Okay, what's the latest on the engine compression debacle? Well, the latest is that Red Bull, who previously were all for the sort of Mercedes loophole and like, oh, we think this is a good idea and it should be allowed. Red Bull used to say that, but now they're like, oh, actually, we don't think it's a good idea and we actually want Mercedes' power unit to be illegal. So maybe they figured something out in the Barcelona test. Maybe they realized themselves that whatever trick that Red Bull were using was not as good as the Mercedes' trick, and for that reason, they're now saying Mercedes engine should be banned and changed like that. The FIA have said that they're going to review the rules, make some clarifications, but they have not said when they are going to do that and when those clarifications will apply. So, if you guys remember back to 2020, Mercedes had that DAS system where they could move the steering wheel forwards and backwards to adjust the angle of the front wheel, and that would affect sort of how it warms up and things like that. And yeah, they had that system, and the FIA then said, this is okay for this season, however, next season it will not be allowed, and we will not allow you to use this. So they could do the same thing for this. They could say, this season it is okay, next season is not okay, and you're not allowed. Or they could make a clarification and say, actually, it's not allowed from the halfway point of the season. Or they could say, it's not allowed from Melbourne. So it's up to the FIA, and yeah, we really don't know what they're going to do. All right. Where can I watch this live? Is it also on Sky? It is only on Sky for the final hour of testing, so that is how to do it. I might actually put a message up in the chat to just say, oh, you know, watch it on Sky Sports using Proton VPN or something. So yeah, do let me know though. Okay. So yeah, we are now 50 minutes through of the first hour of testing. The first 4 hours of testing. We've completed 53 minutes of it, and all 11 teams have come out onto the circuit. We have had Russell, who's currently top of the times, Lindblad behind him, then Ocon. And then we've got Bottas, Verstappen, Colapinto, Hamilton, Sainz, Bortoleto, Piastri, and Stroll. Still really not much to look into. You can see here Bortoleto, Piastri, and Stroll, all three of them haven't completed a lap time yet. Bortoleto has, Piastri and Stroll haven't. So, I also think Bortoleto hasn't as well. At maximum, they've only done a couple of laps here and there, and they haven't actually gone around the circuit to actually do a full flying lap. So I don't know if there's issues with their car or if they're working some things out, but yeah, not even a flying lap completed, and we're an hour in for Bortoleto, Piastri and Stroll. So definitely interesting, but it's also the first day of testing. If this was happening on day 3, I would be a bit surprised, but day 1, I think some margin of error can be given for sure. Why is Franco Colapinto's thing frozen? the GPS is glitching out today, folks. There is definitely some issues with the GPS. Bortoletto's GPS has been glitching out as well. So with Franco Colapinto being frozen up on the screen, he's frozen here on the track map. However, if you do look at the mini sectors here, he is in sector 2 and he's going to be crossing the next mini sector line. So I wouldn't read into it too much. I think it's not too much of a concern. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I think actually, yeah, maybe some of this data is frozen a little bit behind, but we can still see the GPS getting updated. So yeah, I'm sure it'll all catch up eventually. Yeah, the map is continuing on. However, the data itself is a little bit frozen. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. All right. What do the blue segments mean? The blue segments mean the drivers have come into the pit lane. So you can see here that Russell is in the pits and he was driving through the pit lane for the final 2, and that's essentially how it is. Okay, can you put up a lap count? I will do that actually, and that'll be pretty useful actually to see the number of laps that each team has done. So let me try and figure out how to do that. And oh, there we go. I think the data's just jumped and it's now continuing to update. Yeah, it's having a few glitches here and there, but to be expected. They have got a slightly different system here for testing. So total laps completed. There we go. Okay, let's see if I can fit this onto the screen somewhere. Give me a sec here, folks. All right, let's put that there. Or maybe I'll put it, maybe I'll just put it right at the start, actually. Let's put that there. Okay, so you can see the number of laps that each driver has completed. However, that has popped some things off the edge of the screen. You know what I'll do? I'll take off the number of laps for the tyres. Yeah. Yeah, okay, I think this is okay. There we go. Okie dokes. And let's just press T. There we go. So you can see now that, you know, Arvin Lindblad has completed 19 laps so far today, which is obviously very, very good. Ocon's completed 10. Piastri has also done 9. You know, he's not done a complete lap of the circuit, but he has still done 9 laps of the racetrack. Stroll, however, only done 5. Colapinto is out on the circuit doing some more laps. He's done 4 laps now in total. His GPS is still broken, but he's done 4 laps in total. So, you know, it's good progress for him. Nice shirt, missed you. Yeah, thanks guys. Hope you've had a nice winter break and got up to things on the weekend rather than just watching Formula 1. Yeah, it's I've been getting up to a few things as well. All right, track temperature up a little bit more as well now. It started out at 29 degrees at the start of the test session. Now, of course, as the sun comes out and gets hotter and hotter in Bahrain, track temperature now up to 34 degrees Celsius. I expect that to continue on increasing as the days goes on. Yeah. Okay, 5,000 people tuned into the live stream. Thanks everyone for tuning in. I hope you're all enjoying, folks. If you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Very much is appreciated. Yeah, so this is 1 hour of testing complete, and not even 1 hour. Yeah, we are having some issues here. Actually, you can see here with the timer, it's frozen a little bit, and then it's going to drop down. But the map itself is working, so you know it should be okay. Will it be Russell's year or Kimi's year? I mean, only time will tell, really. There's no way to know for certain. So we shall wait and see. Bortoletto and Hulkenberg went from Audi back to sour green. Yeah, I've just adjusted them to green because it's a little bit hard to actually see them on the racetrack. And also, I don't know why Hamilton's thing is small. It should be a lot bigger, but clearly we're having some sort of we're having technical issues today, which is not very surprising. So thanks for sticking with me, folks, and I'll be doing my best to hopefully continue this broadcast without too many issues. Also, folks, let me know what liveries you actually think what liveries are your favourite. I think I said a little bit earlier on that that the Red Bull livery was my favourite of this year. But let me know what you think is your favourite. GPS issues currently. All right. Haas, to be fair, Haas's livery is pretty solid. I have to admit, it's a very nice livery indeed. Hopefully it looks as good in the sort of daylight and things like that, rather than just in the renders. That'd be pretty good. Have you ever been to an F1 race? Unfortunately not. I haven't managed to go to any of them, and to be honest, I probably don't think I will, given that the streaming's going pretty well. I don't think I'd be able to stream from an F1 track, so I'd have to figure out some way to sort of broadcast. But yeah, maybe there'll be some sort of way where if I go to a racetrack that has good enough internet, I might be able to watch a race. But who knows? Cadillac livery is GOAT level. I mean, it's definitely something new, something refreshing. I'm personally not the biggest fan of it. However, I can see why people like it. It's very, very understandable why you would like that livery. It's a pretty fantastic one, to be honest. Okay, Piastri, top of the times. Also, folks, I'm just going to give the data a quick refresh. Maybe it'll catch up to the times because it's got a little bit of a delay on it right now. So let's go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and there we go. Okay, still a little bit glitched out, but better than nothing. 22 cars will be hard to adjust in qualifying. Yes, definitely at circuits like Singapore, circuits like Monaco, Canada as well will be a bit difficult. Circuits that are really short in length, they're going to have much more, you're going to get much bigger traffic jams, and that's going to cause issues, isn't it? So who knows? I don't know why they're tiny on this map, because they only go tiny when they're in the pit lane, but for some reason it says that they're in the pit lane. Oh, it's because there's I know what it is, because you can see here it's the red car. So Hamilton is on the left side on the data. It says that he's in the pits, but on the GPS he's actually out on the track. So there's a bit of a mismatch. So what's happening on the map is what's actually going on, but this data here is a few minutes behind, and that's why it's showing the drivers in the pits as big and the drivers that are on the circuit as small. So yeah, I will have to figure something out about that one. Has anyone seen the pictures of Audi from the track? Those side pods look terrible. Yeah, I mean it's an interesting interesting design, to say the least, for the Audi side pods. But if they work, then it could stand out as something special. So who knows, really. They are very, very different, though, compared to what everyone else has been doing. And you sort of get the idea that maybe they missed something. We're just not going to know, really. Like, maybe Audi's wind tunnel data looked really good for them, and now they're not looking so good. So we shall see. We shall see. Isn't this the test where they don't show the media, or am I tripping? No, they are supposed to show the media, but the media is only showing it for the final hour of testing today. For the rest of the day, we've just got the data to go off, and the data is clearly glitching out a little bit. So, but as you can still see, the drivers are going around the circuit, and they're doing their thing, and we'll get some updates coming through as time goes on as well. Yeah. But what else really is there to look at? Oh, you can see there, Max Verstappen, top of the times. Oh, there we go. The data's updated. Very nice. It's just jumped down 10 minutes, but it's now in sync with the real lifetime, which is good to see. And there you go. Max Verstappen up into second position, and everything has synced up as expected. Fantastic. And Hamilton's out on track, so is Esteban Ocon. You can see Lindblad, though, still completed the most laps out of anyone. 22 laps completed under the belt for him. Lewis Hamilton, I think he might be pulling into the pit lane after that lap. A 1:39 on the most recent lap. And, into the pits goes the Ferrari driver. And then we've got Esteban Ocon, who comes across the line and stays in 5th position. Previous lap is about 2/10 slower than his best lap. But yeah, we are still, 8 seconds off last year's pole time. Still a long, long way to go to match last year's pole. Will this test mostly be used for knowledge on the power unit like Barcelona, or will they push more and try to find the limits of the car? They will try to push the limits of the car a little bit more in this test. But so I would say Barcelona was definitely power unit based. It was very sort of power unit focused, try to figure out how this works and make sure everything works as expected. Then the first test here in Bahrain, what the teams will probably do is try to get as much aero data as possible, and then also power unit data for hotter temperatures, because the ambient temperature in Barcelona was 9 degrees Celsius. Here in Bahrain, it's 27 degrees Celsius, so a whole lot hotter. So now they need to see, do their cooling systems work in Bahrain as well? Do they work equally well? Do they work better than expected? So they'll be getting aero information as well, and then tyre information. That's the key thing. Because the temperatures were so low in Barcelona, there wasn't much relevant tyre information to gain about how you warm them up, how you use them. But now the temperatures are reasonably similar in Bahrain to what we'll be seeing for the majority of the season. The drivers now, they'll be trying to do their best to understand how these new tyres in 2026 behave, how they develop, and are there any tricks you can use? Is driving on the curbs going to give you a lot more grip this year because of the suspension and because of the tyres? Or do you have to push really hard at the start of your stint to warm them up properly? So that's what this test is mainly going to be about, aero and tyres. And then I think the final test is pushing the cars to the limit and, running the engine at high RPM for quite a while, see how the cooling system copes with it. So that's what the final test will mainly be about. But yeah, I think that's mainly how it's going to be. What's Russell's compound? Unfortunately, we don't know. And I also haven't got a broadcast to go out and check what compound he is on. But also Russell is in the pit lane, so he's sat in the pits right now. We'll see what compound he comes out on a little bit later on. The Red Bull Audi have the opposite of a zero pod. Yeah, they have a max pod. All of the side pod that they can get their hands on. Also, it says Lewis Hamilton has stopped. He has not stopped. He is continuing on around the circuit. Look, he's just gone a little bit slowly to let Verstappen by. Okay. Do you think most of the teams aren't going to run numbers on the rear of the car this year? I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but the teams will be trying to get information about the front of the car, about the rear of the car, because one of the most important things for the drivers is the balance of the car. Is it too front-ended? Is it too rear-ended? So for them to, for the teams to properly set up the car for the balance that they want, the balance that the drivers want, they have to understand the aero data at the rear of the car. They have to understand the aero data at the front. They have to understand it around the side pod. So they will be doing tests in all sort of regards, to be honest. Yeah. Okay. I can't watch it in the F1 TV app. Well, you've got the YouTube channel here to watch it on instead. So hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. We are currently 1 hour and 10 minutes through the first day of pre-season testing. I think the numbers were by the driver number on the top of the shark fin. Oh, maybe they will. Maybe they will actually have the driver number then. Yeah, apologies for that. I think they will add those back in. The thing is, now for pre-season testing, because they use the same car for both of the drivers, it's just a bit of a hassle to take the sticker off, put the other sticker on, without damaging the paint and anything like that. So I think maybe for that reason they haven't got the stickers on the back of the car. Yeah. I'm not sure though, to be honest. The map is not representative of the DRS zones. Yes, there is in fact a little bit of a addition that needs to be added on to this map. So we have got our 3 DRS zones that are now going to be called sort of top speed zones, or speed zones, whatever you want to sort of call them. I'll figure out a proper name for them as we get close to the start of the season. But so previously where there was DRS zones, now we've got speed zones, and rather than just the rear wing becoming a DRS flap, we also have the rear wing becoming a DRS flap and the front wing becoming a DRS flap. And the teams can do this whenever. They don't need to be within 1 second of the car ahead. They can do this when they're in traffic. They can do this when they're in clean air. And they'll be doing that down this DRS zone, down the one between turn 3 and 4. Same thing between turn 10 and 11. And this year there is another addition of another speed zone that is between turns number 13 and turn number 14. So here there is another sort of zone where the drivers can drop the rear wing and get some extra top speed as they go down the straights. So yeah, 4 different zones here in Bahrain. Each weekend there'll be slightly different versions for it, for all of the different racetracks. So I'll do my best to keep on top of that and keep you posted about which ones are the most relevant ones and things like that. But yeah. So things are changing as we've got the new regulations, of course. Our team's running one car like Barcelona. If so, why? And will they make a new power units come the start of the season for the drivers, or will they use power units that they use for testing? They will have new power units for sure in for the start of the season. They will not be using the testing power units. The testing power units, probably, they'll be used, of course, in testing right now. And then what will happen, they'll get sent back to the factory, they'll get disassembled, and every little screw, nut, bolt, everything will get analysed down to a T. And they'll try and figure out, is there a little bit more performance we can squeeze out of this? Is there a little bit more reliability we can also squeeze out of this? And then they'll redesign, or not redesign, they'll make minor tweaks to every little component that they can find improvements in, and then they'll make a new power unit revision for the season. And they will take the old power unit from testing to the first race of the season. So, for example, let's say, they do make all of these little different improvements, but one of them goes wrong and you get a lot of bad reliability in the car. Then the teams can revert back to the testing power unit if they so choose. But their hope is, of course, that they'll have the improved power unit and it will work properly for the first race of the season. So that's essentially what's going to happen. And yeah. Any reason why Borsled and Hulkenberg are green? Because I couldn't find a better colour for them, to be honest. That's the main reason. So I was trying to figure out an orangey colour, but it's too close to being a McLaren orange and a Ferrari red to pick a different orange colour, essentially. So I've just decided that they're going to stick with green for now. Maybe I'll pick a different colour later on. What's the update regarding the Mercedes engine conflict? The FAA are going to give an update at some point, but they have said that they will give an update and a clarification regarding the rules. But we'll see. They are yet to clarify whether that is going to be... whether whatever clarification they give will apply before the Australian Grand Prix, whether it will apply at the end of the season. It's all a little bit up in the air right now. Audi is silver. I mean, yeah, if I make them silver, then it's a little bit too close to being like the Haas. Like the grey that the Haas have got, or the white that the Racing Bull have got. So it's a bit difficult now to come up with 11 different colours that don't overlap. Racing Bull's going purple. Yeah, Lindblad is pushing quite hard, actually. He's, of course, very very interested in hitting the ground running, to be honest. He is, a lot of people, myself included, do think he's a little bit underprepared for Formula One, but the same could be said for Kimi Antonelli as well. He didn't have the most outstanding Formula 2 season, but still managed to do quite well in Formula 1. In fact, get a few podiums as well. So I think Lindblad will be trying to do the same, trying to hit the ground running as well as he can in the Racing Bulls team, and prove himself as a capable Formula One driver, and not just some bad rookie that's got not much racecraft. Guess we'll see though. Arvin Lindblad does go top of the times, and it's a 1:37.9 from him. That is ever so slightly quicker, than Piastri's time, 19 milliseconds in fact. Okay. Racing Bulls World Drivers' Championship. Yeah, I mean, Racing Bulls have got some overheating issues, I think, with their car. That's the main one. The map has frozen a little bit. There we go, we're back. The Racing Bulls have got some issues with overheating. That is their main sort of thing by the looks of it. In Barcelona, reportedly, they were having overheating issues, and that was very, very cold there. Here in Bahrain, it's a lot hotter, and still, we'll see how they cope, really. Maybe they've made some adjustments, maybe they've upgraded their radiators to work more efficiently, more better. We'll have to see. Do you know if all the cars are using 2026 sustainable fuel in this test? Are the mitigations to use last year's fuel, like the Barcelona shakedown test, is over? So, with how testing works, these cars right now do not have to follow any of the Formula One regulations in pre-season testing, right? They could, Ferrari, if they wanted to, they could bring the SF90, the Ferrari sort of supercar, or the Ferrari LaFerrari. They could bring that to the racetrack and drive around if they wanted to. That is allowed by the F1 rules for pre-season testing, because you don't have to follow any of the F1 rules in a test. However, once you get to the first test session, first practice session in Australia, you do have to follow all the regulations. So, essentially, the teams will most likely be using sustainable fuel now, because they want to test their engines on this sustainable fuel to see if it's going to work properly for the rest of the season. But by the letter of law, they're not obligated to use sustainable fuels right now. They could just be using normal fuel. Also, this is another thing, folks. I don't know how many of you guys know, but they only have to follow. They do have to follow the crash regulations. That is one thing. That is correct. Thanks for that clarification. The other thing is, Kimi Antonelli actually crashed a Mercedes car, not a Mercedes F1 car or anything, but because he's a Mercedes driver, he got gifted like a Mercedes GT car or something. It's got like 700 horsepower, I think, and he was driving around the roads in San Marino. To be honest, I don't even know where San Marino is. I'm sure it's one of these like small little countries or something. And Kimi Antonelli actually crashed. So it was quite the big crash, actually. He's walked away with no injuries or anything like that. But I mean, you give a 19-year-old 700 horsepower, and even if he is a Formula One driver, quite likely that he's going to crash it. So that was a bit surprising, really, to see from Kimi Antonelli. It looked like he lost control and then crashed into a barrier. But of course, in real life, the barriers are so much closer. You've got no runoff area whatsoever. San Marino is close to Imola. Okay. Oh, Imola used to be called the San Marino Grand Prix. That is correct, actually, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, the rules are basically, I think in Italy, if you're a 19-year-old, you can't get a car that's got more than like 200 horsepower or something. So Kimi Antonelli, instead of getting an Italian driving license, he went to San Marino and got a San Marino driving license, which doesn't have the same rules as the Italian one. And then he's allowed to drive a 700 horsepower car around. And, and then he went and crashed it. So, Kimi is prepping for this season, maybe. Either way, it's not ideal, but he managed to walk away with no injuries, so I guess it's all right. And then he'll probably have in his contract, the next time he renews his contract with the Mercedes team, it'll be like, you're not allowed to drive any road car that's got more than 300 horsepower. Yeah, that's probably what it's going to be. Okay, slow laps at the moment. Yeah, the drivers are most likely doing fixed speed aero runs. So what a fixed speed aero run is it's basically like cruise control on your car, folks, actually. So, when you're driving down the highway and you set your cruise control to, 80 kilometers per hour, whatever the speed limit is, that's essentially what the Formula One cars are doing as well. They're going down the main straight. They set the cruise control to 100 kilometers per hour or 200 kilometers per hour, and then they've got all of these sensors on they've got all of these aero rakes on the cars that are detecting what the air is doing. Is it going up? Is it going down? How quickly is it moving? And from that, the engineers can work out what the aerodynamics is doing, how much downforce is being generated, and things like that. So yeah, all the drivers they're cruising around on cruise control basically as they go down the straights. And actually, it's quite nice here in Bahrain, because what you can see is you've got 3 different straights all going in different directions. So you've got the wind here coming from the south, going up to the north at about 10 kilometers per hour. So the teams can do a run down the main straight. They can do the same run then up between turn 3 and 4, and then they can do the same run between turn 13 and 14. And then what they can do is work out what effect the wind is having. So if the wind is coming across them, if the wind is coming directly head on, if the wind is coming from behind them, how does that affect downforce levels? So yeah, it's quite interesting actually. All right. Short yellow flag was shown, was it? I guess that it doesn't seem to have any sort of issues right now, so should be okay. Arvid's going all out. Yeah, I mean, he's done 27 laps, most out of anyone. His neck's definitely going to be getting pretty sore, actually. So I'm sure the drivers, especially the rookies, well, I guess Arvin Lindblad is the only real rookie, I would say, this year. So he will be, his neck will be getting used to this. What's the 3x3 grid on the map? Oh, this is the top sectors. So in Sector 1, Arvin Lindblad is the fastest. Then you've got Max Verstappen, who's second fastest, Carlos Sainz, who's third fastest. Then you've got Sector number 2 here, and then you've got Sector number 3 there. Yeah. So it gives you a bit of an insight into where the cars are going quicker. It's much more relevant during qualifying and things like that. But for now, you can see in the middle sector, Oscar Piastri is the quickest, and the middle sector is where you need most of the downforce. So it gives you, maybe Piastri is running a bit more of a high downforce setup, but it doesn't really matter as of right now, given that it is pre-season testing. Any thoughts on the Indian government bringing back F1? I mean, it'll be great to see Formula 1 back in India. I would love if Seb Vettel could continue on his streak of winning every single time in an Indian Grand Prix circuit. But I don't think that's going to happen unless he joins the Audi team and Audi win the championship next year and Seb Vettel wins the race. But yeah, I guess we'll see if that happens. There are so many different countries that are always sort of in rumours or in talks of getting a new circuit, getting a new Grand Prix held. But quite a lot of those rumours just fall flat quite quickly. Okay, Russell and data glitching, match made in heaven. Yeah. Indeed, it is Russell. I don't know why. I think all of every single time Russell's been driving around today, we haven't got a single piece of information about what tyre he's using. Apparently, Zach Brown is impressed by the Red Bull engine, so maybe Red Bull has something Mercedes don't. I mean, maybe, but again, we can look back at the quotes that were sent out during 2022 preseason. You can yourself can go and look back about everything that was said about the Ferrari team and everything that was said about Aston Martin and whatever, and you'll realise that most of the stuff that gets said around preseason testing is all just total waffle, to be honest, and it's not the most accurate thing in the world. So yeah, believe what you want to believe. We'll see what happens in Q3 Australia. Who is Lin? Arvin Lindblad is a new driver that's come up from Formula 2 this year. That his sort of abbreviation is LIN, but his full name is Arvin Lindblad, and he's driving for the Racing Bulls team. He didn't win Formula 2 last year, but he was part of the Red Bull sort of driver academy, and after they kicked out Yuki Tsunoda, they replaced Lindblad they put Lindblad into the Racing Bulls team, and they put Isaac Hadjar up into the into the Red Bull team. Is this the World Champion Hotline? Yeah. I mean, it's not the World Championship Hotline, to be honest. This is the F1 Gamer podcast, to be fair. When is the final hour broadcast starting? It is starting in 6 hours and 36 minutes. So buckle your seatbelts, or just set an alarm, and then what you've got to do is get Proton VPN using the link in the description. And then connect to a UK VPN server. And once you've done that, you can go onto YouTube and watch the broadcast. Sky Sports are putting it up for free on YouTube, actually. Quite nice of them. Yeah. Is it only 1 hour per day? Yes. So for today, tomorrow, and Friday, it's only going to be 1 hour. However, next week, when we're having preseason testing here in Bahrain on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, it will be the full day. The full day. So brand new cars are being built for both the drivers, I'm assuming, because the teams did around 500 laps on the test cars. Why just one car per team? It's just to... I think one car per team it's fine. I don't know why. I think traditionally it's always been that way in F1 testing. So in terms of sort of budgetary reasons, some of the smaller teams... they may not have the budget to... they probably have the budget to, of course, build the second car because they're going to need it for the actual racing season. But it's just a bit of a faff to have duplicate parts for everything, especially things that aren't going to break. So it just makes it easier for the teams to develop their car as late as possible into the pre-season and sort of the winter break before starting manufacturing everything to get ready for testing. So... that's basically what Williams did. They tried to push everything so late that they didn't have enough time to manufacture the car. They didn't have enough time to do the crash tests. And because of that, they couldn't make it to Barcelona. So that was the issue, really, at the Williams team. And that's why all of the teams just have one car, because then they can keep designing till, let's say 3 weeks before the first test, and then they'll manufacture everything in 3 weeks. But if they had to manufacture 2 cars, then they'd have to start, really early on. And, it would just take longer. So, yeah. All right. Is this not broadcasted because none of the websites are working? Yeah, this isn't broadcasted, actually. So it's just the footage. Just the lap times and stuff, and the track map that you can see for now, and then you'll get the actual broadcast a little bit later on in the day. Who's Hamilton's race engineer? I don't actually know, but he has got a different race engineer. It's not Adami. I know that for a fact. Yeah. All right. F1 Gamer, in your opinion, isn't having 2 weeks of testing at one track just increases the chances of actual racing being horrible by the time we get to the actual race weekend? Yes, there's definitely a part of that. I think that it would make sense to do the preseason testing at the same race, at the same circuit, but have that race circuit a little bit later on in the calendar. Because let's say we test at the Circuit of the Americas, for example, right? The Circuit of America is very late on in the calendar, and by that point, everyone will have upgraded their car, they will have brought new parts, and the cars will be slightly different. So the data that they have from preseason testing will not be valid when they go in towards COTA. Whereas, because we've got preseason testing here in Bahrain, and I think Bahrain is the 4th race on the calendar, the cars aren't going to change too much between now and the race in Bahrain. and that means all of the data that they've got about 6 days of test data here in Bahrain, and then they'll have practice as well. And that's just a whole lot of data, which is going to make the Bahrain race a little bit boring. But if Bahrain was later on in the season, you'd have those upgraded parts, the cars would be slightly different, and the teams would have to still get new data, and things will be a little bit different. So yeah, I think it might compromise the Bahrain race circuit a little bit, but Bahrain in of itself is always a pretty good track to race at. There's these fantastic straights, so many battles that we've seen through turns 1, 2, 3, 4, even 5, 6. We've had good battles through turns number 9 and 10. So it's a pretty good circuit, so it doesn't hinder it too much. Yeah. Okay, how are you getting this data? How are you getting this data? I've got F1 TV Pro using the link in the description, and then there's this thing called Multiviewer which you can use to get all of this data. So yeah. Where can I watch it live? Unfortunately, folks, I would love to tell you how to watch it, but nobody is broadcasting this around the world right now. If you do want to watch it, what you can do is get Proton VPN using the link in the description, connect to a UK server, and then in 6 hours and 30 minutes, if you go onto YouTube, there'll be a Sky Sports broadcast of the testing. I was about to ask just to test in Barcelona, and then it clicked to me. Yeah, and also not Barcelona, in Australia. And Australia is a street circuit, so yeah, you don't want to shut down Melbourne for 3 weeks or 2 weeks for pre-season testing. I'm sure the Melbourne government will not be happy with that one. Okay. Are the green dashes active aero zones? They are, however, it's not been fully updated, so there's an extra active aero zone between turn number 13 and turn number 14. So there's one just about down this straight here as well. Also, I think this active aero zone starts much earlier on, around about turn number 15, so there's a few more tweaks and updates to have, but the FIA is slowly sort of releasing all of this information, so the maps will get updated accordingly. Yeah. Melbourne has enough road closures without adding F1 to that. Please, for the love of God, let me drive in peace. Yeah, no, I'm sure quite a lot of cities all around the world have major road closures most of the time, and then you don't want to add F1 to that. Like, imagine if you had pre-season testing at Singapore, you'd shut down Singapore basically for 2 weeks straight. Not exactly the smartest idea. All right. Why are they not broadcasting it right now? I don't know. Ask F1 TV. Oh, we got a yellow flag. Hamilton, yellow flag, turn 1. Double yellows are now being waved at turn number 1. Hamilton's got going again, so I cannot tell you for certain what that was, but most likely it was a spin. Hamilton probably locked his brakes going into turn 1 and then maybe onto the throttle a little bit early and spinning, but again, I cannot tell you for certain, but most likely that's probably what it was. It is so over. Yeah. Oh, I have got the Ferrari meme. It might be time to bring it back, folks. Oh wait, no. Firstly, it's far too big, and secondly, it's not the right meme. It is. We are so back. There we go. The Kardashian curse has got to Hamilton. Yeah, I don't really know what the Kardashian curse really is, but I've heard that it's a thing apparently. Yeah. Alrighty. Yeah. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to subscribe. Be sure to hit the like button. Very much is appreciated. Goes a long way to helping out the channel. Yeah, hopefully I can continue providing you guys good F1 coverage for the rest of this season. It's been a great season in 2025. We nearly went up 100,000 subscribers. Yeah, from like 120k to now 226. So it's been a pretty mental season last year, and hopefully it continues on this year. Explain the Kardashians curse. I don't know what it is, so I don't think I can explain it really. Yeah. Also, the other problem with holding preseason testing in Bahrain, in Australia, or even in Bahrain for that matter, it's quite far away from all of the from all of where all of the Formula One teams are based. You know, they're mostly based in the UK. So I think actually preseason testing in Silverstone, I was going to suggest it was going to be a good idea to do it in Silverstone, but then I remembered that it rains all of the time in the UK. In fact, for anyone that hasn't been keeping up to date with the UK weather, which I'm sure is most of you, here in 2026, it has rained every single day in the UK. At some point, somewhere in the country, it has rained every day. So testing in Silverstone, probably not the best idea because it's probably raining there right now. That's why they're testing in Bahrain, given that it's going to be dry. You do run the risk, I think in Barcelona one year we had snow, in fact. I cannot remember for the life of me which year it was, but there was definitely snow one year in testing in Barcelona. So there was that. So it makes sense, I guess. Bahrain is sort of a middle house. It's not too far away. But it is also going to be guaranteed dry. What are those small little sticks behind the sector times? Sector times, these little sticks, they're essentially just telling you how quick the driver is going on each little mini sector. So you've got sector 1 here, starting at the finish line, ending here. Actually, you can see here, right? Ending at turn number 5 here. You can start at the finish line, ends here. But this sector 1 itself gets split into even smaller sectors. So it gets split here, then here, then here, then here. And then these are all of these little mini bars representing that. So you can see Lindblad, as he goes down the main straight, these are filling up. And that's sort of indicating that these are all yellow, so he's clearly not pushing on this lap, and you can tell by the fact that he is going 4 seconds slower than his personal best. Yeah, Australia would be a similar mess weather-wise, but Bahrain and any equatorial countries are safer bet. It does make sense. Oh, is it 2018? Okay, 2018. It snowed in testing in Barcelona as well. So, yeah. Is the stream live on Sky Sports? It will be live on Sky Sports in 6 hours and 24 minutes. Yeah. What's the top speed? What's the quickest top speed that we've seen? Well, you can see there, 5th position, 7th position there. 300 kilometers per hour. So nobody's pushing all that hard as of right now. Because we would definitely see top speeds much, much higher than that during the actual Bahrain race itself. Oh, another yellow flag. What's that? Between turns number 7 and 8, there is a yellow flag now also going up towards turn number 6. I think that might be gravel on the road. So I suspect what happened, Verstappen went wide at turn 6 and then brought a little bit of gravel onto the tracks. That's why they brought out a yellow flag. But we'll see. Okay. Why they're not all running? Because they are changing some things, I suppose, in the garage. Yeah, that's mainly what they're doing there. Yeah, we got double yellows actually between turn 7 and 8. So maybe they'll clear that gravel up. Maybe they'll bring out the virtual safety car or something. Kind of surprised people watching this aren't included in the whole broadcasting thing. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, a lot of people sort of just see either something pop up on YouTube and then click on it rather than being totally up to date with Formula One. Even myself, really, like during the off season, I whatsoever did not pay attention to the Formula One news because, to be honest, the journalists that are writing about Formula One in the winter are pretty much very bored and they haven't got much relevant to write about. So I just sort of ignore Formula One news for the entire off season and then start reading it, a week or two before the actual test starts. So, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that people sort of just switch off from Formula One for a few months and then get back at it later. Yeah, folks, we got a red flag on the circuit. It seems like there's just some gravel on the track brought onto the circuit by Max Verstappen between turns number 7 and 8. So everyone comes back into the pits. They send some marshals out to clear up the gravel and we'll be getting underway for some more running. Yeah. Winter slop. Yeah, winter slop's probably the right way to call it. F1 Gamer, just curious, what is the fastest lap on this track for comparison? I don't know, it's super accurate. I think the fastest lap is probably the 2025 pole time, a 129.8. Maybe the... Sorry, did I say 2025 or did I say 2021? But yeah, I think this pole time here might be the fastest lap. Potentially the 2021 lap that either Verstappen or Hamilton got pole for, that could be slightly quicker, but it's around about the 1 minute 29 mark. Yeah. Oh, actually, yeah, folks, never mind. It was not gravel. Correction. Franco Colapinto has stopped in Sector 2. He's stopped between turns number 7 and 8. You can see that by this little red thing here. That means he's stopped at the side of the circuit. So that is potentially a crash. That is also potentially a power unit issue. I guess we'll have to see. I'll have to go on F1 Twitter and work that one out. But Colapinto's crash at turn 7 or 8, so apologies for that mistake there. It's either a crash or he's stopped on the side of the circuit. I guess we shall see. All right. Max did a 28.9 in 2021. Okay, so the quickest lap is then the 2021 lap time of a 128.9. Thanks for the info there. Camo bold spots. All right, talk about Aston Martin. I mean, Aston Martin have got an interesting car with Adrian Newey. Of course, it's very sort of aggressive, if you want to put it that way. But it's interesting, really. Adrian Newey is now the team principal of Aston Martin. And I don't exactly understand why he has been done, why he's in that position, because there are different sort of leadership skills that are required to be a team principal, and there's different skills that are required to be, the best F1 engineer or the best F1 designer. And going by Adrian Newey's track record, he has got a fantastic track record of designing great Formula 1 cars. However, when it comes to the track record of managing a team, of being a team principal, I don't know how much experience he's got. He's of course been in the inner workings of the Red Bull team for a long time, so he understands how the team works. But is he then the right person to be in that leadership role? I don't think so. I think there are other people that will have maybe a bit more experience being a team principal that could take over that role. Let Adrian Newey focus on designing the car itself. So, yeah, that's my sort of opinion of it. I think that Adrian Newey could have just been left to design the car and someone else could have been team principal. But I guess if it works out well for the Aston Martin team and things go well and they run smoothly without too many issues, then who knows? Okay. Colapinto didn't crash, his engine just died. Alright, thanks for the information there, Hera Foxy. So yeah, the Alpine power unit clearly having some sort of issues. It took them about half an hour to 45 minutes to actually get out onto the circuit at the start of the day, and since then they've had power unit issues and stopped at the side of the circuit. So there we go, folks. Power unit failure for the Alpine team. Not a good start to the test day, and that is going to severely hamper their running time. It's going to take a while for them to bring that car back to the pits, and then the track has been declared clear, so they'll be coming out onto the circuit soon enough. Yeah. Yeah, the track has been declared clear. They'll give a green light at the end of the pit lane soon enough, and then the cars can go back out onto the track. Who is their power unit by? It's by the Mercedes power unit. It is not the Alpine power unit. Alpine have switched to Mercedes this year. So if it is a Alpine power unit issue, well, it's not an Alpine power unit issue, it's a Mercedes power unit issue. So, yeah, who knows? Maybe this compression ratio trick that they're using isn't working so well. Maybe it requires extra cooling. There are so many different things that could be the case. We just won't know. And also, folks, cars are coming out onto the track in 28 seconds time. So not long now till we get a green light at the end of the pit lane and we'll get drivers making their way back out again.
so it could be a power unit issue, but it could also be the integration of the power unit into the rest of the thing. Because the thing is, the power unit is going to need cooling. It's going to need cooling loops going through the thing. It's going to need hydraulics probably as well, or it's going to have pneumatic valves and things like that. So there could be different areas that have actually caused the problem. It could be that there's a leak in the coolant somewhere, and that isn't the power unit's fault. That's Alpine not designing their radiators properly, or the tube vibrating out of place as the car goes down the straight or something. So there are loads of different possibilities of what it could be, and we're not going to know. Alpine will not tell us whose fault it was or what caused the issue. They will just say, "Oh, we're working on it, and we'll be better for next weekend." So, yeah. Could you adjust the screen for the third sector? The third sector is perfectly lined up. There, I can't go. Adding an extra pixel is not going to do anything really. All of the mini sectors are shown correctly on the screen. It's just very, very tight. F1 Gamer, is this live broadcasted? I have pro subs but can't see any live broadcasts. It will get broadcasted in 6 hours, and it will get broadcasted in 6 hours and 15 minutes. Yeah. All right. Alrighty then. Yeah. What is this? He has seen Hamilton a 127, but as we know, he's not a fan of Hamilton, and is this why he's not saying he's a Max fanboy? Interesting. Oh, okay. Alright, the quickest lap. Alright, that makes sense. Okay, so the quickest lap was a 120 by Hamilton, so clearly mistaken again. I thought it was the 2021 lap that was quicker, but the 2020 lap was quicker by Hamilton then. So a 127 is the quickest lap that's ever been recorded around Bahrain, set by Lewis Hamilton in the monster of the Mercedes that they had in 2020. Did you see the guy trying to make a life-size F1 car? No, I haven't actually. I have not seen life-size F1 car. So, let me know. Is this some guy on Instagram that's doing it? Will Bottas serve a penalty in Australia? He will, actually. He will be serving a penalty in Australia for the penalty that he got. It must have been 2023. 2024. So, it's interesting there for Valtteri Bottas that he has to serve that penalty, but it is what it is at the end of the day, and it's not gonna hinder him too much, I'm sure. Can you tell us what a 16:1 compression ratio means, and how does Mercedes find a loophole? Okay, so what a compression ratio is, I hope most of you know sort of how an engine works, but I'll quickly sort of explain it. In the engine, you have a cylinder, which is sort of this like rectangular tube, right? You can imagine the edges of my phone being a cylinder, and then you have got a piston that goes up and down this cylinder, and at the top, and there's explosions that happen in the cylinder, and that's what spins the engine around, right? So, in terms of what a compression ratio means is the piston will have its bottommost position, and then it will also have its topmost position, and the amount of volume that is left from the bottommost position to the topmost, so the difference, if you divide those two numbers, you get your compression ratio. So right now it is 16:1. So when the cylinder is right at the bottom, you have 16 times more volume available in the cylinder compared to when the piston is right at the top. And essentially, if you can squeeze this piston to leave even small, a smaller gap right at the top of the if you can bring the piston up right to the top of the cylinder and leave less of a gap, so increase your compression ratio from 16 to maybe 18 to maybe 20, what that will do is it will allow you to extract more horsepower from the fuel. So essentially you can drive quicker. And what Mercedes have done is their piston most likely is going to expand when it gets hot, and it's going to expand in this vertical direction, so it squeezes the air a little bit more, and it allows the team to get more horsepower out of the same fuel. Yeah, that's probably my best explanation of it. It would be very nice if I had some sort of graphic to explain it that way. But that is essentially what that's essentially what a compression ratio is. And what Mercedes are doing is having their piston and their connecting rod expand a little bit due to the heat, which of course all metals do, but Mercedes have figured out a way to get it to expand even more. And and it's going to increase their compression ratio and give them more horsepower. And yes, the explosions that happen inside an engine, they're all controlled explosions. It's thousands and thousands of controlled explosions happening over the course of a Formula One car's engine, and they're outputting horsepower at the end of the day. Living up to his name, out for a stroll. Yeah, I don't know. Stroll's doing some relatively slow lap times there, but the lap times don't really matter. It's really this number that matters here on the left. The number of laps completed. You can see Lindblad's done the most, 37. Verstappen's done 22. Colapinto's only done 17, and then he's had his engine issues and stopped so far. We'll see if they're able to repair the car in time. Then you got Stroll, who's done 16. So still some more laps need to be completed, to be honest. Everyone gave him a high, catching up from stream after 3 months. Winter breaks feel so long, lol. Yeah, it's been quite the while, hasn't it? But it's good to be back. Good to be back. What is sandbagging? Sandbagging is basically just driving slowly on purpose to hide how much pace that you've really got. I've just broken my. I've just broken my webcam. Brilliant job. Brilliant from me. I'm pretty sure you can still hear me, but yeah, I've broken my webcam, so give me a sec to fix that one. Deactivate, reactivate. Oh, there we go. Okay. How many more minutes till the next driver goes out onto the circuit? So it's up to the teams, basically. So the first half of the day is 2 hours. 2 hours remain of the first half of the day. Then there's a 1 hour lunch break. And if the teams wish to, they can switch the drivers during the lunch break. So they can say, "Oh, Verstappen, can you drive? You're going to drive in the morning. Isaac Hadjar, you're going to drive in the afternoon." But the teams don't have to do that. So what Red Bull are doing for today is Verstappen's driving all of today, Isaac Hadjar is driving all of tomorrow, and then on Friday they're going to do half days, where Verstappen drives for the first half and Isaac Hadjar for the second half. So we'll see what the teams decide to do, and if they switch the drivers halfway today or if they do that on Friday. But essentially, it's easier for the mechanics to not have to switch the drivers in the afternoon session, because then they can go have a lunch for a full hour, rather than having to change out the seat, change out the pedals, and then also move the steering wheel position and things like that. So how many hours will you be streaming for today? Well, I've been streaming for 2 hours and 22 minutes so far, and I will probably be streaming for, I think it's 9.5 hours in total. Yeah, 9.5 hours in total. So, I mean, I'm probably going to go take some breaks and get some tea for my throat, because it's starting to hurt a little bit. But I'm sure it'll get a little bit better. And honey is a magic cure, really, for your throat hurting. So, as I've figured out from all of this commentating, so I'll go do that in a bit. I never thought I'd say this, but the Haas livery looks like the best this year. No, Haas have done a brilliant job with their livery, and it does look fantastic. Even though it's sort of a little bit basic with just white, they've managed to make it really stand out. So props to the designers that have done that one. Oh, Carlos Sainz, purple in the first sector, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like Williams' domination is here once again. We'll see what he can do in the middle sector. He's making his way through turns number 8 and 9 currently. Hi, just to let you know, George has got the fastest lap around Bahrain, 55 seconds in 2020. That was the Sakir circuit, so there are two different versions of the Bahrain International Racetrack where you have just this outer loop and then you cut off this middle sector and you have like 2-3 corners here and you rejoin back at turn number 13 and you skip basically the whole middle sector. So that's how George Russell had a 55-second lap time. So that's why his lap time is so much quicker than the rest of them. It's because in 2020 they held 2 races at Bahrain, one with this layout and one with a slightly different layout where they cut out the middle sector pretty much, and that's how George Russell got a 55-second lap time. But clearly the GOAT, George Russell, you know. All right, yeah, George Russell is so fast he went 30 seconds quicker. Yeah, that's why they call him Mr. Saturday, clearly. What are your opinions on the new Audi sidepods? I mean, they seem interesting to say the least. Yeah, we will see if they work or not. I mean, I'm no aerodynamicist. I'd love to know. But yeah, there's really no point trying to predict anything. Maybe there are some more experts that have some better ideas than me, but at the end of the day, the experts also quite frequently get it wrong, and they have to go into the data and figure out what's going wrong and change some things as well. So it's interesting, really. I'm not making any sort of bold statements like, oh, this means Audi's going to win or anything like that, because to be honest, it's a bit stupid to say that. So yeah, if anyone is telling you, oh, Audi's going to win this season because their side pods look really good, like, they're probably lying, or they probably just are guessing, to be honest. Where to stream? There is no broadcast, folks. No broadcast. In fact, I don't think there are any GPS issues currently going on. Actually, there are. I think Bottas is having GPS issues. So, but I will probably stick up on the screen as well that it's not being broadcast until the final hour. Thoughts on Cadillac's pace till now? Fast or P21, 22 locked in? Lol. I think. Well, there's definitely a good chance that Cadillac do actually end up P21 and 22. Yeah, I don't know really. So far, maybe they'll probably be in the midfield. Like, that's what most likely is the case. But yeah, to be honest, I can't tell you for certain. They look all right and haven't had too many reliability issues. So it's looking good for them, at least on that front. Yeah, they probably won't be P21, 22 locked in if they don't have reliability issues. I think a lot of teams will have some reliability problems and we'll get a little bit of a spike in DNFs. I think last year we had not that many DNFs due to reliability issues, but this year with the new engines and things like that, I think we will get some more... we'll get some more DNFs due to reliability. So as long as you can finish the race, you're probably not going to be in 22nd position. Verstappen purple in sector 1, Verstappen purple in sector number 2. He now makes his way towards turn number 14. And, well, let's see what he can do as he comes out of the penultimate corner through turn number 15. Foot flat to the floor. Doesn't look like he's got the best exit, but regardless, across the line he goes. 2.2 seconds clear. And into the 1 minute 35s. He is now 6 seconds off the 2025 pole time. What are your thoughts on one car per team grid? I don't think it's the best idea, really. I think already in Formula 1 we've got a limited number of spots, and yeah, if you only had 11 cars driving or 11 drivers driving, it'd make it a whole lot more boring. So yeah, having two drivers per team is pretty good. And then it also allows you to have those comparisons as well, where you can say, oh, the Aston Martin is actually quick. It's just that Stroll driving it is slow. So allows you to sort of make those comparisons, which I think is quite good for the sport. When do you think we will see the real pace? Australia Q3. Yeah. Or Australia Q1 probably, but yeah. I meant like 22 teams. I don't know. I think, well, you need to get 22 teams interested. That's the thing. Right now, there are a few more teams interested, but we've definitely not got 22. So, Who knows? Stroll's always catching a stray. Yeah, I mean, I could throw the strays out to Colapinto maybe, because he's relatively slow compared to Gasly as well. But yeah, it's always just too easy, like to go for Stroll. So maybe I should pick a different driver. Why not have 2 cars test to double the data for the teams that have 2 cars ready? Because most of the teams won't actually have 2 cars ready. They essentially, what they're going to do is, so the teams, so this is the scenario, right? Let's imagine this is week 0. We have got Bahrain preseason testing, week 0. The teams, if they have to design 2 cars, if they have to manufacture 2 cars, get 2 cars ready for preseason testing, they have to start designing that car like 2 weeks ago, not start designing that. They have to start manufacturing the car like 4 weeks ago, basically. So they've got an entire month of just manufacturing 2 cars. But if you only got to manufacture 1, you could probably just do that in 2 weeks. And it allows the teams to have more time to actually design and develop the car rather than focus on manufacturing it. They'll do the preseason test, they'll make sure that everything is working as expected, and then when it is working as expected, then they'll manufacture the second car ready for Australia. Because the thing is, they don't want to waste resources on designing a car that isn't going to work properly. So for example, they could get to preseason testing here in Bahrain and realise that the wing mirrors, for example, they're just like, they're bouncing around everywhere and they're shaking off and things like that. And for that, they're going to have to redesign like 5 different parts where the wing mirrors connect to. Rather than wasting all of that time manufacturing parts that don't work, they're only going to manufacture 1 set of parts, check if they work. If they do, then they'll manufacture the second set of parts. It also helps save money for the teams that aren't rolling around in huge amounts of cash, like the Haas F1 team. It gives them less of a disadvantage compared to the teams that will have loads of money and have the money to potentially build 3 cars if they want to. That's normally why we stick to 1 car per test. You look pretty handsome today, man. What skincare do you use? I do use no skincare whatsoever. Well, I guess I have some sort of like moisturizing cream or something, but I don't know. It's the one that my mum gave me and told me to use. So, yeah. So that's about it, really. But thanks for that comment. Okay. 135 on medium tyres. The new cars will smash the 2025 soft tyres. Maybe. I mean, it's still a little bit uncertain because these. We don't know. I think though they're probably going to be one or 2 seconds slower. I don't think it's going to be as big as everyone was expecting. I know for a fact last season people were saying that it was going to be 4 seconds slower, 5 seconds slower. They're clearly not 5 seconds slower because right now Verstappen's only 6 seconds off the pace. So yeah, probably 1 to 2 seconds back, maybe 3 at a stretch. We'll sort of see how it goes, really. But no, the cars will be quick. They're definitely very quick in a straight line, which means at Bahrain they'll be brilliantly fast. But at more tight and twisty circuits like maybe Suzuka, they might be a whole lot slower because the cars definitely don't have as much downforce as last year, but the electric motor gives so much instant torque, instant power, without needing to rev up and all of that stuff. That's why the cars are so much quicker down the straights. All right. Do you think Cadillac with their lineup will be able to make good development progress like Williams with Sainz? Indeed they will. I think Cadillac will be the most improved team of the year this year. So looking at their relative performance from wherever they start the season out to wherever they end, I think Cadillac will for sure. It's like that Macron quote. For sure, I think Cadillac will be the most improved team. Okay. All right. I'm sure most of you have seen that for sure clip. It's gone around quite a bit, hasn't it? Oscar Piastri puts himself up into second position, 1.2 seconds back from Max Verstappen. Why can't we see the tyre for George Russell? Because we have got some GPS issues today. GPS issues and tyre issues. I don't know. It's pretty typical for George Russell's transponder to be acting up. Yeah. What happened to Colapinto? Colapinto had engine issues. He stopped on the circuit between turn number 7 and 8. And, they have not managed to get his car going yet again. So they have brought him back to the pits. And they're going to probably carry out some repairs, see what's going on, and try to send him out as soon as possible. Are possibly running test tyres, or do they not exist? No, the test tyres don't exist. They have got the tyres for the 2026 season delivered to them by Pirelli, so they should be using those. Yellow flag, who's that? Lewis Hamilton. It's been cleared up very quickly. Okay. No issues there then. Why is Audi still green? Because I couldn't find a different colour to make them readable and understandable, so I'll do my best to figure something out, but I think green looks all right, and I think everyone knows green from last year as well. Yeah, it's a bit too difficult to make them. They're also close in terms of colours and things, so yeah. Anyway, to watch this via a VPN, if you get Proton VPN using the link in the description, Proton VPN, the new sponsors of the channel for this season, then you can connect to a UK VPN server, and once you've done that, you can search up the Sky Sports broadcast. However, that Sky Sports broadcast will be live in 6 hours' time, not right now. Yeah. You should make Audi blood red. I mean, that'd just be too similar to the Ferrari. It's pretty difficult to sort of make those two out. So, all right, guys. If F1 Gamer hits 1 million subs, he's going bald. I don't think so. What tyres is George on? He's probably on the mediums. I mean, I can show you what tyres Mercedes ordered from Pirelli. You can see here, Mercedes ordered a lot of 6 hard compound tyres, only 2 medium compound tyres, and then 20 soft compound tyres. So I suspect that George Russell is probably on softs, given that he's got 20 sets of them. Yeah, probably soft tyres for George Russell. Okay. All right. Hello, F1 Gamer Love from India. Hello, folks. Hope you are doing well. We've got 6,000 people tuned in. Hope you're all enjoying your day, folks. Hope you're having a nice time at work or school or wherever you are. Yeah, we've got pre-season testing on. Track temperature's now gone up to 40 degrees Celsius. So it has really started climbing up in the temperature range. It's gone up from, about 20... It's gone up from about 30 where it started, or 29 when it started out the day, and now we're up to 39. So 10 degrees increase in track temperature. And we'll see how the Pirelli tyres cope with that. Well, I myself won't, but the teams will be analysing the data. They'll be seeing what's going on there. Hamilton has not stopped on the circuit, by the way. Again, you can see his GPS is glitching out. It says that he's going slowly, but he's going all right. And he makes his way through turn number 13 now. Okay. Are you using an API to get this data? This data is, I guess you could be called an API. It's on this thing called Multiviewer, so if you have F1 TV Pro, or if you're thinking about getting it, there's a link in the description to sign up to F1 TV Pro, and once you've got that, you can sign into Multiviewer, and you can you can get all of the data like this. It's not going to look as nice as it is right now, I've sort of got it all laid out for the stream, but you can get access to this. New sub, what platform is this? Multiviewer, yeah. Lord chat thinking this is a race. School clutched with a 3-day holiday. Oh, I mean, that is incredible scenes. If school's giving you a 3-day holiday for pre-season testing, I'd love to go to your school. F1 Gamer, could you make Ferrari red and yellow instead of red and white? Unfortunately, I can't. The way that the colours work is I can only change the main colour, and then it's either the smaller colour, so the colour in the background of the text, I cannot change that. It sort of just automatically picks it to either be black or either be white. So, yeah. But I'll try to figure something out. Okay. Will those cars hit anything near the 130s in the real Grand Prix? I think 130s is pushing it a little bit. I think 131s is definitely possible. But essentially the cars, you can see here, Max Verstappen's top speed, 336 kilometers per hour. He will definitely be going quicker when it's qualifying time around here in Bahrain. I suspect it will more likely be 345 kilometers per hour, maybe even 350 kilometers per hour for Max Verstappen. So, yeah, the drivers are not pushing with any sort of regard in terms of top speed. The engines are not being stressed that hard because, again, the engine test was very much primarily focused in Barcelona. Right now, the teams are focused on getting tyre information, working out how these tyres behave in different temperature conditions, in different warm-up procedures. And they're trying to get aero information. The fact that Bahrain has got 3 different straights, all in different directions, means that the teams can understand how the aerodynamics works with respect to the wind, without the wind as well. And yeah, that's sort of what the teams are trying to do in today's test, at least. Maybe, tomorrow and the day after, they'll start stressing the engine a little bit more. But right now, it's getting a mileage under the belt, checking everything else works, and gathering tyre and aero info. Is the radio being broadcast? Unfortunately, it isn't, folks. If it had been being broadcast, I would have been showing it to you. But as you can see there, no transcriptions yet. So yeah, no radio broadcasts for today. Audi with a red and black background would be perfect. Yeah, I might be able to do that actually. I will see. But right now it's green. I'll mess with the colours a little bit later on once I get some more time on my hands. Fix the cameraman, it's shaking. Yeah, I mean, it's my whole table that's shaking, really. So, my table isn't the most stable thing in the world. In fact, you could say my table is porpoising, if you want to call it that. Williams is looking okay here, thank God. I think they'll finish the season in the middle of the pack. And the constructors' thoughts. Yeah, I mean, they missed the first 3 days of testing, which is not a good sign, but that doesn't necessarily mean that their car is slow. I think missing preseason testing is very much we did not plan out our manufacturing procedures, and we didn't plan out when would be the best time to start manufacturing everything. We didn't also plan our crash tests properly. So I think that is more so an operational failure rather than our car is going to be slow. So I still stand behind the fact that Williams will be reasonably quick this season. But I guess we'll see. Okay. Where are you watching? I'm not watching this. I'm commentating purely off the data. And to be honest, there's not really that much to commentate about. The drivers going around, doing their laps. And I'm sort of just giving a bit of a podcast in the background. But the footage will get broadcast for the final hour of testing. And I'll let you know when that's happening. And I'll let you know how to watch it as well. But the cars will go slower through the corners, correct. That is right. They have got less downforce than last year, and because they've got less downforce, they'll be going slower through the corners. But because they've also got an electric motor, they accelerate much faster, so down the straights, they're much quicker, especially with the new active aero. It allows them to accelerate rapidly. Right. You playing the F126 game? I thought they weren't going to release the F126 game. I thought they were going to bring out some DLC for the F125 game instead. If I read the news correctly, but I don't really know. And I probably won't get the F126 game, to be honest, because I'm sure the F125 game is going to be the exact same, as it always is. Yeah. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Can't wait for the season to start. Yeah, hello, Multi Ninja. Nice to see you here, buddy. Hope you're doing well. F1 Gamer, it is DLC. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay. well, yeah, maybe I'll get the DLC. I don't really know. It's I'm sure it's not going to be hugely different. Yeah. Okie dokes. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. We're getting pretty close to 2,000 likes. I have been broadcasting, in fact, for 2 hours and 45 minutes now, so very much is appreciated for everyone that has been tuned in from the start. Cadillac laps have increased, but I haven't seen them running on the track. That is correct. Bottas's GPS is broken. His transponder only reports when he drives to the end of the pit lane and then when he comes back into the pits. So that's why you haven't seen him actually go around the circuit, but Bottas has actually been going around the track. And that's why we've got the thing on the screen that says GPS issues currently. So there you go. Want to take us for a lap of Bahrain? Yeah, why not? Feels like a year already since the last race. Yeah, it has felt like a very long time indeed. I can tell you that for sure. Okay, lap of Bahrain. Sure, let's go. Okay, so lap of Bahrain, braking in towards turn number 14, very, very late on the brakes, really, for that one. Just trying to carry as much speed as you can out onto the main straight. And yeah, right now, in the 2026 cars, the cars are deploying huge amounts of battery. And then just before they get to the braking zone, they're going to slam onto the brakes. Oh, no, sorry, just before they get to the braking zone, the battery is going to go into recharge mode. And it's going to, well, charge up the battery essentially to make sure that it's ready for the next straight. Then the drivers will slam onto the brakes after the battery's been recharged a little bit. You make your way through turns number 1 and 2 very nicely, and back onto the power up the hill through turns number 4. Again, this is a you can see here that this previously it used to show the DRS zones. Those have disappeared off the screen, but now these are the speed zones. So you're going to have a top speed zone from the exit of turn number 3 up towards the end of turn number 4. Same thing between turns number 10 and 11, and same things between turns number 13 and 14. So that's when the aerodynamics will change. The wing will go from pointed up like this to flat, so the drivers can get more top speed. You make your way through turns number 5 and 6, and then at turn number 7, this is approximately where Colapinto broke down and had to stop the car on the side of the track because of a reliability issue with his power unit. Then you go down the hill for turn number 9. Here it's pretty tricky. The best way to do it is once you go into turn number 9, make the turn and then pick a straight line to do your braking in. So brake in a straight line, then start turning for the corner to avoid locking up. Smoothly onto the power for turn number 10. And yeah, again, another speed zone. So your flaps, your wings get dropped and then you can go quicker down the straights. Back up again for turn number 11. You make your way through there. It's very easy, flat in the old cars. Maybe in the new cars it's a little bit harder. We'll find out once we get the onboards and things like that. Tap the brakes for turn number 13, flick it in, and again you've got another speed zone here where you drop your front wing, drop your rear wing, more top speed down the straight, and you'll do the same thing. You'll recharge the battery just before the braking zone, and then turn in to the corner. So, yeah, that's a lap of Bahrain, folks. It's not technically DRS zones because you don't have to be within 1 second of the driver ahead of you. You can use it whenever you want, as far as I remember. Red Bull looks a lot more blue on the track. Yeah, it's pretty nice actually, the Red Bull thing. What's the meaning of that? And rising in the digit below air temp. Oh, that's the number of subscribers. So if you subscribe, that number's gonna go up and down. Well, it's gonna go up if you subscribe. So yeah. All right. What happens if your front wing gets stuck in straight line mode? Does that automatically mean you crash? No, I mean you're just going to have a whole lot less downforce going into whichever corner you're going into, and you're going to get a load of understeer, and you're probably going to miss the corner. So, yeah, there are definitely there's definitely going to be some problems, I think, with, the DRS flap or the front wing flap failing to open or shut. We've seen it in the past. I think it was the Red Bull had some issues with their DRS flap. Was it in 2024 maybe? where it would open and close, and it wouldn't stay in the position that they wanted it to. I think Racing Bulls also had that problem as well at some point. So we have seen this in the past, and we will probably see it again this year as well. And it will have teams will have problems. We may even see some crashes because of it. So it's their job essentially to make the most reliable actuators possible to ensure that you don't have too many issues with the front wing and rear wing. Oh, it was 2022 Spain. Oh, well, see, my memory is really fading. I knew it was Spain because I remember Verstappen complaining over the radio coming out over the final corner, but I cannot remember for the life of me which year it was. Damage to the wing will have a higher effect on performance than last year, right? Let's have a think. Actually, it would have less of an effect on performance, I think. As long as you can still switch between top speed mode and downforce mode, because you have less overall downforce, you're technically losing less. So let's say, you lose a front wing end plate, and for example, you lose 10% of your downforce. In the older cars, you could say, we had 1,000 points of downforce normally, and you lose 10%, so you've got so you lose 100 points of downforce. Whereas now, with these smaller cars, you've got, let's say, only 800 points of downforce, and you lose 10% of that, so you only lose 80 points rather than 100. So I guess the overall effect would be a little bit smaller, as long as you can still move your front wing up and down, and your rear wing as well. How will a front wing change happen? Oh, that's interesting, actually. They'll have to have a system where, because I think some of the teams are using hydraulics to make sure the actuators can move properly. So they're going to have some sort of quick disconnect system for the hydraulics, where you disconnect the hydraulics of the front wing, and then you reconnect them with once you put a new front wing on. So that's actually an interesting question. Actually, thanks for that. Who asked that? Maybe I can't see the. DPix9634. Yeah, so well, I guess we'll have to see what the teams do in terms of front wing changes. Maybe they've got a separate system just in the front wing itself. But for the hydraulic systems and then something else, it's we'll see. Most of the car actuators are produced by Moog. Some of the produced market to aerospace and defense customers. Fair enough, yeah. I mean, the actuators that you have on a rocket ship or a spacecraft, or the International Space Station, definitely going to need to work very reliably. So maybe they'll be using the same ones, and it'll be all right. But again, I'm sure the actuators that they've got, on a rocket or on the space station, they're pretty heavy duty things, and they're pretty heavy. Whereas the ones that they want on Formula 1 cars to be as light as possible. So, you make some compromises there. Hello, MGC. Nice to see you back, buddy. Yeah, the season has officially begun. It is good to be back. And we are 2 hours and 20 minutes through the first morning session of the test, and we'll be getting the afternoon session coming up shortly. Okay, let's increase the like goal. Let's pop that up to 3,000 likes. Thanks everyone that has hit the like button. Very much is appreciated. Do they have the same mechanisms for both sides of the front wing? Yes, they will have the same mechanisms for both sides of the front wing. That is, it makes sense to do that. Why would you have two separate mechanisms? Actually, no, I think some teams have got the same mechanism and some teams have got two separate mechanisms. Don't quote me on that, but I do think that they do. They'll use the same system. So, if they're using hydraulics, they'll use hydraulics. If they're using electric motors, they'll use electric motors. But they could have just one system for both, or they could have separate systems for each side. I guess it depends on which is lighter. Is it lighter to have one big actuator that's strong enough to move the entire front wing forwards, up and down, or does it make more sense to have two smaller actuators and have them move either side? Which one is lighter? I'm sure the teams will have checked which one is lighter, and then they will have installed that accordingly. Okay, Which engine/teams do you think have made the best start? I think the Ferrari engine's been relatively good in terms of reliability. Mercedes themselves haven't had too many reliability issues, but other teams using the Mercedes power unit have. Honda didn't hit the ground running either. They made their way to Barcelona, but then had then stopped running about like 3 laps in or something. So yeah, not ideal for them, but as of right now, Stroll's been doing all right. 22 laps completed today so far, not stopped on the side of the circuit. So, who knows? Will they switch drivers for the afternoon session? Some teams will, some teams won't. We'll find out in about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Right. Can't believe I get to see the new cars in real life in 3 weeks. Oh yeah. Because they'll be in Melbourne in 3 weeks. Not long now. F1 Gamer, do you see apparently Ferrari found a loophole in the rear of the car with the suspension winglet connected to the diffuser and upper tail? Yeah, I saw a little bit about the Ferrari rear suspension. I also saw some stuff about the Aston Martin one as well. We'll see if it's effective or not, because, normally the loopholes that you do find in the regulations, they're very, very small, and they're not going to have the biggest impact ever, like suddenly you're going to go from back of the field to top of the field because of it. But, it could help them out in their progress to be at the top. Red Bull powertrain is at the top for me, no reliability issues. Yeah, they've been pretty solid as well. So I guess we'll see. GPS issues, therefore some are not moving. Yeah, Bottas, as you can see there, Bottas's GPS is broken because he is actually going around the circuit. You can see you can see here that his mini sectors are increasing ever so slightly because he's driving quite slowly right now and he's on a slow lap, but you can see the mini sectors are increasing in sector number 2, which, so he should be somewhere here, but his GPS is broken, so he's there. All right. Is Ocon's GPS working? Yeah, you can see him driving around. So, his GPS is working. F1 Gamer, I have a question. How are they going to manage making power without an MGU-H? So essentially, I think what the teams are going to do, either it's going to be a lot of lifting and coasting to keep the battery charged up, or what they're going to do is they're going to turn on the MGU-K while still running the engine at full throttle. So what will happen is they're going full send down the straight. They turn the engine onto full throttle mode to try and accelerate, but then at the same time, rather than deploying power from the MGU-K to try and speed the car up, they're going to use the MGU-K to slow the car down. So you're using the engine to go quickly, and then you're using the MGU-K to slow it back down again. But so your speed essentially stays relatively similar, but while you're doing that, you're charging up the battery. So I think that is what the teams are going to do. If fuel isn't really an issue, if it isn't much of a limiting factor. If fuel is a limiting factor, then I think there'll be a lot of lifting and coasting that happens. But it might be a little bit odd to sort of see that the cars are accelerating full throttle, but then suddenly they recharging their battery. So they're going at 350 Ks, and then they suddenly drop to 340 because they start recharging their battery, but they're still at full throttle. Like it's a little bit strange, but we'll have to see how it plays out, really. I think George is either going to be on the softs because according to what Mercedes ordered from the Pirelli, you can see here the C1 is the hard tyre, the C2 is the mediums, the C3 is a soft. Ignore what color it says there on the image, but you can see Mercedes have ordered 6 sets of hard tyres, 2 sets of mediums, and 20 sets of softs. So George Russell's most likely out on a set of softs. John True69, thanks for the $5 donation. The new engine sounds cool for strategy, but terrible for the drivers and viewers. New rule would have benefited the V8s or the V10s using sustainable fuel. Yeah, Yeah, it does sound. It sounds cool for the strategy. I think the engineers will have a lot more different options and dials and things to play with to make the cars go quicker. But for me sitting here commentating, I'm going to have to explain, Verstappen's charging up his battery while he's going down the straight and Russell isn't, and that's why Russell just managed to breeze past him. Like, it doesn't seem to be the most exciting thing. So I guess we'll have to wait and see, though. Maybe it'll be really obvious and we get like a thing coming up on the screen here. There's flashing overtake. It flashes green if they're going quickly, flashes red if they're if they're charging up the battery or something. So there are ways I think it could be made exciting, but yeah, I agree with you. The initial concept doesn't sound great for viewers. Front axle should have been regen should have been allowed, so when the cars use push mode on the straight and then turn comes, the car might be getting a... Yeah, I mean, there are loads of different options, but who knows? I do think the new engines do sound good, though. That was one thing. It will be that the new engines, because you got rid of the MGU-H, that was muffling a lot of the noise before, and now that is no longer being muffled because we no longer have MGU-H. They do sound a lot better. So I think that's a good thing for sure. Is the battery data available? Not to my knowledge, it isn't. At least right now, it isn't. Maybe maybe they set it up in time for Australia. But as of what I know right now, no battery data is available to us. Alpine and Aston Martin seem to not be using their engine power to the maximum, and their top speed is low. Yeah, I mean, again, Aston Martin, Stroll hasn't completed that many laps. He's done 22 laps. Sainz has done 43. Sainz is really making up for some lost ground here. So good job to him. But again, Aston Martin just want as much data as possible, and if that means running the engine at a slightly lower power mode to ensure that you can get all the aerodynamic information, they did have their breakdown in Barcelona, so maybe they found a fix for it, maybe they haven't found a fix for it. So as a precaution, they're saying, let's just run the engine a little bit slower this time. We'll try and get as much aero information. Hopefully by that time, the Honda engineers have figured out what to do about the engine, so we can run it quickly next week. Yeah. Are there going to be more boost zones on the track than DRS zones? Yes, there are going to be 4 boost zones in the Bahrain circuit. All of the details haven't been released about the other tracks, but I can tell you about Bahrain. So we've got the top speed mode zone will be used from the exit of turn 15 all the way in towards turn 1. Same thing from the exit of turn 3 towards turn 4. Same thing from 10 to 11, and then again from 13 to 14. So 4 different zones there for top speed. Yeah. I will try and get the map updated if there's any sort of way that I can figure it out. I'll try and get the map updated for the new overtake zones. I will have a quick double check in the settings to see if there's anything right now that I can do to get the things, but I have a feeling it's going to take a little bit of time to get everything ready for the start of the season. Yeah, there's nothing in the settings right now to add those in. Without the MGU-H, how will they recharge the full MGU-K for low braking tracks like Monza? They'll just have to lift and coast. That's what I'm saying. During the flat out sections of the straight, they will not be going, at their top speed. At some point, they're going to back off from the top speed and start charging up the battery, just down the straights, because they've got no braking zones to recharge in. So that's essentially what I'm saying is, yeah, it'll be interesting. We'll see how they do. The Silverstone zones were leaked too. There's a zone going from Luffield to Copse. Oh, really? Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess that makes sense, doesn't it? Still a little bit risky. That's the thing. Because if you do, for example, have an overtake or a top speed mode zone between Luffield and Copse is an 8th gear flat out corner with all the downforce you can get. If your front wing or if your rear wing doesn't close, let's imagine the scenario. Your front wing opens up, so it goes from your flat mode, which is top speed mode, to the downforce mode, but your rear wing doesn't. You turn into the corner, and the rear of the car just slides out, and you go crashing into the barriers at huge speeds. I mean, that is what happened to Jack Doohan in Suzuka last year during one of the practice sessions. His DRS flap didn't close. He turned into turn one. The rear of the car spun around straight into the barriers. So it is a little bit risky having those overtake zones before high-speed corners, because there's a chance that your flap doesn't close or doesn't open up, and yeah, you lose. You have no grip and you crash. So I don't know. They're gonna have to. They're gonna have to figure it out. Of course, the teams will be doing their best to make them as reliable as possible, but that doesn't mean they're going to be 100% reliable. Yeah. Blue microsectors means the drivers are coming in or out of the pits. So you can see here, Hamilton, he came out of the pits, just drove around, then went straight back into the pits. And all of these drivers that are in the pit lane, you can see that they've got blue mini sectors at the end. And then Ocon, who's out on the track right now, hasn't got a blue mini sector, of course. Yeah, the teams probably will be energy limited at Monza. Like I'm not. That is, I think, to be expected. But they will have figured something out by then of what to do about the battery situation. Right. It's updated that George is on the softs. Oh, well, there we go. Brilliant. So I guess I was right then. Yeah, so George Russell is out on soft tyres. So finally, his transponder has decided to work, and we're getting some soft tyres for George Russell. Okay. Lindblad coming out onto the circuit. We got Stroll out as well. Piastri coming out as well. Good to see some more cars out onto the track. Haas dominating more than Ferrari. Yeah, I mean, it is pre-season testing, folks, so yeah, but about a tenth or so gap between the Haas and the Ferrari team. F1 Gamer, are you a twin of Juan Manuel Correa? Absolute similarity. Oh, really? I'll have to look up who he is. Is he a footballer? I don't know. Oh no, he's a racing driver. Oh, okay. Cool. I guess I can sort of see the similarity. I don't really know. I don't really get. I mean, most of the time when people tell me that I look like someone, I don't normally see the link. But yeah. Also, folks, I had an interesting question here. So, out of all of the Formula One drivers on the grid right now, which three drivers do you pick to be the best World Endurance Championship team to take part in Le Mans? So the Le Mans 24 hours, out of the 22 drivers we've got here, which are the three drivers that you are going to pick for the world to take part in the 24 hours of Le Mans? I would go, I mean, you've got to put Max Verstappen there, right? Because Verstappen can race in pretty much every single racing category. Fernando Alonso has won the Le Mans 24 hours before. So, yeah, Alonso would be pretty good. I think we're getting a lot of people saying Hülkenberg as well. Yeah, Hülkenberg seems like a solid choice. Let's see. I mean, has Hülkenberg got lots of racing experience in other categories as well? I mean, I'm not 100% up to date with what Hülkenberg has been doing, but I think maybe Bottas would be a good shout to be racing in Le Mans. I think Bottas has done a bit of rallying. Hülkenberg. Oh, is Hülkenberg? Okay, Hülkenberg's also a champ too as well. He's won Le Mans with Porsche. Okay, well then I guess it makes sense to have Hülkenberg as well. That would be a pretty incredible trio to have as a Formula One. Well, as a Le Mans team. Yeah, I would actually quite like to watch the 24 hours of Le Mans, to be honest. Do a full 24-hour stream for 24 hours of Le Mans. That'd be quite the long stream. Yeah, Max, Alonso, Hülkenberg, only answer. Yeah, fair enough then. Yeah. Oh, and out of the let's do it out of team principles, folks. Out of team principles, which 3 team principles would you choose to be on a racing team for the 24 Hours of Le Mans? I would definitely say James Vowles. I think James Vowles has done some GT3 racing as well. Actually, he was racing in Abu Dhabi for some GT3 cars. So James Vowles definitely up there. I don't think Toto Wolff has got any motorsport experience, to be honest. Before he became a team principal, he was like a banker somewhere, for like some German bank, I think. So, I don't think, a lot of people in the chat are saying Toto Wolff, but hasn't really got the racing experience behind him. I know that Adrian Newey has done a little bit of racing, but you've also got to consider Adrian Newey's pretty old right now, in terms of being a Le Mans 24 Hours driver. I think. He did race in Formula Renault. Okay. Oh, okay. He has some racing experience. Oh, maybe Toto Wolff then. Well, I don't know. I watched some sort of podcast about Toto Wolff, and I remember he was sort of talking about how he was a banker before, and then he became a team principal. So maybe there must have been some racing in between there as well. Yes, and the Haas team principal as well. He seems like I think he's done some racing as well. So who knows? Zach Brown is a racing driver, maybe, but would Zach Brown fit in a Le Mans car? Okay, maybe that was a bit uncalled for, but yeah. Gunter Steiner in a Le Mans car, mate, incredible. No, and the thing is, if I wanted to get in contact with Zach Brown to get him to race for Le Mans, I need to call up the World Champion hotline, and I'm not really going to be doing that, am I? So yeah, I'm not calling up the World Champion hotline, so probably not. Okay. As of right now, as of what's going on the circuit right now, we've got Lindblad, Piastri, Stroll, Ocon, and Sainz on the circuit. In the first session so far, we've got the most laps completed by Carlos Sainz, who's done 44 laps, even though he did start a little bit late, and of course he wants to hit the ground running with making up for lost time from Barcelona. Lindblad there in second position, Verstappen there in third in terms of the number of lap times completed. Vettel, Button, and Vowles for team principal in Le Mans. Oh, well, I don't know if Vettel or Button are a team principal. So yeah. Okay, I guess Zach Brown isn't a team principal. I think it's Andrea Stella that's the team principal. Zach Brown's like the owner, or he's got some other role maybe. I don't know. It's an interesting one. Yeah. Okay. We've got 1 hour and 20 minutes remaining of the morning session, and more drivers driving around the circuit as expected, really. CEO of McLaren Racing. Oh, there we go. Christian comes back. He's a good racer. Yeah, I know Christian Horner actually did quite a bit of racing as well. Actually, yeah. What's happening with Colapinto? Colapinto's driving around the circuit. His GPS is broken, but he is driving around the racetrack, and whatever issues that he did have with the Mercedes powering it earlier on, those are no longer the case, because, well, he's driving around the circuit and everything seems to be okay. F1 Gamer, with 2026 active air and reduced downforce, how will the teams balance drag reduction with tyre degradation in the races? I mean, they're two sort of different things, really. You normally get your tyre wear from the high downforce parts of the circuit where you are, going through the corners. And if you've got less drag, you're just going quickly down the straights, which doesn't affect your tyre wear too much. So yeah, the drag reduction and the tyre wear things aren't really linked too much. The fact that we've got less downforce this year probably means that the front tyres will overheat less, and it'll be harder to warm them up, and the rear tyres will overheat a little bit more because the drivers will be spinning up the rear wheels a little bit more with because they've got less grip on the rear, but still the same 1,000 horsepower. So yeah, rear tyres are going to overheat a little bit more, the front tyres are going to overheat a little bit less, and yeah. It's Shift, thanks for the $3 donation. Thoughts on the best person ever, Daniel Ricciardo? I mean, Daniel Ricciardo's done he's done a good job really in his time in Formula One. Unfortunately, it just wasn't time to be really. When he was there at Red Bull, he was going up against prime Lewis Hamilton, prime Sebastian Vettel, and didn't have the car to compete then. So I think he's having a good time in his retired part of his life now. He's now the ambassador for Red Bull Ford powertrains or something. So good for him. And I think Ricciardo's doing a nice, enjoying his life really. Okay. With the lap time bar getting lower and lower, do you think at the end of day one we'll be within 2 seconds of 2025 pole time? No, I don't think end of day one will be within 2 seconds. I think maybe end of day 3 or maybe next week will be within 2 seconds, but not today, I don't think. Yeah, Ford Racing Ambassador. All right, there we go. Can they use overtake mode in quali? Maybe. I would have to check, actually. I'm not 100% certain. I think they would just use the normal engine modes in terms of they'll just sort of say that this engine mode, they'll have their normal map basically for quali. So what they do is they'll have the car knows where it is on the racetrack, and then the car knows that it's going down the start-finish straight, and hence it's going to deploy all of its battery, and then it knows that you've hit the brakes for turn number 1, so it's going to start recharging it, and they'll have that set up for the circuit so that it uses the maximum battery capacity allowed. I don't know about overtake mode. I don't think they'll be using it during qualifying. Fuel loads. I mean, I wish I could tell you, but we really have no idea whatsoever about what fuel loads these drivers are on. I don't know why Ocon is out on the Inters. That's clearly a mistake. There's no way Ocon is out on intermediate tyres because it's 39 degrees track temperature. The car nose sounds like we're pushing into AI. No, it's not. It's not really the car nose. So the way that it works is the car will have a thing to detect that it's gone past the start-finish line, and then the car itself knows its own speed because it knows how quickly the wheels are spinning. It also knows the circumference of the wheels. So by that, it can work out how much distance that it's travelled down the straight. So then it knows, we are 1.3 kilometers down the straight, time to start hitting the brakes and recharging the battery. And then it knows after 300 meters, time to start recharging, time to start deploying all of the charge. And then it will reset itself once it comes down the start-finish straight again. So I think that's how it would work. It's not like it just knows. That's probably the best way to sort of describe it. It's just too easy for Ocon. Yeah, Ocon, he wants a bit of a challenge for himself, really, and that's why he's going out on the intermediate tyres. It's not a mistake. There's an actual photo of track Haas running on the Inters. I think that was the first lap of the day. I don't think Ocon was on Inters on the first lap of the day, and maybe that image is from then. I don't know if the image is from right now. But yeah, it wouldn't make much sense now to go out when track temperature is 40 degrees Celsius on Inters, especially when there's no rain. What if you lock up and the wheel spin gets delayed? Quite likely is all 4 wheels won't lock up. One of the wheels will still be spinning, so they'll still be able to work it out. But if all 4 wheels do lock up and you lose track of the calculation, for that one lap, your battery, it will be offset and it will probably be wrong. But then once you cross the start-finish line again, it will restart calculating from the start-finish line, or maybe even does it from the end of sector 1 and the end of sector 2. So it will get reset at the next point of, at the next reset point, which could be the end of Sector 1. It could also just be the start-finish line. So even if you do lock up all your wheels, it's not the end of the world. Ocon should be gone after this year. There's no more backstory that can justify his driving. I mean, Ocon is, he's a fairly consistent driver. Yes, he's not going to be a world champion by any stretch of the imagination, but he's there at the Haas team providing consistent results, consistently quick driving. So I wouldn't knock him too much. Ollie Behrman has managed to do very well compared to him in his first season. So it's yet to be seen, is that Ollie Behrman being really good, or is that Esteban Ocon being a little bit slow, and that's why it's easy for Behrman to keep up. But I think for the Haas team, at least, he's doing a decent job. He's not taking, of course, too much out of their budget in terms of the contract and things like that. So I think it's all right for Ocon. Yeah, Ocon, who's also won a race as well, So I wouldn't say that he's going anywhere. Do you think stints will be longer or shorter with the new cars? Well, I guess it depends on the tyres, really. I don't think the cars are going to affect it too much. If the tyres are softer than they were last year, they're going to last less time. But given the cars have got less downforce, it will probably mean that there's one line of thinking that might say that they wear out the tyres less because they're going slower, but there's another line of thinking saying that because they've got less downforce, they're going to need more grip from the tyres and more wheel spin. So, again, it's just down to the fact of what is the Pirelli compound doing. Has it changed that much from 2025? If it's the same compound from 2025, we'll get longer stints, but if it's a slightly softer compound, we'll probably get similar lengths of stints. Yeah. What's wrong with Bottas and Colapinto? Are they even on the track? How come they're moving through the sectors? Please explain. Bottas and Colapinto both have GPS issues. So their GPS does not show them leaving the end of the pit lane, but they are actually driving around on the circuit. So yeah, that is the GPS issues for Bottas and Colapinto. Yeah, Ocon's on Inters to give other drivers a chance. You know what I mean? Yeah, if Ocon's in the Inters, he's not going to get a time penalty that way. So that's why he's doing it, obviously. The tyres are also thinner, that is true. The tyres aren't as wide as they were, so I think they were pretty wide last year. I don't know the exact dimensions, but I know for a fact that they have got ever so slightly smaller, which again reduces grip. So potentially more wheel spin, but yeah. We'll see how it goes. Is this year Ferrari's year? Who knows? Who knows, folks? Every year has been Ferrari's year. If you ask a Ferrari fan, at least by pre-season testing, every year is Ferrari's year. So who knows? How about purple and white for Audi? Maybe, but purple just doesn't really fit with the Audi colour scheme whatsoever, At least the green was like the Sauber from last year, so who knows? Thoughts on it being changed to the only final hour of broadcast? I mean, it's not the end of the world. How can we watch the broadcast of the final hour? There's a link in the description to Proton VPN. You'll get 70% off if you sign up like now, I think. And then once you get that, you can connect to a UK VPN server, and then you can go onto YouTube and watch the Sky Sports coverage. Yeah. You might have to watch it in like an incognito window because your normal YouTube account will be signed into whichever country you're normally from. But if you go in a different window, you should probably be able to watch the Sky Sports coverage that way. Yeah. Okie dokes. 1 hour remains of testing here, folks. In the morning session, then we'll have the 1 hour break, and then we will have the 1 hour break, and then we'll have another 4 hours of testing. Just make the Ferrari red a little bit more darker and the Audi a normal red. Yeah, I'll change it up later. I think it's all right for now. I think everyone knows which team that we're talking about anyway, so yeah. All right. Also, thanks everyone for subscribing as well. I think we've gone up about 700 or so subscribers today, so very much is appreciated, and hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. Yeah, to stop repeating myself, not saying the same thing again and again. I'm not going to talk too much about the same topics, but we'll see how it goes. We've got Lindblad and Sainz out on the circuit right now. Bottas is also out on the circuit, and so is Colapinto, but both of their GPSs aren't working. And yeah, Sainz is really making up for lost ground here. 50 laps completed by him. Lindblad right behind him on 49 laps, but a solid job by both of them. And yeah, I'm sure Sainz is going to have a pretty sore neck by the end of this one. But it's good for him, good for the Williams team to hit the ground running. No issues as well for them as well. So, like in Barcelona, we did see quite a few teams have issues on the first day, on the second day of their running. They had to stop on the side of the circuit, come back to the pits and limp home mode. But from what we can see here with Williams, they have done a brilliant job, and not too many reliability issues have come their way so far. Williams' battle this season will be interesting now. Sainz has time to settle who will finish ahead, Alex or Carlos. I think it'll be Carlos, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, Carlos was the driver that ended up with the podiums, right, last year, and he did have a pretty unlucky sort of first half of the season. I guess you could say the same thing for Albon. Albon was unlucky in the second half of the season, but yeah, I think Sainz will do well. I'd love to see a Russell versus Verstappen. Yeah, I know Russell versus Verstappen would be a great battle. And last year, if the McLarens weren't as quick as they were, we would have actually had George Russell versus Max Verstappen for the championship. If the McLarens were a midfield team or whatever, those two drivers were trading pole positions they were trading third positions mostly behind the McLarens. But if the McLarens weren't there, then there would have been pole positions and first positions and things like that. Could you show the tyre age? I'm not going to be showing the tyre age as of right now, mainly because it's not all that relevant, and it's not going to fit on the screen. That's the bigger problem. I used to show the tyre age, but the number of laps here is pretty important. That's what we want here for testing. So that's why I've decided to get rid of the tyre age for pre-season testing, and then once we're back into the normal season, we'll get the tyre age back up. Russell versus Verstappen sounds like it would have been expensive. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Would have been expensive. There would have been so much stuff for the media to talk about. I mean, it would have been... the media would have loved it. Netflix would have loved it to make their show on as well. Verstappen versus George Russell. Yeah. Yeah, Max was in the fight and Russell was not. Just saying, no, that's definitely very true. But what can you say? Max was there delivering every single weekend, and Russell, on a few weekends was there, and a few weekends he wasn't. So unfortunate for him. All right. Yeah. What else have I got to say? Oh yeah, guys, if you are interested, go ahead and check out Proton VPN. It would very much be appreciated if you are sort of on the fence of thinking of getting it, then potentially buying it, this week, maybe next week, because essentially the deal that I'm working out with them is, if preseason testing goes well with Proton VPN, then I'm going to get a very nice sort of sponsorship for the entire season. So yeah, but we'll see how that goes. And yeah, I've also got a few more emails as well that I should probably read, actually. That I probably need to reply to. Okie dokes. Could Piastri go for the title? I mean, he could if the car's there. We saw last year, the glimpses of really good performances from Piastri, but he just couldn't put it together at the end of the season. Went from a really bad run, and if you look at the crash that he had in Baku, that was very much the turning point of his season. Very similar to Sebastian Vettel's 2018 title championship charge when he crashed in Germany. That could very much be, sort of put down as that was the moment where it all went away. And I think a very similar thing happened to Oscar Piastri in Baku last year, and things just started to go from bad to worse for a driver that was so level-headed and could so consistently improve from his mistakes. That ability sort of disappeared. He was still quick, but the ability to improve and then become quicker than Lando Norris disappeared after Baku, and things went downhill. But he can obviously turn that around. But the question is, will he be presented with another opportunity like this? It's not every year that you get presented with a championship-winning car that is that quick. So we'll just have to see. Hey, F1 Gamer, it's been too long, bro. Thanks for the commentary. Yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. I mean, it has been too long. I've been getting a little bored on some of these weekends, I can tell you for certain. Favourite driver, Sebastian Vettel. Top 3 livery, Haas, Red Bull, and Williams. Yeah. Tire age could go in the last lap column. It could, but the last lap column tells us if they're in the pits or not, which is definitely pretty important, I think. Especially with the GPSs glitching out and things like that. So, yeah. Do you think we'll have new Grand Prix winners? Maybe actually. Yeah, I think we will have some new Grand Prix winners this season, especially with things changing up so much as well. Yeah, that's. I think we should have some new winners. Yeah, it's a little bit glitchy. That's what I'm saying. So Bottas is out on the circuit. You can see here he's in the middle sector, but it says that he's in the pits. So that's why I've sort of kept it like that. How many sandbags do you think the teams are carrying for the test? Do you think we'll actually see any real pace this week? No, we will not be seeing any real pace this week, to be honest. Yeah, we will be seeing just sort of, the teams doing their tests, gathering whatever information they can. We can, see what the cars are doing on the track, what they look like. Are the drivers confident in the cars? Are they bouncing around? Are they losing grip? Things like that. But we cannot draw any definitive conclusions about who is quick and who is not. Is Ocon on Inters? Yeah, I mean, he's currently in the pit lane right now, but the last tyre he was on was supposedly intermediate tyres. I mean, Bottas has got a GPS issue, and so has Colapinto as well, I think. So both of them have got them, but yeah. Bro, the cars are actually 6 seconds slower. Well, I mean, this is preseason testing again, so they're not running in quali mode, they're not running in low fuel, they're not pushing very hard. So once you do all of those things, I suspect the lap times will drop, and we will get lap times maybe 2 seconds slower or 3 seconds slower. Yeah. So don't worry about that too much. Not a good start for Cadillac. I mean, the GPS issues is much more on the Formula One side. So the FIA give the cars a transponder to give the teams a transponder to put into their cars. And sometimes the transponder just doesn't work properly. So that's why that's why we're having those issues. It's not like Cadillac have messed up how to make a GPS sensor or anything like that. It's more so an issue with the system that the FIA have given them. When do we get a visual? You'll get a visual in 4 hours time, or in 5 hours time. Yeah, 5 hours time. The times are closer to last year's pole than I expected. Yeah, I from all of the news articles and stuff that people were talking about last year, everyone was saying, oh, we're going to be 5 seconds slower, we're going to be 7 seconds slower and things like that. And, well, definitely not true. Are Aston quick? Well, Stroll's driving the car, so we can't really tell. And also, he's done 30 laps, but the majority of the laps have been come out of the pit lane, then go back into the pit lane, come out of the pit lane, go back into the pit lane. So we haven't really got any useful information out of Stroll. And I think his top speeds are relatively slow as well. You can see there, maybe he's the slowest out of the bunch. Yeah, you can see Stroll's slowest out of the bunch, 298 kilometers per hour through the speed trap. So they probably haven't also turned up the Honda power unit to go to the maximum power setting either, just with worries of reliability. So I guess we'll have to see how they cope. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not even an issue of Stroll, really. I don't think Honda have turned up the power unit to the full for Aston Martin just yet. And, yeah, they are doing error runs. I don't think Aston Martin did the full 3 days in Barcelona. So they have also got some ground to catch up on. And, yeah, they're doing so. Okay. Legit pole winner Stroll catching strays. Yeah, I mean Stroll did get pole position that one time in Istanbul. Some would call it the miracle of Istanbul. Yeah, it's quite the wild one for Stroll. Lap count, you can see there, it's the second column. You got the driver's name, and then to the right of that, you got the number of laps that they've done. And you can see Sainz and Lindblad tied on 53 laps completed for them, and Max Verstappen there in third position with 43 laps to his name. Is Ferrari quick? Please answer. No, we don't really know. They're 2 seconds off the pace compared to Max Verstappen, but Ferrari have only done 31 laps so far today. Yeah, the only people that have done less laps than Ferrari are Stroll and Colapinto. And Colapinto had Mercedes had a power issue with his had an issue with his Mercedes power unit. So yeah, not the best look there for Ferrari. Ideally, some more laps should get under the belt, but at the end of the day, they've also got another 5 days of testing after this to drive around Bahrain and get more data, so it's not the end of the world. When will they switch drivers? Potentially some teams will switch drivers in the afternoon session, so we've got 56 minutes remaining, and then we'll get to the afternoon session. Well, we've got 56 minutes remaining, then we'll have a 1 hour lunch break, and then we'll have the afternoon session. And some teams may switch. We'll find out who does. Max locked up turn 1, apparently. Yeah, I'm not surprised, really. The drivers are, experimenting with different things. Maybe his tyres weren't warmed up. Maybe he was trying a different warm-up procedure. Who knows? Okay. If we have all the data, why don't they just broadcast it? Ask F1 TV. Yeah, it will get broadcast in for the final 1 hour of testing. So you guys can go ahead and watch it then. Okay. Why is Ocon out on Inters? I didn't know why he did a lap on Inters before, but now he's out on fresh set of soft tyres, so there you go. George Russell's actually on a quick lap here. A 136.1 from George Russell as he comes across the line. 7/10 off the pace from Max Verstappen. And, yeah, nice way to start out his stint. Apparently Max hit a 360. Maybe he did. I'm sure there'll be some highlights for us to watch a little bit later on. The test is being broadcast on the track, but they aren't broadcasting it to the whole wide world to the last hour of day one. Yeah, it's I don't know. Maybe they've got some new graphics to test out and stuff. It is a little bit uncertain as of right now. Top 3 in Sector 3 looks good. Yeah, I mean, look at this. You've got This is quite interesting, actually. You've got Verstappen, Piastri, Russell here, quickest in that order for Sector 1, then the same order for Sector 3, and then you've got the order slightly mixed up here for Sector 2, with Piastri going quicker and Verstappen slowest. Yeah, quite interesting. But again, Sector 1 you can see is very much top speed oriented with a 1 or 2 real corners, and the same thing for Sector 3. You've got 2 real corners and the rest is flat out, and the middle sector is where all the corners are. So yeah, but it doesn't really give you that much insight into what's going on because the teams have got different fuel loads and different downforce levels and things like that. So the other thing that the teams will be doing during this week's test and also next week's test is going to be talking about figuring out all of the setup things. So working out which setups work best, how sensitive is the car to little tweaks in suspension settings and dampening settings and front wing angles, rear wing angles, things like that. So they will be driving around potentially in setups that aren't even made for Bahrain just to figure out how does this work, how does this have an effect on the drivability of the car and things of that sort. Yeah, so there'll be a lot of setup work as well to do. How accurate will the testing results be to how the actual season will unfold? Well, look, I can tell you one thing. Last year's testing, the top of the testing was Williams. I think Williams set the quickest lap in pre-season testing last year, and Williams did not win the championship. They weren't really even that close. So that's about as accurate as they're going to be. And by that, I mean they're not accurate whatsoever. Give me a sec, folks. I just need to go get my go look at the go get my phone. Right. What was I going to do? Oh yes, F1 Twitter. Let's have a look at these new Audi side pods. Seem interesting to say the least, but let's see. Audi side pods. They look weird. Yeah, they do look a little bit interesting actually. But maybe they work. Maybe they maybe they do work. So I guess we will just have to see. But very interesting shape, to say the least. And they've got their aero rakes on to see if the side pods are working as expected. But yeah, who knows? Advantage locked in for years. I don't know about that one. Can you put them on screen? I don't think I'll be able to find an image, to be honest, on Google that I'll be able to copy over. But I will. I'll try and get some images ready, maybe for either tomorrow or for the second half of the today. Yeah. How do you think the different configurations of front wings and rear wings will work this year? What would wings look like in Monaco or Monza? Well, I think the teams in Monaco will still just run the same thing that they always do and just have absolutely enormous rear wings. And then in Monza, we could see things that are slightly different because a lot of the racetrack will be set up to be a top speed zone where the front wing can just collapse down and be flat, basically. So for that reason, we could see the teams run a little bit bigger rear wings than they normally do at Monza because they know that once they get onto the straights, they can just drop the front wing and they can go top speed anyway. So yeah, I think the Monaco things are going to be the same, but Monza might be slightly different. So yeah. Hope that answers your question. Bortoletto making his way through turn number 13 there. Very nice. Is Max really on mediums? Yeah. Max is on. He's on mediums as of right now. That doesn't mean his fastest lap was set on a medium tire. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was set on a soft. But yeah, he's on the medium tire as of now. Nice to see you again, brother. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for tuning in. Grey Wolf, Airsoft 13, number one F1 commentator. Thanks, Lily Gopal. That's nice to see you back on the chat. Very much is appreciated. All right. Oh yeah. Hello, Alexa. Nice to see you back as well. Yeah, it's been seeing a lot of familiar names back on the stream. We are so back indeed. Ferrari, yeah, Hamilton's back out onto the circuit. We're back with the lifting and coasting as well. So good to see. They might be using some lifting and coasting. Yeah, they will probably be testing out a few different run plans actually on how to charge up the battery in between quali runs, because that's going to be a bit of an issue, especially for the shorter circuits, to get your battery recharged up again in time for your second quali run if you're not going to go back to the pits. So they might be doing a little bit of that as well. All right. Has anyone ever told you look like Damon Hill? No, actually, I have not been told that. Alrighty. Okie doke. So 47 minutes remain of this test session. We've got 5 cars out on the circuit as of right now. And yeah, Sainz is now up to 60 laps completed. Very good job there from Carlos Sainz. And maybe they will switch the drivers around actually and give Albon the drive for the second half of the day, so both of the drivers can get their neck sort of, used to driving around Bahrain and used to the G-force and things like that. And then for tomorrow, they'll be sort of ready for that. I guess we shall see. Are the new engines faster? They are. Well, yeah, I mean, they generate the same amount of horsepower, but in terms of the cars and their top speed, they definitely accelerate a whole lot faster. Is Perez going to drive today? Again, do not know for certain. The teams sometimes keep it private, sometimes they don't. So I know Red Bull confirmed that Verstappen's driving all day. Yeah. All right. Massive congratulations on 226k subs. Way to go. I was there since you were at 20. Oh, thanks, man. Yeah, 20k. I mean, that was 2021 Abu Dhabi. I was at 20k. So it's been quite the while, hasn't it? Perez is driving in the PM session. Oh, fair enough. Okay. Thank you. I should probably check actually. Maybe someone has put together a list of who's driving when. Oh no, they've announced it officially. It's on the F1 post. Okay, well I'll just tell you now then. So Piastri's driving in the morning, as we can expect. Norris is driving in the afternoon session. Russell's driving in the morning. Antonelli's driving in the afternoon session. Verstappen's driving all day today. Hamilton is driving in the morning. Leclerc's driving in the afternoon. Sainz is driving in the morning. Albon is driving in the afternoon. For Racing Bulls, Lindblad's driving all day. Stroll is also driving all day. Ocon is also driving all day. Hulkenberg will be taking over from Bortoletto in the afternoon session. And Gasly will be taking over from Colapinto in the afternoon session. And so will Sergio Perez. So, yeah, I've just got that information. In fact, they posted that this morning at 7 a.m. So I probably should have checked that. But yeah, so there we go. The only drivers that are continuing to drive for the entire day are Verstappen, Lindblad, Stroll, and Ocon. Every other driver will be swapping around for the second half of the day. Okie dokes. Nice. So we're going to get most of the drivers out onto the circuit today. I'll have a relatively full leaderboard by the end of it. Is it on Sky Sports F1? It will be on Sky Sports F1 at for the final hour of testing. Just the final hour, though. Your takeaways from Barcelona testing, I mean, there really aren't that many takeaways. The main thing that you can look into is a bit of the power unit reliability side of things. Who's looking like they've got a decent power unit that hasn't had too many issues, and Red Bull haven't had too many issues with their power unit. But that's about it, really. We didn't see that much of the lap time, so at the end of the day, they did their running. They found out if their engines work as expected, and now this is the sort of the real test. Hearing good things about the Red Bull engine. Yeah, no, it does seem like a reasonably solid engine without too many reliability problems. So good on them for doing that. Will the Mercedes engines be banned? Still up for debate. Still, the FIA is still thinking about it, and they're not 100% certain. So, yeah. Last race in December feels like ages ago. Glad that you're back. Thanks, buddy. Yeah, it has been a very, very long time. Well, I guess not that long. It's been what was it? I think it was the 6th of December was the last race in Abu Dhabi. So now it's been 2 months and a week or so. Not too long. Didn't testing start at 4 p.m.? It depends on which time zone you're in, obviously. And they broadcast, the TV broadcast will probably start around about then, depending on, again, which time zone you're in. But, the testing itself has been going on all day. It's been, in fact, going on for the last 3 hours and 15 minutes or so. We can call the Red Bull engine a Honda since Red Bull hired those people to make their... Yeah, I mean, it's fair enough, though. If you have people that have got F1 experience in building an engine, then why not hire them? Why not hire the Honda engineers and the Mercedes engineers to build an engine for you? Sort of just how the world of Formula One works. You do get people... sort of headhunted from one team to another to bring some knowledge and things like that. So, sort of how it goes. Yeah, so there's no live view and there's just the stats for now, and then later on in the day where the live view will come on as well. Okay. Yeah. Mercedes are legit sandbagging. Yeah, this was the thing. George Russell does look a little bit too happy to be a driver that is... that looks like a driver that that hasn't got the fastest car. Like in all of the press conferences, he was just smiling a little bit too much. And Lando Norris has reported that apparently he's very giddy and very happy and excited. So who knows? Bro never reads my comments. I mean, like this is the thing. Ferrari. I mean, the comments just go by reasonably quickly. I can't read every single one of them, so I do apologize. So yeah, but I do my best to keep on track of most of them. Maybe I am just looking too much into it, and George Russell could just be happy because Formula One's back, But he could also be happy that the car's doing well. So I guess we'll see. Aston has some strange front wing, mate. Yeah, the Aston does look a little bit weird. But, Adrian Newey has been cooking, apparently. He's been cooking for quite a while. And, I guess all of Aston Martin's hopes and dreams rely on the fact that Adrian Newey's design works properly. So I guess we'll see if it does. Is everyone putting in the fastest lap? No, nobody's really putting in fastest lap. Nobody's trying too hard to go too quickly. What are those grill type things on the cars? The grill type things, what they have is they have a bunch of sensors to detect what the air pressure is of yeah, they have a bunch of sensors to detect air pressure. So what they do is they put those grill-like things maybe just behind the front wing, or maybe just behind the front wheels, or behind the side pod. And what they can do then is, from all of those sensors that detect the air pressure, they can work out what speed the air is going. They can also then work out how much downforce the car is making. So yeah, that's essentially what they're doing, and they're trying to what they're hoping to do is, on their computers, they've got an idea of what the air is already doing, and then they have got the sensors in real life to find out what the air is really doing in real life, and they try to see if these two numbers and if those predictions match up. Because if they do match up, then it's good. It's good news. Your car is going to work well, and as you designed it, things are going to go well. If it doesn't really match up, then you could have some problems. So, yeah. Anyone driving with Flovis? I mean, I've not got a live broadcast, so I would love to tell you, but I don't know. I think there will be some people driving with Flovis, though, for certain. It's just that we won't have seen it. What's wrong with Hamilton? Not much, really. Ferrari are just doing loads of short runs. They're sending Hamilton out, doing 2 or 3 laps, and then coming back in. I bought it on Hulkenberg still green because I haven't found a different color yet to put Audi as. So once I find a different color, I'll set that up. What is Flovis? Flovis is so it stands for flow visualization, and it's called Flovis paint, and it's sort of like this oily. I think it's a bit of this sort of like oily thing that's got a bunch of like fluorescent particles on it, and what they do is they put it all over the car and then send the car out onto the track, and the air will move around all of this, like this oily substance or this paint or whatever you want to call it, in the direction that the air is going. So if the air is going slightly, down the car, down the side pod, then the paint will look like, you'll see those paint streaks moving down the side pod. And from that, the teams can understand exactly what's going on near the surface of the side pod, because the grills and things like that, those will tell you what the air is doing, 10 centimeters away, 30 centimeters away from the side pod itself. But the Flovis paint will tell you exactly what the air is doing on the side pod. And they sort of need to understand what's going on there. Is it, again, in line with their predictions? Does it make sense? If it does, then yeah, good news. Isn't that helpful to the other teams? It is helpful. There are sort of newer versions of Flovis paint which are only visible under a sort of a black light, so they can put a UV light on it and it'll reflect back at them. But it does give information to the other teams, but at the end of the day, it's not that useful because the teams can sort of run these simulations themselves. And also it's a bit of a trade-off. Like, the teams themselves also need to know what the air is doing. It doesn't matter if the information gets leaked to the other teams. They themselves have to know, and that's why they do it. So, yeah. Okay. It's more about correlating your data to real life. Yeah, that's correct. The media is saying Mercedes has the best looking car this season. Well, I will tell you this. You can go back and have a look at what the media was saying back in 2022, in 2024, in 2018, and and you can see if the media is right or not. Because I'm going to be honest, I don't think it's always right. What colour will Cadillac be on the track graph? It'll be yellow. Once Bottas's GPS gets fixed, or Perez's GPS gets fixed for the afternoon session, they'll be coming out in a yellow format. What did Hamilton have on the front of his car in the short video they posted on F1 Twitter? It is a grill. They'll have a grill which has probably hundreds of different sensors for air pressure, and they're trying to work out, is the air doing what we want it to do to generate the downforce that we want? So that's what they have, and they're just installing it to check what the air's doing. Okay. Aero rake, yeah, that's the right word. Not a grill, but it sort of looks like a grill. But yeah, it's the official word is an aero rake. We get a brief summary of this session. I mean, we had Colapinto break down halfway through, and then he's now back to doing some more laps. So I think that's the only really thing of note. To be honest, I think Hamilton spun a little bit at turn number 1 and brought out a yellow flag, but that is about it in terms of in terms of what's gone on in today's session. The most laps have been completed by Arvin Lindblad, 62 laps. Carlos Sainz has done 60, Max Verstappen 56. So great number of laps completed by them. And not too many reliability issues for anyone else. Why are the top speeds so far apart? The top speeds so far apart because nobody's pushing that hard. They're all on their own different run plans. And that's why you got such a big difference. It's not that, Red Bull engines are that much quicker than everyone else. We did have a bit of a red flag for when Colapinto stopped at the side of the circuit with his issue, but it was a very short red flag, so not an issue there, not a problem. Yeah, the top speeds are here. Once they go past the rest of these drivers, you'll get the top speeds for Verstappen starting in first position, I think. Yeah, Verstappen's in first, and then you'll get the rest of the drivers in their order of top speed. So Verstappen first, then Lindblad second, even though Lindblad up there is in 6th position. All right. Okie dokes. Lando Wilcock again. Maybe he will. Is Piastri doing long runs? His times right now seem to be very consistent. Yeah, I mean, his last lap was a 142.0. We'll see what his lap is now as he comes across the line. But, he's most likely doing a long run. 141.4, so a bit of an improvement there. I suspect he is doing a long run, working out what the tyre wear's like on these new tyres as well. So working out how they warm up, working out how they wear out, all of these different things that they need to learn, and that'll be their job. Hamilton is back out onto the circuit. We'll see how many laps he does this time. He's got a set of soft tyres on his car, and currently 37 laps under his belt. Maybe he'll go on for a long run and, do half an hour of a long run, or maybe he will, maybe he'll only do 3 or 4 laps and come back into the pits. Piastri getting ready after last year's papaya rules. Yeah, we'll see how their papaya rules work out. But if you're not competing for race wins, papaya rules doesn't really matter. Loving the haircut. Thank you, buddy. I thought it was quite nice as well. Where's the driver radio? Unfortunately, no driver radio today, folks, and they are not broadcasting it for pre-season testing. Maybe for privacy reasons, they don't want the drivers sort of talking about whatever issues they're going on or whatever settings they're using. So that's why we've got no team radios. Maybe it'll be back tomorrow, maybe it won't be. Only time will tell. Just join the stream now. How's Ferrari doing? The Ferrari's doing all right. I mean, they haven't had any reliability issues, which is the main thing, really. And they're doing some more long runs here and there. Hamilton is driving a little bit slowly, and the GPS does always glitch out as he's going through turn number 12. But, he's going all right. You can see that middle sector, though, they're horrendously slow. 80 seconds to go through sector number 2. Don't know what's happened there for Lewis Hamilton. Yeah. Bit strange. How much slower do you think the cars would be? Probably 2 seconds or so. 2 seconds, 1 second. Not a huge amount. It depends on the circuit as well. Some circuits where there's more top speed oriented, the cars will be very close to the 2025 cars. Other circuits where you need a lot of downforce, I think they'll be a bit more further away. Okay. Right. Are we going to see the 107% rule this year? No, I think all of the teams will be close enough to each other that the 107% rule will not apply. Is Ferrari using the old power unit? I don't know, and I don't think Ferrari's going to be telling us, to be honest. Is this broadcasted? It will get broadcasted for the final hour. So right now we've got the final 30 minutes of the morning session. The final hour of the afternoon session will be broadcasted. So you've just got to wait 4.5 hours. Yeah, 4.5 hours. So the lap records hold for the circuits, this whole regulation. Maybe. I think maybe at the top speed circuits like Monza, maybe not. But so definitely circuits where you need a lot of downforce, like Monaco, like Singapore, like Suzuka. I think that the top speeds, or the lap records that we've already got there right now will not be broken. Red Bull is showing McLaren dust on the straights. Yeah, I mean, again, McLaren have got that Mercedes power unit, which have had a few issues here and there in the Barcelona test and also in today with Bortoletto driving. So, maybe they'll have issues, maybe they won't. We'll just have to see. What is the 107% rule? The rule is that a car in qualifying has to be within 7% of the quickest car on pole. So basically, if the driver in pole position sets a lap time of a 1 minute 40, if you are slower than a 1 minute 47 on your quali lap, you will not be allowed to take part in the race because you are deemed to be too slow for it to be safe to have you on the circuit, basically. Yeah, that's basically what the 107% rule is. It, of course, doesn't apply if there's a wet to dry quali session. So, for example, if you're in Q1 and it is wet and then it dries out for Q3, the lap times are going to be drastically different. And in that situation, the 107% rule will not apply. But if it's dry throughout and the conditions are the same throughout, then the teams are expected to be within 7%. And to be honest, most of the time they're within 1%. So it's not much of a problem. Do you think ground effect era has failed? No, I mean, I think it has brought Formula One in the correct direction. It's definitely taught us some things. But in terms of the racing that we had, I think in the first few years it was good. In 22, it was definitely very good. But then we had Red Bull domination. So I wouldn't say that it failed because the racing was bad. Well, okay, the racing was bad, but it wasn't because of ground effect. It was because of Red Bull just being so quick. We could still race relatively well. Sure, it wasn't perfect, but it was still a step in the right direction compared to the previous years of cars. So, again, I hope that this year is another step in the right direction. Yeah. Okay. If you're outside the 107%, the stewards can still allow you to start the race. Yeah, I think it depends on the stewards and their sort of discretion. But yeah, the standard rule is if you're slower than 107%, you're not allowed to take part. What happens if you crash in testing, the car isn't ready for quali? Does it apply then? I don't think it... Oh no, I think you're still fine to take part then because you haven't set a lap whatsoever. It's not that your lap was like if you set a lap and it was 10% slower, then it goes to the stewards and then the stewards will say, "Oh, are you actually that slow, or did you have some sort of mechanical issue?" And then if you had a mechanical issue, then you'll be allowed to take part. It'll probably be something like that. Like it's not a immediate disqualification. It goes to the stewards, but in the olden days of Formula One, when you had like random people just entering a Formula One race because they felt like it, that rule was very, very often used because it would be unsafe to have ridiculously slow cars compared to the fastest machines in Formula One on the same track. Free practice times are also considered. Yeah, I mean, the teams are looking. The stewards will look at the free practice times and consider, was this a real mechanical issue, or were you guys actually just slow? Like, what was the problem? What do you think about Lewis Hamilton and Kim Kardashian? I mean, I don't really have much to comment about that. Really, I'm a Formula One commentator. Yeah, sounds good. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, also, folks, the speed traps get measured here at this little white dot here. This is where the speed camera is. So that's where the top speeds are getting measured for the drivers. Okay. Oh, 107% rule has been in place since 2011. Oh, so maybe I think they must have had their old version of the 107% rule before, because I definitely know for a fact that a lot of people, like, especially in the early days of Formula One, would like take part in free practice, then take part in qualifying, but then they would not qualify. So it's so instead of DNF or did not start, I think it's DNQ, and then it was did not qualify because you weren't fast enough. But I don't know. I'm sure there have been multiple different versions and things like that. So yeah. F1 Gamer, can we have special emojis for the channel? We do have special emojis. I think it's just for people that have the channel membership though. So yeah. I don't know how to actually set it up to get special emojis for everyone. It's just the people that are channel memberships. Oscar's lap is impressive because McLaren speed trap's less than the other top teams. Yep, no, definitely a good lap there from Oscar, but he could have turned down the engine mode, but then had a lot of less fuel in the car as well. So we don't really know for certain. What do you think about Piastri's chance in 2026 with papaya rules reports to continue? I mean, I just don't think that McLaren will have the top car in 2026. I think they spent a lot of time focusing on the 2025 car. So then they couldn't have focused that much time, even if they wanted to, on the 2026 car. So for that reason, I think they'll just be a little bit behind in development, not massively or anything, but I don't think they'll be championship winning. All right. Yeah, sometimes if you see drivers stopped at the end of the pit lane, which aren't Valtteri Bottas or Franco Colapinto, they're normally doing a practice start. So that's a new thing as well. With the tyres that we've got from Pirelli, they are slightly thinner than they were last year, the rear tyres especially. So that means that the grip off the line is going to be different, and the teams need to get the correct clutch settings for that, and that's why they're doing some practice starts from the end of the pit lane. But Valtteri Bottas will just be stuck there because his GPS is broken, so don't worry about him. 4 hours plus online, impressive. Yeah, I mean, it's I'm really starting to feel it in my throat actually. So I might go down once this session ends. I might go downstairs and go get some honey water and tea and something like that. But I will probably be back in about 5 minutes. Once I've done that. So yeah. In your perspective, who has a good package for both engine and aero? I mean, if I knew, then yeah, I don't know. I think Mercedes seems to have a decent package. So do Red Bull. So do Ferrari. Like, it all seems all right. Like it's a bit difficult to tell. Is this live on Sky Sports? It's not live right now. It is going to be live in 4 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah. Try honey and black pepper. Maybe I will try that, yeah. Yeah, it's sort of just like at the top of my throat, but I don't know, I was sort of sneezing a little bit yesterday and the day before as well, so maybe it's that. When will they go for hot laps? Maybe at the end of the day, but it's not very likely that we're going to be seeing hot laps. It's much more likely that we're just going to be seeing these long runs getting executed all day long. Why Colapinto didn't push? mainly because Colapinto had reliability issues with his car, so they probably weren't so certain about what's going on with his engine. And, they did send him back out, but then they brought him straight back in. So, and he hasn't come out since. So maybe I think they might still be working on Colapinto's car, to be honest, in terms of the power unit, because Colapinto broke down. They brought him back to the pits. It took about, I don't know, half an hour, 45 minutes. They sent him back out again, and he came immediately back into the pit. So clearly must have been something wrong with the engine again after they thought they'd fixed it. And now they're in the process of changing something. Why isn't anyone pushing? Because the teams are trying to gain information about the cars and the tires and the aerodynamics and things like that. They don't need to push in every single corner to get all of that information, and it's much lower risk, less likely to have reliability issues and things like that. So that's why the teams are doing it. Verstappen going extremely slowly down towards turn number 4. I don't know what's he doing there. Yeah. Get your Milho. Thanks for the $2 donation. What are your thoughts on Cadillac / Ceiling 2026? I think Cadillac will be the most improved team in 2026. I do not think that they're going to, be a World Championship winning team. However, I think they'll start sort of towards the bottom of the grid, and then will make some very big leaps and strides in, their first season in Formula One. The first competitive session will be, I think it is going to be on the 7th of March. Let me check my calendar. It will be, yes, correct, 7th of March, 5 a.m. UK time, and that is qualifying at the Australian Grand Prix. Yeah, Max Verstappen is doing every single sector very, very slowly now. Oh no, it's just sped up a little bit actually, so it seems to be okay. But he's in fact gone so slow in Sector 1 that a Sector 1 time hasn't shown up, which is a little bit strange, because normally, of course, after you finish Sector 1, it shows you Sector 1 time, and then you finish Sector 2, it shows you Sector 2 time. But, we'll see. Verstappen, oh, there we go, second sector time, 54 seconds. Not terrible. Is preseason crucial to gather data? Indeed it is. A lot of Formula One works on, using the data to find, a little bit more performance in every single aspect of the car. And, if you haven't got the data, then you can't find the performance. If you can't find the performance, then you're not winning. So, yeah. Indian Grand Prix might be back. Yes, I did see the news. It'll be good to have it back on the calendar for sure. It's definitely a really good racetrack. The drivers definitely loved it as well. I've heard some things about some tax laws or something that the F1 isn't particularly happy about, but we'll see. Okay. Yeah. Only 15 minutes remain now, folks. Only 15 minutes remain of pre-season testing. Well, of the first day of the first morning of pre-season testing. All right. It said stop when Verstappen went slowly. Yeah, that's sort of the GPS system itself. What it does is if it detects that if you haven't crossed the first sector line within 1 minute, then it will say, oh, you're going slowly. You haven't reached the first sector line, you must have crashed. Like, that's what its thinking is, because its thinking is, if it takes you normally 30 seconds to do sector number 1, why is it going to take you 60 seconds on any other lap? So if you haven't crossed the first sector line, you must have crashed. But Verstappen was just going really slowly, so that's why it said stop. Same thing for Lewis Hamilton. It's happened quite a few times as he goes through sector number 2. Olivia Brown just woke up. Glad to be back here, though. Been a while. I hope you're keeping well. I am indeed. Hope you are doing well as well. It's been quite a while. Do you like the Monaco circuit? I think it's a good circuit to have on, the Formula One calendar for historic reasons and things like that. But in terms of the racing there, yeah, it's not really fantastic. It's never going to be fantastic unless the cars are smaller. And well, this year was a step in the right direction. They've got a little bit smaller, but still nowhere near as small as they could be. And yeah, until then, Monaco's not going to be a great racing circuit. How long will the break be between the sessions? It'll be 1 hour, folks. 1 hour will be the break between the sessions. So, yeah, take it that what you will. I will probably still be here, but I'm going to take a probably 10-minute break or something. Get some green tea for my throat, go to the toilet, have some food, things like that. So yeah, but then I'll be back for the remaining, 50 minutes of the break or whatever. Please join the Sky Sports pundit team and replace Danica and Ted. Well, I'd love to, but I have no contacts in Sky Sports. And if you look at the track record of the sort of stuff that I have said on stream, I'm sure it's not, it's not really that bad, but it's not what a professional commentator should have on their track record, I think. But who knows? If you could get me a contact, folks, in Sky Sports, then that'd be incredible. My Instagram is F1gamer_official, I think. I think that's what my Instagram is. Or maybe it's just F1gamer official. But I will, go ahead and reach out to me there if you've got a contact. However, I'm not so sure that anyone really does. Yeah, it's F1gamer_official. Okay. What does the blue mini sector mean? It means that the drivers are in or out of the pit lane. So you can see here that Stroll's in the pits and he has come out of the pit lane here. You can see Russell is on an out lap, so he's coming out of the pit lane. Yeah. Okie dokes. Hi, please read my name. Let's see. Andreas Balint Andriska Pro. I've definitely said that wrong, but yeah, thanks for tuning in, guys. Where's the speed trap? The speed trap is just at the end of the pit lane exit. You can see, let me bring my mouse up onto the screen, just where George Russell's going past now. This little white dot here, this is where the speed trap is. So you're going to keep the stream running and take a break, or will you stop and then take a break? I will probably keep the stream running. I'll just turn off the webcam and mute my microphone. And so all of the lap times and everything will still be up there. And I'll probably just set a timer like, commentary will be back in 10 minutes or something. And then I'll go take my break. Because, I'm sure, as you can imagine, talking for 9 hours straight. Well, I mean, I've been talking for 4 hours and 20 minutes straight as of right now. But yeah, I should probably take a break in between. Okay. Why is Audi still green? Because I haven't managed to find a different color yet for Audi. I would have put silver, but that's too similar to the Haas. I would have put red, or the orangey red that they've got, but it's too similar to the Ferrari or the McLaren. So I've stuck it with a green for now, and I'll see if I can change something a little bit later on. Given how the channel is going, it won't be long since you're on the radar, so you may be part of Sky Sports. Yeah, maybe. I know F1 TV definitely know about me in terms of the people that sort of do the advertising for F1 TV. In fact, they emailed me yesterday, but I haven't actually been in contact with anyone from Sky Sports in that regard. We do a 1080p stream reset during the break. I'll probably just do it for tomorrow. I think for most people, you can still read what's being up on the screen. So yeah, I will, however, for tomorrow get it to 1080p because, well, yeah, it's just a good idea to have it at 1080p. You look tired. I mean, To be fair, I woke up at 5:35 a.m. today, and I definitely didn't sleep early. So, yeah, I probably am tired. Where'd you get the Diablo 3? I work at Sky Sports. We are looking for a commentator in our break room. Well, if you are looking for a commentator, well, my Instagram is f1gamer_official. Send me a DM. That would be that'd be pretty cool if you are looking for a commentator. Audi could be black. It could be black. However, the problem is you can't really see it on this map, because the rest of the map, the background is black, so the font becomes impossible to read. I tried it as black a little bit earlier on, so that's why I've switched it back to green. Where do I get the telemetry? I get the telemetry from Multiviewer. It's this program, you can search it up, but you do need an F1 TV subscription, so you can use a link in the description to get that, and then you can get the data. Could try a white outline with white text. Yeah, maybe, but I would have to modify the code for that, and I don't have access to the code to modify it for that one, so we'll see. What's the VPN hack? Well, unfortunately, it's not streaming on the VPN just yet. So the VPN for this year is going to be Proton VPN, using the link in the description. And once you get that, and you get the 70% discount that it's on right now, what you will do is you'll connect to a UK VPN server, and you'll go onto an incognito window of your YouTube account. On an incognito window of YouTube, so you're not signed in, and then you just search F1 Sky Sports, and it should come up, in 4 hours' time, when they actually go live for the final hour of testing. Yeah. Quite a large difference of 23 kilometers per hour in the speed trap between Oscar and Max. Yeah, Oscar is only 0.2 down, not bad. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. However, you can see here, Max's top speed, that could have been done on a different lap. For all we know, Max's top speed could have been set on a separate lap on a set of medium tyres, and then his quick lap was set on a set of softs. So he could have had a lower top speed on that flying lap itself. So that's why it's a little bit difficult to compare these numbers in that way. Yeah. Okie dokes. Hi there. Why did the teams choose to put the number 2 drivers for the start of the test? Will the teams be... will the cars be in better shape for the prime drivers later? Please read. I mean, some drivers are definitely the number 2 drivers. Some drivers are definitely the number 1s that are out right now. Verstappen is driving the Red Bull car. He's definitely the number 1 driver there at Red Bull. But no, the team sort of just pick it based off, if the driver... I don't really know how they pick it. Maybe they do a coin flip or something, but... yeah, it's nothing all that important, because the morning and the afternoon here in in Bahrain is relatively similar. In the morning, it's a little bit colder to start off with, but we get to track temperature about 40 degrees, and for the afternoon session, it'll probably stay around 40 degrees till the end of it. So not too much of a concern. How about grey? Haas is already grey. You can see there. In 5th position, Esteban Ocon is in grey. I'll try the color code for Audi. Thanks. We'll have a look. Why is Norris not participating? Well, it's 1 driver per team. So Norris will be driving in the afternoon session. Norris will be driving in the afternoon session. Piastri's driving in the morning. May have to resort to a 2-tone. Yeah, I'll try and figure something out to keep the 2 things different and readable and things like that. It's really not that big of a concern, to be honest. Everyone has asked why is Audi green? Like, it's already Audi when you ask that question. So yeah. Okay. 4 minutes remaining on the clock. We have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and looks like 6 cars coming out onto the circuit. Yeah. You'd be so entertaining as a Sky Sports commentator with quips like that. Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like, you know, when you get the pronunciation of a word wrong, and then someone tells you, "Oh, that's not how you pronounce it. You pronounce it that way," and it's like, well, you know, you already understood what I was saying because you were able to correct me. So then, just, you know, there's just no need for those sort of comments. But yeah, give purple to the V car, white to the Haas, grey to the Audi. Ooh, yeah, maybe actually, maybe. We'll have a think. We'll have a think. All right, track temperature up to 40 degrees. The wind has been pretty consistent. It's been 10 kilometers pretty much the entire day, blowing either from the southern direction or the southwesterly direction upwards. And Verstappen has made his way out of the pit lane. Very nice. Are they using the proper fuels or the old fuels? They will most likely be using the sustainable fuels because they want to check if their cars work properly with the sustainable fuels because that's what they're going to be using during the races. So yeah, it'll be that. Hi, what time can we see the live TV? You can see it in 4 hours time. Yeah, there's a 1 hour break and then there is the first 3 hours of the afternoon session is not broadcast, but then the final hour is broadcast. Is there why the team's only using one car? Have they not made the second car? Is there a reason for this? It's for cost saving measures basically. The teams will design one car. If there's any sort of issues with that first car, then they will make those corrections and then manufacture the second car rather than manufacturing 2 cars that could have issues with them and then having to manufacture another 2 cars to fix them. So that's normally the reason. And I mean, maybe Ferrari already have a second car ready at the factory. They could even have it here waiting in Bahrain, but they only have one car out on the circuit for testing purposes, just to make the track not too busy as well. That's the other thing as well. If you have too many cars out on the circuit, then the teams that are trying to get clean aero runs with no disturbance from dirty air ahead of them and things like that, it's a lot harder to do that. So there's quite a lot of different things. Is Colapinto not driving? No, Colapinto had engine issues with his power unit, so he has been in the pit lane since then. Did an outlap, then came straight back in because clearly they found some more issues and he hasn't come out since. So only 28 laps done there for Franco Colapinto, the lowest number of laps out of anyone. Lance Stroll as well, only 33 laps for him. I don't know if that's due to the Honda power unit, but he's slowest in the speed trap, so it may be related. Then in terms of the other drivers, we've got Carlos Sainz with the most number of laps, 77 laps to his name. Arvin Lindblad with 75. Max Verstappen with 64. So that is the top 3 in terms of the laps completed. Then you've got Esteban Ocon with 62 in 4th position. And then you've got Piastri, Russell, Hamilton, all very, very close in the 52 to 54 to 55. And you got Bortoletto and Bottas with a few less laps under their belt in 48 and 49. So that is the end of the morning session of day 1 of pre-season testing. So yeah. I don't know exactly what I was going to say. I'm probably going to stick a timer up on the screen now to say testing is going to restart. Afternoon testing starts in... let me put that up on the screen. Afternoon testing starts in approximately an hour. Okay, let's make that a little bit smaller. Okay, so let's make this smaller there. And then I'm also just going to put a timer up. I'm going to go take a break for 10, 15 minutes or something. And I'll be back then. So F1 gamer will be back in probably, I don't know, let's say 15 minutes. Yeah. I'll put 12 or something, yeah. So then I'll just go take a break. But the top 10 timings, or yeah, you can have a look at the timings. I mean, Verstappen's top of the times, Piastri second, Russell third, but really not much to read into there. It is day one of the test. Oh, apologies. While I was typing that, some of you may have got an advert. Apologies for that. Trying to do my best to block adverts. Oh, it's not in 2 minutes. It's in. Where has it gone? There we go. Okay. So yeah, hope you guys have enjoyed. Hope you guys have enjoyed the morning session. Yeah, the afternoon session starts in 57 minutes. I'm gonna go take a break for a little bit. I will be back in well, as it says there, 11 minutes or so. So see you then, folks. Yeah, need to go drink some water. Otherwise my throat is really gonna start to hurt. So bye bye. I'll be back in 10 minutes. Hello, folks. I'm back from my little break. Um, so yeah, had a banana, got some green tea and honey and stuff. So hope you hope you entertain yourself for 10 minutes or so. But yeah, nothing all that exciting really for the first day of preseason testing. Reliability issues for Franco Colapinto, and the rest of the drivers going about their run plans. Seems a little bit strange for Lance Stroll not doing too many laps there. Also spending quite a lot of time in the garage, but should be all right. We'll see what Alonso does in the second half of today. Is your throat okay? Yeah, it's don't worry about it too much. To be honest, I think I'll get used to it. I mean, I always do. Like, this happens. It happened last year as well for preseason testing. Like, my throat was hurting pretty bad, and then like after the first day, but then the second day was totally fine. So it'll just be yeah, it's just the first day that's a little bit rough. Yeah. Okay. Ready for another 4 hours? Indeed, I am. Indeed, I am. Only misses classes on Wednesday, actually, in the UK. What they do is they don't have classes because all of the sports events and sports training and stuff like that happens on Wednesday afternoons. So, yeah, I'm not missing too much today. The Williams have screens on the rise of their car, which is, yeah, I think Williams is just having a little bit of fun, to be honest. Catching up. I mean, their main job is really catching up from the lost ground that they got from Barcelona, and you know they've done that quite successfully with 77 laps there from Carlos Sainz. Yeah, it's no classes in the afternoon of Wednesdays, but yeah, you still normally have stuff in the morning. Yes, I am still at university. That is correct. Yeah, I will be missing classes tomorrow, but you know it's all right. I'll catch up on them over the weekend, and I'll still be all right for my exams. So, could you put up a legend to explain the colours for the microsectors? I mean it's the same as the normal sectors. Really, you've got your yellow is slower than personal best, green is personal best, purple is quickest out of everyone, and blue is coming in and out of the pit lane. That's the only different one compared to the normal sectors. So, yeah, I might put a graphic up actually because we do get quite a lot of questions about that, especially new people that come to the channel. So, yeah, is the Audi car fast? Yeah, I mean it looks all right really. They had some reliability issues in Barcelona, but today they seem to be doing all right. So, not too shabby. Why is this not being broadcasted? I don't know the exact reason why, but it isn't being broadcasted. It will get broadcasted, however. The afternoon session will get broadcasted a little bit later on, the final hour of it at least. And I'll let you know when that happens, and I'll let you know how to also watch it. Yeah, using a VPN. Okay. Do you YouTube as a hustle or as a true career? No, I mean I've been doing job applications and things. So I will probably get a job. So yeah. So it's not. I guess it's as a hustle and not a true career. To answer your question, but who knows? Maybe in the future, things will change and circumstances will change. Who knows? Are you attending any Grand Prix this year? No, unfortunately not. Actually, haven't attended any Grand Prix ever. Actually, I would quite like to, but with the way channel's going, I think it's quite important to carry on commentating consistently every single race weekend. So you know, maybe at some point I will take a break and maybe go to one of the races, or I could even go to one of the preseason testings really, because commentating preseason testing at the end of the day isn't hugely important. I could maybe go for a day or so if it was in Barcelona. I think Bahrain's a little bit far from the UK to be doing that. Put ads on and make it my career. I mean, maybe. I guess I could put ads on, but I'd prefer not to. However, am in the talks of getting well, yeah, this is the thing with Proton VPN. Hoping to sort out some sort of deal with them, in terms of sponsorship and advertising for them for the sort of entire season, which will be quite good, if that gets worked out. But for that, people have to buy Proton VPN, so we will. I guess we'll see. No ads, please. Yeah, see, this is the thing. I think most people would prefer not to watch a broadcast with adverts. And I think the occasional mentions of Proton VPN or Surfshark VPN or whatever it is all right, rather than having an advert pop up in your face when someone's about to go for a poll. You know what the top speed car in the 2025 cars were? I think it was 360 kilometers per hour, maybe. I cannot remember for certain, to be honest, but I think it's up in that sort of range. And these cars get to 350 kilometers per hour really, really quickly, compared to last year's cars, but I don't think they go much faster than 350. Are you planning to stream for 8+ hours? Yeah, I'll be streaming right till the end of testing today. 363 kilometers per hour. Thanks for that message. How are your studies going? Are they going well? Well, thank you for asking, and yeah, they are going quite well, actually. I have got I guess it's different in all parts of the world, but I'm sure most people are familiar with sort of the A star, A, B, C sort of system. So in my university, at least, I've got the highest grade available. Just about, I'm ever so slightly over the boundary, but I have got the highest grade available, so I guess it's going pretty well. Okay. Maybe make Grand Prix summary videos and put some information in. Yeah, definitely making some videos and things like that would be a good idea. I mean that was my New Year's resolution, actually, to make more videos. So maybe I will. Any interest to work in the motorsport area? I mean, I could. I would like to work in Formula One if I'm going to work in motorsport, but of course, with the channel being so big, I have to sign an NDA and not stream on the channel. So it's either one or the other, really. And also, even if I was to work in motorsport, I think I would get a little bit tired of it. Like, don't get me wrong, like motorsport is very cool, but then 5 days a week I'd work on, being a motorsport engineer, and then on Saturday and Sunday I'd come and commentate on it as well. I think it would get a little bit too much, but who knows? What am I studying? Mechanical engineering. Oh, brilliant. We've hit our 3,000 like goal. Very much appreciated, folks. Proton for the win. Yeah, that's a good company to advertise. Yeah, I mean, it is a good company to advertise. Of course, only if people actually buy the things, and by the looks of it, I don't think anyone has actually bought Proton VPN today, which isn't the best sign for getting a sponsorship, but, we will, we'll see how it goes. How's the adaptation to the new car going for Bottas and Perez? I think Bottas and Perez will adapt to it pretty well, really. They've driven a large variety of cars in their years in Formula One, and Perez especially, we know the Red Bull car is difficult to adapt to, but Perez did a reasonably well job, especially better than the other drivers that have driven that Red Bull. So they'll be fine to adapt to it, and both of the drivers will have had their input on how to design the car, what balance they prefer, and things like that. So, yeah, in that regard, I think that Bottas and Perez will be, it'll take them a little bit of getting used to the fitness and things. Even just 1 year out of Formula One, their necks will have got significantly weaker. So they'll be getting used to that and getting ready for that. But yeah, I think they should be good to go for this year. Do you have any plans on making long form videos? Well, I do have a video planned with a Mercedes engineer who's working on the engine. That's sort of like a podcast thing where we're going to talk about, working at Mercedes, what's it like doing the engine stuff, and, how do you get to Formula One and things like that. But, yeah, in terms of other long form videos, I have a few ideas noted down somewhere, but I haven't actually made them yet. Yeah. Can I ask the panel using, is it the OpenF1 API? No, it's called Multiviewer if you want to go research it a little bit. That's how I'm getting access to this data. Yeah, that's so cool. Can't wait to hear it. Yeah, I mean, this thing I've messaged him on. I've sent him all the questions that we're probably going to ask and go through and talk about and things like that. And he just has to send that to the Mercedes HR, make sure that, this is okay, we're allowed to talk about X, Y, and Z. And once that is done, and then once he's also free, because I'm sure you can imagine someone who's working on the Mercedes engine is, I imagine, very busy right now, especially with a few of these issues that are cropping up here with Colapinto that we've seen. So yeah, once they're a little bit more free, then we can get some sort of date organized to do a podcast. Yeah. Okay. It's testing game broadcast. The final hour of it will be. So you'll have to wait 3 hours and 34 minutes, and then the broadcast will be live. Yeah. Love from India. Love all of you guys, to be fair. Yeah, very much is appreciated. I mean, the fact that I can even do this and there'll be 3,000 people listening to me probably talking about nothing really relevant to Formula One. It was kind of wild. I'm sure quite a lot of people have actually got me muted and can't hear a thing that I'm actually saying because they're just here for the data. But hello to you folks as well. Okay. What is that mirror in the background? Yeah, it's just some random mirror, really. I mean, this is not like, I'm in university and this is just someone else's house that, we're renting, with some of my friends. So I don't know, it's some random mirror that came with the house. And yeah, you can see my monitor. Oh, is it an IKEA mirror? Maybe it is an IKEA mirror. Who knows? Okay, so what should we expect in the afternoon testing, really? Well, we're going to have the drivers switch around. We're going to get Leclerc driving. We're going to get Alonso driving, I think. Oh, no, Alonso won't be driving. Stroll's driving for the whole day, I think. So, yeah, good mix of some more drivers hitting the track. We'll get Perez driving. I think Ghazi's also going to be driving. Yeah, Albon will be driving in the afternoon session, so will Hulkenberg, so will Norris, so will Antonelli. So we'll get a few more drivers out onto the track, and that'll be nice. And in terms of run plans, their teams will be doing very, very similar things, to be honest, in terms of the number of laps they're doing. Maybe they'll focus a little bit more on the setup because they want to get setup input from both of the drivers. If both of the drivers say, oh, we're feeling a lot of understeer through medium speed corners, then the team can start to focus on that, try to figure out a solution to that issue. So it's good to get input from both of the drivers. If they do the same plan, so same set of tyres, same fuel loads, same track temperatures and things like that, reasonably similar wind conditions, send them out. And, if they have the same feedback, then you know for a fact that, oh, we've got to fix this thing. Yeah. Listening to you since 2022. Oh, thank you, man. All right. Enjoying the casual chat. Fair enough. I think it's definitely important to have some casual chat, as there's no way that you can go talk for 9 hours about Formula One testing. So, yeah, glad that you guys are enjoying it. All right. Yeah, looking at the top speeds here, I mean, the slowest that we've seen is Lance Stroll, 298. Again, we don't know if that's an issue with the Honda power unit or not. Maybe he'll come out and do a lot more laps in the afternoon session. But as of right now, he's done the second least amount of laps out of anyone. Colapinto being the least, and Colapinto had engine issues. Stroll did not have outwardly engine issues. He didn't stop in the middle of the circuit. However, he could have had some engine issue and then just parked right up in the garage and then not gone back out again. So, we are yet to see what's going on for Lance Stroll. Okay. Yeah, it could be a full fuel load as well for Lance Stroll, and maybe just not deploying the battery down the straight. That's the thing. That's the thing with testing. We just don't know, and that's why we can't talk about it too much, because there really isn't much to talk about, because I can't just say I don't know for every single question all the time. Also, folks, if we do look at the theoretical best lap times, again, which is totally pointless, but, if you do want to talk about theoretical best lap times, Piastri's theoretical best lap time would be quicker than Verstappen's by about 1.5 tenths. So, yeah, Verstappen clearly didn't hook up all of his, Piastri didn't hook up all of his best three sectors, because if he did, then he would have been a tenth and a half up on Max Verstappen. Yeah. Just joined back after the start of testing. Did I miss anything important? Not much, really. Colapinto had an engine issue. Of course, that's the Alpine car with the new Mercedes power unit. So, potentially some issues there for Mercedes, maybe some issues for Alpine. We will have to find out. And, he stopped on the side of the circuit, then was brought back to the pits. They thought they'd repaired the car and sent him out. Apparently, they hadn't repaired the car, brought him straight back in, and he didn't leave the pit since. So, yeah, that's what's happened to Colapinto. And apart from that, everyone else has been doing reasonably okay. Sainz has done the most laps, and he's trying to catch up, of course, for the lost running that they had in Barcelona, that they lost in Barcelona. Do you think we'll get good overtakes this season or long bronze? No, I think we'll get some good overtakes. But given the smaller cars, they're a little bit more manoeuvrable, a little bit lighter, less affected by the dirty air. All should add up to give us some good racing. That's at least my hope. Where can I watch the testing in the US? Well, either you can get F1 TV, which is pretty expensive, or you can get Proton VPN using the link in the description. And once you do that, it's like 70% off. And then you connect to a UK VPN, a UK server. Once you've done that, you can just go onto YouTube and search Sky Sports F1, and then it will come up. It will not come up right now. It'll come up in 3 hours and 20 minutes, or 3 hours and 28 minutes. But yeah, that's the way to watch it, for at least the cheapest way in the US. Right. Which race are you looking forward to this year? I think racing in I don't know, really. I mean, I think all of the racetracks are pretty good to look forward to. I think Suzuka will be pretty good. Maybe, I mean, Interlagos is always something to look forward to. Silverstone as well. I mean, I'm sort of just naming the good racetracks, to be honest. Yeah. I have a question. Are you watching F1 TV / Sky Sports right now? No, I am not. I'm not watching any sort of coverage because nobody is broadcasting this. Unless you are at the Bahrain circuit itself, you cannot see what's going on. So, yeah, that's how it's going. I'm purely just sort of commentating off the data. And to be fair, I've got quite a bit of experience doing that. I know definitely in 2021 and sometimes in 2022 as well, I commentated off the data quite heavily. And it's not too difficult once you get used to it. So, yeah, it's all right. Good throwback. Hi, if active aero is supposed to help the cars follow and overtake, why are they still using the within 1 second rule for the overtake mode? Doesn't that defeat the whole purpose? Firstly, I don't think it's within 1 second. The FIA can pick what number it is for each separate racetrack. So maybe, at Monza, where it's really easy to overtake, it'll be within only half a second. At circuits where it's harder to overtake, like Monaco, maybe it'll be within 2 seconds. So I think that number's going to change. And the reason that they still have that in place is that essentially it's because they can make the racing better by reducing the dirty air and things like that. But just due to physics, you will never get the exact same amount of downforce if you're following a car. And so to sort of counteract that disadvantage that you get, just sort of like by the laws of physics, sort of, they add this overtake button in as a compensating factor. Yeah. Love the data focus, something I really appreciate about your commentary. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think a lot of, I think that's another thing as well, because when you're commentating sort of just off the footage itself, you're sort of at the mercy of the TV director. And, if the TV director decides to show, Isaac Hadjar for whatever reason, then you have to talk about Isaac Hadjar. And if they show Sergio Perez on the screen, then you got to talk about Sergio Perez. Whereas, when you have sort of this data, you've got all of the information up on the screen, and I can, switch from talking about Bottas if he's going purple to talking about Ocon if he's going slowly, and rather than having to wait around for, the TV director to switch things. So I think that's quite nice. And also on TV, you do get so much focus just on the top 4 drivers, top 5 drivers, and you don't get to see much of what's going on further down the pack, and you can't even really tell what's going on. So I think having the data there really helps with that as well. Yeah. Ocon said that following is harder than before these regulations. 10 second penalty for that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Ocon may have done a little bit of following behind, in the Barcelona test, but it's still a little bit difficult to sort of figure that out exactly. Maybe they could, maybe Red Bull and McLaren could have an agreement saying, we'll both send our drivers out for 5 laps and they'll follow each other around and we'll sort of get a feel for what the conditions are like. But yeah, who knows? The meaning of the blue is that the drivers have come back into the pit lane. So that's the pit lane entry and pit lane exit. So pit lane entry in Sector 3 and pit lane exit in Sector 1. It's good to have Bottas and Perez back in the sport. It's just a shame it's carrying the likes of Stroll, who's a non-entity, no presence with the fans, an average driver. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Stroll has got some fans. Definitely a few people from Canada, I'm sure, are supporting him. But no, it's definitely good to have Perez and Bottas back. They definitely Perez. The Mexican Grand Prix is not the same without him, and Bottas is just a great driver. Really, I think he's become one of those fan favorite drivers. You know how like everyone loves Daniel Ricciardo and you can't really hate him. I think Valtteri Bottas has become one of those drivers. So yeah, it's good to have people like that in the sport. Okay. Any problem with the hybrid system would completely ruin the race for a team, right? Yeah, I mean, it's like, any problem with the engine will completely ruin your race, or any problem with the suspension will completely ruin your race. Like, it's for a Formula One car to perform at its absolute peak level, everything needs to go absolutely perfect, and it's sort of a miracle that it does most of the time, which is I think quite cool. The Perez defense will never be forgotten after what Tsunoda did in Abu Dhabi. Yeah, no, I remember, I was commentating that one, right, in Abu Dhabi, and I was hyping up Tsunoda so much, and he was, over the radio, he was hyping himself up. He was like, oh yeah, I know what to do, leave me alone. And then yeah, Norris got past him in one straight. Like, there was no sort of defense or anything. Which, I sort of felt like a little bit of a clown for talking Sergio Tsunoda up that much, and then him doing absolutely nothing. But sort of just how it goes sometimes, isn't it? But yeah, it is racing at the end of the day. What are your podium predictions for Melbourne? Well, I guess I have to stand by my predictions from last year, which I said Williams would be the fastest team and then Aston Martin would be second. So I guess Carlos Sainz first position, Alex Albon second position, Fernando Alonso third position. That is my, I guess that's my prediction. Yeah. Do you think the Ferrari curse and the Kardashian curse will cancel? I don't know what the Kardashian curse is, to be honest. But I guess if two curses, they can cancel out. But yeah. All right, we are 21 minutes away now from the start of the afternoon session. We'll be getting the other half of the grid coming out for the most part, which will be good to see. And yeah. Did you watch the Super Bowl? No, I didn't. I don't really understand American football, to be honest. Yeah. Can I rank the liveries? I don't know about ranking, but my top three is definitely Haas, Red Bull, and then what was the third one that I said? I think Williams. Yeah, I think Cadillac's also growing on me a little bit. I think it's quite nice to have a different what's it called? Asymmetric livery. Can you show your setup? You know what I'll do? I will post a video, a story on my Instagram of the setup. So the Instagram is F1gamer_official. So if you guys want to go see my setup, I guess I can post it there. Yeah. There we go. I think that just gets posted. I don't really post much on Instagram, to be fair. And the Haas is, the Haas is a pretty nice livery, to be honest. And they've pulled it off with such sort of like plain colours as well. You know, if it was like, imagine what the Haas livery designers could do if they had a few more colours to play with. Like, they've gone for a very basic, sort of simple layout in terms of what colours that they've got. So, yeah. I don't know why this isn't letting me post on my story. Yeah, I don't know what's going on here with Instagram, but yeah. Okie dokes. Stroll P1, Nico P2. Who knows? Yeah, we'll see how it goes. No wonder I can't see your post. Yeah, I don't know what Instagram's doing really on my phone, so I'm going to see if I can figure that one out. But maybe I'll try it again. Yeah, it's definitely not letting me post it, so I'll see. Yeah, folks, have you got any predictions, any conspiracy theories that you've got about the world of Formula One that you'd like to share in the chat right now? Because we really haven't got much to talk about. I might, you know what I might do? I might set up F1 GeoGuessr for next, for tomorrow's stream. So in the break in between the morning session and the afternoon session, play a bit of F1 GeoGuessr. But yeah, we'll see. Who's your biggest flop for 2026? I don't know. I think Colapinto is going to continue having his lackluster performances. I think I'm going to go with that one. A little bit of a safe bet, to be fair. But yeah. Oh, there we go. It looks like it's posted it. Yeah, it's now posted on the F1 Gamer_official Instagram. I'd totally play F1 GeoGuessr if you set up competition mode. I don't know what competition mode is, but I think that would mean you'd play against other people watching the stream, maybe? Does Toto need to change his engine in the Horner voice? Yeah, maybe. What's your favourite livery? I can see your post now. Fantastic. Audi as a wild side pod. Yes, it's quite the interesting one for Audi. But I think it makes sense. Like, they're trying something new, and we'll see if it works out for them. Of course, everyone's sort of talking about it because it's something different from the norm. Have Audi figured something out that the rest of the teams haven't figured out in the past 5 years or something? It seems a bit unlikely, to be honest. But yeah. I'm from Bahrain. Oh well, you should go watch the preseason testing. The tickets really aren't too expensive, so go ahead and pop yourself in a car, go over to the racetrack, get a ticket, easy peasy. Go watch some Formula One. What do you think about Komatsu saying Ocon is underperforming? It's quite unusual for a Japanese person to be criticizing someone publicly like this. I don't know about if it's unusual for a Japanese person to be criticizing someone publicly, but I mean, yeah, I don't really know much about that. But I guess what he's trying to say is that Ocon is performing badly compared to Behrman, and he expected essentially Ocon to be quicker than Behrman by quite a significant chunk, and in that regard he's underperforming. Now that could be down to the fact that Behrman is really quick, or it could be down to the fact that Ocon and Behrman are reasonably slower than people expect them to be. Or it could be Ocon is slow and Behrman is just at a normal rookie speed. So, I think the Haas team principal has more data than we do to sort of know that which driver is performing at the correct level, which driver is underperforming. So I think it makes sense to sort of make a comment like that, but I don't know why you would do it so publicly. I think maybe, in the team you can sort of have a chat and say that, look, you're underperforming a little bit, maybe, you need to change your training plan or something like that. But yeah, I don't really see the point in doing it publicly, to be honest. Hello, Exoteric. Nice to see you here, buddy. I hope you're doing all right. Had a nice winter break. Controversial statement. Gasly's overrated. What do you think? I would say I think you should go back and watch the generational run that Pierre Gasly went on in 2021. Consistently P5 every single race, pretty much. The guy was a machine, and I think he's still got it in him. I think the Alpine car is just not really allowing him to perform at that level. So maybe he has gotten worse since 2021, but I think considering the way that Gasly improved after his sort of removal from the Red Bull racing team, I think that he's done a brilliant job and he's pretty quick. So I don't think he's overrated. Hey man, sub counter changed. You reached. Oh yeah, right. Yeah, let me pop that up to 228. We are just going up at a incredible rate. Just it's been 1,000 subscribers just today. 1,000 subscribers in the morning session, 1,000 subscribers in the afternoon. We'll be at 250k in no time. I'm not a fan of the ugly HP logos all over the Ferrari, but I understand the need for big money. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing with the HP logos. It would be nice if they actually added extra horsepower, because it's HP, the short form for horsepower. But no, they clearly don't, and everyone just complains about them. So yeah, the blue and the red just doesn't work together. I don't know if it's like the opposite sides of the color spectrum or something, but they just don't go very well. So yeah, it'd be nice if HP could change their logo to be white or black instead. But yeah, the blue logo just doesn't really work that well. Why is Audi still green? Because I haven't found a different colour for them yet. Controversial, Leclerc should change teams too soon. Yeah, I mean, I don't think that's really controversial. I think if Ferrari ends up going nowhere, it's only right for Leclerc to look to go elsewhere, because he is a pretty talented driver. And, when Seb Vettel left the Ferrari team, he in fact signed on Leclerc's helmet. You're the most talented driver that I've seen in many years. Don't waste the talent. And since then, Leclerc has stayed with Ferrari, and, out of the last 16 times Charles Leclerc has got pole position, he's only managed to convert one of them to a race win. I think that tells you enough about Ferrari, to be honest. Ford really cooked with the car. Yeah, I mean the engine is looking pretty solid from the Ford side of things, for the Red Bull team. So it's good news for them, really. Well, I think if Ferrari could also add a little bit of green to their livery, so then they get the Italian flag in there as well, that would be pretty nice. So you got the red, white, and green. So for the Italian flag, and then of course a little bit of yellow, I think, also goes quite nicely with the Ferrari color scheme. I think that must be the second most common color of Ferrari as well. Like the most common, obviously, is the red, but I think maybe the second most common is yellow. But yeah, red, yellow, and then the Italian tricolour all could go pretty nicely. Okay. I think Liam Lawson will be out of Formula One soon, next 2 years. He's Yuki level. Yeah, I mean, you've got to give him some time, and we'll see how it goes. But, Yuki was given time, and they hoped that he would, be able to fill that number 2 role again for Max Verstappen, but he couldn't, and hence out of the team he goes. And I suspect the same thing will be happening to Isaac Hadjar. He'll get compared to Max Verstappen. If he can deliver, he stays. If he can't, he goes, and the next driver comes up onto the line. So it's how it is, isn't it? F1 Gamer Vibe Check. How is today going so far? Today's doing pretty well, actually. Had a reasonably good day. Woke up a little bit early, so I'm a little bit tired. But apart from that, things have been going pretty nicely. Not had any sort of major issues with the data. I had a full backup thing prepared just in case the data wasn't working, but thankfully it was. So no need to use my backup, and it was not that big of a headache really this morning. So quite happy about that. Gasly or Hulkenberg, who do you think is more faster today? Ooh, that's an interesting one. I am going to go with... I think I'm going to go with Hulkenberg. Purely just for the fact that Hulkenberg has got way more experience than Gasly, and put in any sort of random scenario and asked to go faster, I think Hulkenberg will have the edge. But let me know what you think, actually, guys. I think that's quite the tough one, actually, between Gasly and Hulkenberg. Okay. Gasly has times when he drives like he stole it super fast and then not too many... Yeah, that's the thing. Gasly, definitely, he's had some outstanding performances in certain races, and certain racetracks he's also incredible at. But Hulkenberg's always there, always consistent. So... yeah. What do you think of Behrman for this season? I think Behrman, if he outqualifies Ocon and consistently beats him in quali and outscores him as well, that is job well done for Ollie Behrman. In his second season of Formula One, that's the most you can ask for. Beat your teammate by a reasonable margin, especially so the margin is big enough so people can't just say, oh, it was a fluke, oh, we got a bit lucky. So, yeah, if you can do that, I think that will be... I think it's also very much within reach for Behrman, with the way that he's been going in his first season, very much within reach for him to outscore Ocon by a solid margin and also outqualify him. If you're Behrman, do you go to Ferrari, choose another team? Oh, yeah, like let's say, for example, either Hamilton or Leclerc leave next year. Then what does Ollie Behrman do? Does he go to the team that has had pretty much the worst track record ever in becoming a competitive team? Or do you go with someone else? But the thing is, who else do you go for? I guess it depends on who's the quickest car this year. But see, this is the thing. If you want to go to a team that is the quickest team on the grid, you're going to go up against Max Verstappen, who'll be competing for that seat. George Russell, who'll be competing for that seat. And as Ollie Behrman, you're not going to win that fight. You're going to lose that seat to Verstappen, or you're going to lose it to Russell. So... I guess, yeah, going to Ferrari would be his next best option. Red Bull second driver. Yeah, Yeah, I don't know about Red Bull second driver. It seems like a bad idea for everyone that's done it. What team you're supporting this year? I support Vettel, but he isn't here. Well, I also support Vettel, but he also isn't here. Um, so I don't know. I said Williams. So we'll see how Williams do. Can Albon beat Sainz this season? I think probably not. I'm not sure really. I think those Sainz, if you had to, like, I think it's reasonably close, like maybe 55-45 to Carlos Sainz, or 60-40 to Carlos Sainz. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you might as well take your chances at Ferrari because unless you have an option waiting at a team that is going to be better for a fact, Ferrari's always a reasonably solid bet. Like, Ferrari pretty much, since they haven't won a championship, back since 2007, but they've always consistently been in the second or the third fastest spot. If you exclude 2020, which was a very bad year for Ferrari, second and third, they're pretty much always there. So, you get a few podiums, maybe a few race wins. Championship, though, it's a tough thing to do for Ferrari. When's the live broadcast starting? Well, the session itself is starting in 5 minutes. But the live broadcast is starting in 3 hours and 5 minutes. Yeah. Albon and Sainz are great, could go either way depending on the fit of the car. Yeah, for sure. Okay. If Alonso has a bad year, it might be his last in F1, and that's even if he finishes the season. If on the other hand it all clicks, it could be the most motivated he's been in years. Yeah, no, definitely. If Aston Martin are nowhere to be seen with no signs of improving, then Alonso will just call it a day, I think. He's got other aspirations in other motorsports that he wants to do. Because, if he ends up qualifying in 15th position in Australia through outright pace, Alonso will probably retire at the end of the year. I think that's a pretty fair statement to say, to be honest. What made Vettel leave Red Bull after he won 4 championships? It was sort of the dream to win with Ferrari, really. Seb Vettel, his sort of person that he was looking up to was Michael Schumacher. And, Schumacher had gone and won a few titles with Ferrari. So Sebastian Vettel's goal was, to emulate his idol and to go to Ferrari and win some championships. And, that's why he left Red Bull. Also, there was a few falling outs in Red Bull with Vettel and Daniel Ricciardo in the 2014 season, and Red Bull also weren't looking that competitive in 2014 because I think they had the Renault engine at that point, and they just weren't doing so great. Yeah. Okay then. Yeah. 3 hours, not 3 hours, 3 minutes and 34 seconds, and we will have the afternoon session underway, and we'll get the drivers making their way out onto the circuit for the afternoon runs. If Alonso retires, Verstappen makes a shocking move to Aston Martin Racing, what are your thoughts? I'd be very surprised, because Verstappen wouldn't move to a midfield team, and Alonso wouldn't retire if he is in a winning car, so I think that scenario is just a little bit unlikely. Tragic it did not work out for Vettel at Ferrari. He was an incredible talent. Yeah, the same thing could be said for Fernando Alonso and for Felipe Massa and for Charles Leclerc and for Lewis Hamilton. The list just carries on going. So who knows? Who knows how long that list will continue on going for? If Fernando retires, Lance will win the World Driving Championships next year. It's his luck. Yeah, it is sort of like Alonso's luck, really, isn't it? He hasn't had the best luck all of these years. It's the Ferrari curse, I'm telling you. Well, what's the solution to the Ferrari's curse? In what way can you break the Ferrari curse? Max said he might not continue racing in F1 if the racing is boring in the season. Any thoughts if that might happen? I don't know. A lot of people say that they will, leave F1 and not come back, but then they do come back because they just like it too much. And you don't get the same rush, especially once you've driven a Formula 1 car. I'm sure, like, driving a GT3 car is like, driving around with like a 2-year-old. Like, it's so slow and just, essentially, you don't get the same thrill. So I think that, a lot of people just continue even if they don't, even if the racing isn't amazing, just because they enjoy it. I think the same thing for Kimi Räikkönen. He enjoyed the racing aspect of things, not so much the media, very similar to sort of how Max Verstappen is. And he continued on because he wanted to enjoy Formula 1 for the cars themselves, even though he wasn't at the front of the field, even though he wasn't doing a huge amount of racing. Actually, Kimi did do quite a bit of racing, to be fair, when he was with Alfa Romeo Sauber. I definitely remember, was it maybe 2020 or 2021? There was the opening lap of the Portugal Grand Prix, and he made up like 12 positions on the opening lap. I'm sure he must have loved that one. But yeah, it's been a while since that happened. It was a hobby for Kimi, yeah, very much. It was a hobby. And, you can do it if you want to, and you don't do it when you don't want to. Okay. Not too many people are talking about Hadjar since he moved to Red Bull. Well, I think there's not much to talk about, really. We sort of know what is expected of Isaac Hadjar. It's to be Max Verstappen's number 2 driver. It's to be within 0.2 of him at every single occasion. And... I can tell you for a fact, if Isaac Hadjar gets knocked out of Q1 in Australia and Verstappen makes it through to Q3, everyone's going to start talking about Isaac Hadjar again. So, that's sort of just how it goes. All right. Testing is restarted, as you can see there at bottom left, all the way over to the left-hand side. The timer is ticking down. Nobody has made their way out onto the circuit just yet, but the pit lane exit is open. And, once the drivers have had their lunch and the mechanics have had their lunch, they'll be heading out onto the circuit soon enough. Alrighty, folks. Thank you everyone for tuning in, by the way. Hope you are all enjoying the coverage. I'll be commentating tomorrow and the day after as well, for all of the updates about pre-season testing and whatever's going on at the racetrack. So yeah, it's pretty good. Okie dokes. What do you think Ferrari based on what you've seen? Well, firstly, I'd appreciate it if you don't spam the message 10 times in the chat. And you really can't tell where Ferrari are based off what we've seen, this is the thing with testing. We don't know. If we did know, then we would, then someone would have already placed a bet or whatever. But, they're probably going to be in the top 5. Oh, F1 Gamer in closed testing. Remember you had a job interview. How'd it go? Job interview went well. I meant to find out either this week or next week if I sort of get the job. So, I guess we'll see. I'll get an email at some point. So should be good. But the interview went well, so who knows. Thoughts on the Portuguese racetrack being brought back? Oh, it's an incredible racetrack, to be honest. I really like driving it. It's very much like a roller coaster. So yeah, it's good to have that back on the calendar. Good to get more proper race circuits as well. So yeah. What job? I'm not going to say really. I probably also shouldn't say the company and things like that until all of these things are properly decided. But I do a mechanical engineering degree, so you can sort of figure it out from there. What is this new DRS? Please explain. Well, essentially, the new DRS is... So, how the DRS only worked on the rear wing? The rear wing would open and close to increase to reduce your drag and to give you more top speed. It's essentially just the same thing for the rear wing, but then you've also got the same thing happening on the front wing. So the front wing would normally be at a bit of an angle, and now it flattens out so you can go quicker down the straights. And that's about it, really. So yeah, and the zones are much, much longer, and you don't have to be within 1 second of the driver ahead of you to use it. You can just use it whenever you want. Pretty much. So you don't have to be within 1 second, and there's front wing DRS and rear wing DRS, so it's just double DRS. When you get your degree, you should move here. We're looking for a new mechanical engineer. Well, I'm sure getting a visa to move to America will be quite the hassle, to be honest. But yeah, we'll see. Okay. Still nobody out onto the circuit. First 5 minutes, and nobody has come out onto the track. So classic F1, really. Yeah. The drivers are having a very long lunch. What can I say? But we'll probably get them coming out to the track soon enough. Have you applied to mechanical engineering positions in F1? I haven't. And the reason I haven't done that is because my YouTube channel is too big, and it's about Formula One. So if I was to get a job there, they would ask me to shut down the YouTube channel, and I don't want to shut down the YouTube channel. So, yeah. Has F1 tried to DMCA strike you yet? No, the F1's quite happy with me broadcasting this. In fact, F1 TV emailed me yesterday asking to do some advertising for them. So I'm sure they haven't got any issues with me streaming, given that they've asked me to advertise for them. Yeah. No cars still out onto the circuit though, which is a bit odd. Based on the times of the sector's Red Bull struggling in the low downforce turns, just an observation. Based on the data given, yeah, I mean, maybe, but again, they might also just be running a different downforce setup to the rest of the teams, so it's a little bit difficult to tell, to be honest. I'm still looking to moving to Germany for F1 work. Oh, I'm sure Audi will have some F1 work in Germany. That'd be pretty cool. The YouTube channel is your legacy and a significant contribution to the sport for many people. Yeah, I'm sure it has helped quite a few people get into the sports and things like that. Would you ever do professional on-track reporting? I think that would be pretty cool. It depends though. Would I get flown out by? Would I have to pay for my own flights, or would I get flown out by a company? Because if I got flown out by a company, I'll do it. But the flights are pretty expensive all around the world. For Cadillac are using the Ferrari power unit, so yeah, that's how they're planning to develop their own maybe 2 years down the line, but as of right now they're using the Ferrari one. Yeah, your voice seems to have taken quite the toll, I see. Yeah, it definitely has, but I should be okay for tomorrow if I give it enough rest tonight, which I probably will, given that I haven't got too many plans. This channel helped me so much last year when I was watching my first races. Oh, well, it's very nice, Hannah. Glad that you enjoyed it. Yeah. Okay. Still 8 minutes now. Nobody's coming out onto the racetrack. What is going on? I mean, right, I'm going to give the data a refresh, see if that's going to fix anything. But to be honest, I'm not surprised that everyone's just sat in the pit lane. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And yeah, everyone's still sat in the pits. You should update Saudi to your Audi on your graph. Yes, I will do that. I will do that, folks. Once I pick the right color, I will set Audi to be a different. Yeah, I'll change the Sauber green to an Audi color. Are you drinking green tea? Yes, I am. To sort of help my throat. Why the face reveal? You didn't do it before. I don't know. I just thought it'd be nice. I think it definitely helps with people remaining interested, especially in these sort of boring periods. A lot of people, it helps to put a sort of a face to the person being F1 gamers who's sort of just yapping forever. Yeah. So why not? Really, I think it's nice. Just copy what Sky Sports does for the colours next week. Yeah, I probably will. I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever. I watched Sky Sports interview today with Jenson Button, and it's very clear that the British media is still blatantly biased. Do you think this will ever change? To be honest, no. And my reason for that is, if you listen to the Dutch commentary, it's very biased to Max Verstappen. If you listen to the Italian commentary, it's very biased to Ferrari and Kimi Antonelli. If you listen to Australian commentary, it's very biased to Oscar Piastri. So it just sort of happens, really. The people that you've got there are there from a certain country, and they're going to support their drivers. And even for me, right? Like, if Seb Vettel was here, I would be extremely biased towards Seb Vettel because he's my favourite driver. And, if you do go watch my old commentaries and stuff like that, it would be pretty obvious that I'm biased towards Seb Vettel. But, I sort of do my best to stay impartial. I'm sure some of you maybe know who my favourites are, who my favourites aren't. But, I think it's just always going to happen. And the other thing is that the English broadcast is the one that gets sent all around the world. So then, the people that are watching it in, wherever, like India, for example, they're going to listen to the British biasness and be like, oh, this doesn't really make any sense. But the people that are watching in the UK, most likely they're also supporting the British drivers, and hence they don't care about the bias. So, yeah, I don't think it's ever going to really go away. Right. If Isaac Hadjar fails at Red Bull, do you think he'll get recruited to other teams? Yeah, he probably will, actually. I think he's a pretty good talent and has showed himself to be a competent driver, so for sure. I mean, it's happened like that with Pierre Gasly, it's happened like that with Alex Albon, so I'm sure it'll happen to Isaac Hadjar as well. Everyone reveals their face to show they're not AI. I mean, I definitely don't think anyone thought I was AI before, because, yeah, my commentary was... I'm sure you can just tell by my voice, really, that I'm not AI. Yeah, I agree. It feels like more of a personal chat. Yeah, exactly. So that was sort of what I was going for, especially because if I'm just talking about random things about my life and what's going on and things like that at university, then if you're just talking to a voice about it, you can't really connect to them. Whereas if it's a person, I think it works a little bit better. If you listen to Danica Patrick, you learn nothing. Yeah. Button works for Aston, of course he's biased. That's true as well. You got Button, who is actually working for the Aston Martin team. Let's see. I'm going to try and read through nearly all of these chat messages here. How do you start your channel? What advice would you give someone wanting to get into analytics? How did I start this channel? I mean, I started the channel in lockdown. I was bored in lockdown, and I was like, oh, it would be cool to have a YouTube channel. Let's see how many subscribers I can get. And then, it took a year to get to 1,000 subscribers, and then it sort of went from there, really. And getting into analytics, I don't know. I guess you've just got to learn as much as you possibly can about the data, and then also be able to be able to explain it in ways that, ordinary people can understand. Because it's all well and good understanding the data yourself, but then it's not very useful if you can't explain it to someone else. So practice, I guess, explaining stuff, but I'm really not the person to be asking for advice. I've sort of just got here by luck, mostly, at least. Certifying space hardware, that's pretty cool. Okay, why are there no cars on the track? I mean, I'd love to tell you, but they're just they clearly love having a long lunch break here in Bahrain, and given that they've got 2 weeks of testing here in Bahrain, it's not just 3 days. Trust me, if it was 3 days and this was it, then everyone would be out on track right now. But given that they've got next week as well, all the teams are like, oh, let's take a long lunch break. Maybe let's go have a bit of a nap. I don't know, but they're probably not having a nap. They're probably analysing some data and getting ready to go out. But it does take a little while also to get the seat out of the other driver that was driving. So, Piastri in this case, well, you have to get Piastri's seat out. You have to take his steering wheel out and also his pedals out. Then put the pedals in for Lando Norris and put them into the right position. Same thing for the steering wheel. Same thing for the seat. Then Lando Norris can go out onto the circuit. You got to change the stickers. You got to take the 81 off, and you got to put the number 1 on for Lando Norris on the front and the back. And then you can send him out. So there's quite a few different things that you got to do. I genuinely think Jolyon Palmer is one of the least biased commentators out there. Yeah, I mean, it's I think most of the ex-racers or ex-racing drivers are definitely the best there to commentate because they know what they're talking about, really. I want the Top Gear boys to commentate. Oh, mate, that would be incredible. Getting the Top Gear guys to commentate. Also, folks, I'm sure most of you have watched Top Gear, but if you haven't, I would highly recommend, probably, I think from about like season 7 to season 21 or 22, I think it is. Incredible, impeccable show. Yeah. Will Audi cook this season? I think they will. I think Audi will do a pretty solid job. But their engine, we don't know how reliable it is. They got some good laps in today with Bortoletto, and we'll see if they get if that continues onwards. What do you think about the broadcast? Only showing the race and not showing the race and only the girlfriends. Well, I think that's pretty much your average broadcast, isn't it? Thanks for your tip. Was just curious on your experience. Fair enough. Exoteric member for 17 months. Cheers, buddy. 17 months. That's quite the while, isn't it? Thank you very much. Why do they use the same car for testing? Because for cost saving measures mainly, and also they don't want to. If you were to have 2 different cars for testing, you would manufacture 2 separate cars that are the exact same thing, but you're going to go to testing, you're going to find things that are wrong with it, and you're going to have to remanufacture a whole bunch of parts. So it just makes sense to have only 1 car for testing. The other thing is, if you have all 22 cars out on the track, it gets way too busy and nobody can get the aero runs that they need. Everyone needs, a clean air 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds ahead of them to get correct aero information. And if you've got 22 cars on the track, you're not getting that. So there's that. Oh, season 5 was lit as well. Yeah, maybe it was. I mean, I don't know about season 5, but what are your car ranking expectations? I do not know in any sort of regard, really. So I cannot tell you. You'll just have to wait for Australia. Yeah, plus 2 cars you get in the exact same data, basically. Yeah, I mean, it does give you the option to try out. For example, you have the exact same setup on car A, and then on car B, you have the exact same setup, but you change one thing, and then it allows you to compare those 2 different things. However, the problem is you've got two different drivers driving those two cars, which means that their feedback is going to be slightly different regardless. So it's a little bit counterintuitive. It's not very good. Not very, useful in the end. Yeah, the specials were definitely the best. I've definitely rewatched the specials quite a bit. I do analysis and math modelling. It's a bit of a nightmare, but thankfully I'm working from home, hence my sleep in since my visa got denied. Not long since I started doing it, but it's so mind-boggling. Yeah, I know. I can imagine doing maths modelling is it's quite the lot of work. I mean, I've had to do a bit for my engineering degree, and it's quite complicated, to be fair. All right. I would love to see some laps, I don't know if all of these Formula 1 drivers have fallen asleep or what's going on here. But we are now 20 minutes into the afternoon session and not a car has hit the track. Let's see. Is there anything on F1 Twitter? F1 testing. What is the latest? Seems like everyone's just sat in the... Seems like everyone's just sat in their garage. Yeah, to be honest. Okay. New Age dreams would give me nightmares of college. I think Audi Sidepods sort of look like the Red Bull concept with the vertical intakes that they abandoned rather quickly. That is correct, actually. It does look awfully similar to that. Oh, Max Verstappen out onto the circuit. Finally, some action. I mean, it's just a few dots on the screen, but there we go. Verstappen's out, and now next up, Esteban Ocon also coming out onto the circuit. Very nice, very nice. It does sort of look like those side pods, actually. I think I remember the ones that you're talking about. I didn't actually know that Red Bull dropped them very quickly. I thought they ran with them for a little bit and then dropped them. But either way, maybe Audi knows something that Red Bull don't, or maybe they're just falling into the same trap that Red Bull fell into. Wait, so for example, McLaren had a shakedown livery. They brought the same car to Bahrain, and then after testing, they will manufacture two cars for the drivers. Is that how it works? Yeah, I mean, it depends. If they find loads of different things that they can change on these cars, then they will probably manufacture two completely new cars, or mostly new cars, and still use the old chassis. But then if they find that, it's, everything's good and working as expected, then they'll just manufacture a totally new car, and give that to the other driver. So it's, it depends on how much things that they find that are wrong or good. Yeah. Yeah, Ocon's GPS is, I don't know if it's broken or if he's just waiting in the pit lane for ages, because there we go, he's moving out the pits. There we go. Yeah, he was just waiting in the pit lane for ages. He must have, needed to change his clutch settings when he got to the end of the pits. Okay. Really want to race in Australia again, and just mixed conditions. It will really give us a good opening with lots of chaos. Yes, Australia last year was fantastic. Lando Norris out onto the circuit as well, so this is his first time out in the car in Bahrain, so that is good to see for him. Some drivers will have swapped, some won't have. Verstappen, Ocon, Stroll, and there's one other driver that are continuing on, and the rest of them are swapping. Lindblad didn't swap. Thanks there, KGM0677. Okie dokes. Yeah, thanks everyone for tuning in. I guess go ahead and follow me on Instagram if you want, F1gamer_official. There's a story there of a bit of the behind the scenes. You can see the banana that I've got on my table. Very, very riveting stuff, to be honest. Yeah. So there's that. All of the broadcasts will be live in 3 hours, folks. Nobody is broadcasting the afternoon session as of right now. In 2 hours and 37 minutes, that is when the broadcast will begin for Formula One. You put a banana on my table. Yeah, I've got a banana on my table. I have not got the banana Leclerc outfit just yet, but if Charles Leclerc does win the race in Australia, I will go get a banana outfit. Yeah. All right. So it's just those three cars out on track right now, and we'll add up the total mileage of the teams, and we'll see how that goes. We only have 1 hour of live. Yes, only 1 hour of live footage. I don't know why they've done this, because they have the TV presenters there in Bahrain. Apparently, according to, I think, someone that's actually at the circuit, they are showing the TV broadcast on the televisions at the Bahrain circuit, but then but they're not televising it all around the world. So, that's just the public. When it goes public all around the world, that'll be in 2.5 hours. I'll let you guys know, and I'll let you know how to watch it as well, so don't worry. You said pole will be 2 to 3 seconds slower. Yeah, maybe it will. I mean, it depends. I think this year it's going to be drastically different in terms of which circuits the teams will get close to and which circuits they won't. So here, where we've got loads of top speeds, like loads of straights and loads of top speed is relevant. I think we'll probably actually potentially even break the record here, because these cars are really quick down the straights and they're slower through the corners. So, but then if you go to a circuit like Singapore, you're going to be way, way slower because you need all the downforce you can get. And these cars don't have as much downforce as the ones last year. When exactly is the 1 hour live session? Well, it's when this timer, as you can see here on the bottom left, goes to 1 hour. They'll start when there's 1 hour left. So right now there's 3 hours and 35 minutes. Norris backed out of a flying lap and went into the pits. Yeah, I mean, he must have made some mistake there in sector 2. And then, backed out of it. Well, to be fair, he wasn't pushing all that hard because his first sector as well was 44 seconds. So I wouldn't read into it too much. Leclerc's back out onto the circuit as well. Fresh set of soft tyres for him. Oh, well, not a fresh set by the looks of it. It looks like it's a used set, but either way, he's out onto the track and doing some more laps. Will F1 come to India? Well, if the Indian government can sort out the money to pay for Formula One, then I'm sure they could. It's like how I could say that, is Formula One going to come to, my... Well, okay, it's a bit of a bad... But yeah, if anyone can cough up the money for a Formula One race, trust me, the FIA aren't turning down money. Oh, well, it's not the FIA, it's Liberty Media. Yeah. They want symmetrical data, same car, same engine, similar results. Some of the data will be different based on driving style. They want consistent readings. That is very true. So with a smaller car this year, Leclerc should be able to make it through Monaco without doing anything stupid. Yeah, same thing for Baku as well. All right. Will there be Alonso? No, Alonso's not driving today, folks. Alonso will be driving tomorrow. It's Lance Stroll that is driving for the entire day. For the entire day today. Because, I don't know, he is. The folks down at Aston Martin have decided it to be like that. All right. Yeah, not much else really to comment on too much. Charles Leclerc's on a flying lap, but I don't think it's all that quick. Yeah, he's about 3 seconds or so. Yeah, 3 seconds, 2 seconds off the pace in the middle sector. But or at least probably be a lap on the board. So that's a good thing to see. Wolf began his motorsport career in the Austrian Formula Ford, and he won the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. Oh, really? Oh, that is quite interesting, actually. Thanks, the handler. And I didn't know that Toto Wolff has won the 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. In his category, at least. It's pretty awesome. Will the final hour be broadcast on YouTube, or is it on a paid streaming platform? Well, it's on both. So you can pay for F1 TV, which is quite expensive, or you can get Proton VPN using the link in the description. You connect to a UK VPN server and then search up Sky Sports Formula 1 and it'll come up. But as long as you're in the UK or a UK VPN server. So, yeah. So it's on YouTube only if you're in the UK, and it's on F1 TV if you're not. Or, of course, you get the VPN, so. Okay, Max isn't wasting any laps. No, he is not, but he has just come back into the pits. First impression of the new cars on the track, good racing this season. Well, I actually haven't seen the cars out on the track because there's not been the broadcast. So I'll be able to give you an answer to that in about 3 hours' time. But according to the comments from the drivers, at least, they are quite enjoying it. They think that the cars are a bit more drivable, a bit more fun to drive than they were last year. So, should be a step in the right direction. Sky Sports is only streaming testing for free. They're not going to be streaming Australia or anything like that. So, you could probably just get away with the 1 month Proton VPN subscription, and then cancel it afterwards. And that way, so you can watch it for the Sky Sports things for testing, and then you don't pay for it when the season begins. The cars looking so clean on the track, especially the Red Bull. You can check the Racing News 365. Yeah, no, I know the cars look pretty nice on the racetrack. Do the power unit allocations for testing count towards the season allocation? No, they do not. The teams can use as many power units as they want here, and it does not affect how many they can use during the season itself. The teams will not use the same engine in testing for the first race because, this engine has already got some miles on it. And ideally they have, 4 sets of engines and it lasts them the entire season. So for that reason, they will have 4 brand new sets of engines to ensure that they have the utmost reliability possible. Sky Sports does not stream the Grand Prix on YouTube. It only streams pre-season testing on YouTube. How much less wide are the cars? Do you think it'll significantly help overtaking? The cars aren't significantly less wide. I think it's a total of maybe 10 centimeters that they're less, smaller in width. So I think it'll help. But especially at the smaller circuits. The smaller the circuit is, the more helpful it'll be. Let's put it that way. At the really big circuits, Bahrain, when you can go 4 wide, it's not going to be much of an issue anyway. So, yeah, the smaller circuits is where it's going to help out at. Okay. They do look much slimmer to me if it's only 10 centimeters. Yeah, I don't know if it's 10 or maybe it's 15 or something like this, but something approximately like that. The car's narrow and the tires are narrow. Yeah, that's the big thing. With narrower rear tires, you've still got the same 1,000 horsepower, but you've got them going through thinner tires rather than wider tires, which means it's easier to lose grip. So, there's more skill involved for the drivers to stay in control and things like that. I'm not gonna lie, the 2022 cars look different, considering an older viewer. Yeah, okay. Oh, 22 cars looks different on the screen. Oh, yeah, for sure. I've had to do some adjustments and things because this speed trap thing probably went up to about here last year, and then everything else went all the way across. But yeah, everything else has just been adjusted a little bit to get more of these drivers to fit on the circuit. Okay. Why is Max still driving the car instead of Hadjar? Max is still driving the car instead of Hadjar because Red Bull decided. Yeah, they have. Hadjar will be driving the car for all day tomorrow, and then on Friday they'll do half and half. So some teams will do the half and half days on the first day of testing, and then the next day will be a full day for other driver, full day for the other driver. But yeah, Red Bull have done full day for Verstappen, then full day for Hadjar, and then half and half. It's not really too much of a concern, to be honest. The drivers will get the same amount of time in the car prior to the season beginning. All right, we're getting Sergio Perez out onto the track as well. Good to see. Is his GPS broken? It looks like it is. Alrighty, Cadillac. Well, I don't know if it's Cadillac. I don't know if it's the FIA, but it would very much be appreciated if you could sort out your GPS. Yeah. You could shift the speed cam to the empty space near your webcam. Oh, yeah, I guess I could. To be honest, I'll keep it for now because I don't want to... It's a bit of a faff moving all of this stuff around. And also, we may get radios coming in. So I will, of course, make my webcam smaller if we get radios coming in. But as I'm sure you can see, there's no radios. So, but... yeah, I guess I could, yeah. Are they using 100% sustainable fuel? Yes, they will. I mean, there's no guarantee, for all we know, that they could be using whatever fuel they want, but it's quite likely that they will be using 100% sustainable fuel because that's what the fuel they're going to be doing in the actual season, so it makes sense for them to test with them. Can you give a recap of what's happened till now? All of the drivers have done a lot of laps. The main thing that we've had is Colapinto has stopped at the side of the circuit with an engine issue. They thought they fixed it after they brought them back into the pits, but they hadn't, and he hasn't returned out since. He did an out lap, then went straight back into the pits because he had an issue with the engine. He hasn't come out. Yeah. They are not broadcasting it just yet, folks. They are not broadcasting it just yet. The 2026 cars are lighter, that is correct. Lewis will not be coming out today. Lewis drove in the morning. Charles Leclerc is now going to be driving in the afternoon. Which tyres is Max on? He's probably on the mediums, to be fair. I don't know for certain, of course, but most likely, I suspect medium tyres. No, the Lewis wasn't struggling. It's the teams just do this. The teams alternate their drivers. So Piastri was driving in the morning, Lando Norris is driving in the afternoon. Hamilton was driving in the morning, Leclerc's driving in the afternoon. Like Bottas was driving in the morning, same thing, and Perez driving in the afternoon. Like they swap their drivers around to give them a bit of a break so they can compare the data and things like that. Yeah. Maybe I'm going about this the wrong way. I shouldn't be looking at teams. The FAA desperately needs help developing a reliable system. yeah. I don't know, but there's loads of different things where this could be going wrong. This could be going wrong on my side, like the GPS messing up for Sergio Perez's thing specifically because it's a Cadillac and we haven't had a Cadillac on the grid before. Maybe it could be, it's working fine at the circuit, but then it's being sent all around the world, and that's that is breaking at that stage. So I don't know. Max's tires updated. Yeah, there we go. He's on the medium tires. Nice. Audi's using a new sidepod concept. Thoughts on it, F1 Gamer? Well, as someone pointed out in the chat, it does look similar to a concept that Red Bull tried and then proceeded to not use because they didn't find it to be very effective. So yeah, maybe they've learned their lessons from what Red Bull did, and know something that Red Bull didn't, or yeah, they could just be in for a bad time and they'll have to change their side pod. Like 3 races in. Why are the times so spread out? Because nobody is particularly pushing very hard. Last year's pole time was 1 minute 29. Franco Colapinto did a 1 minute 40. The top speeds are nowhere near what the drivers will actually be achieving. So, there's just all number of factors that are preventing the drivers from going quickly. Are Perez and Bottas both out? No, it is just Perez out in the afternoon. Bottas was out in the morning. Thoughts on bringing back refueling or a smaller car and a bigger battery MGUH? Well, bringing back refueling, supposedly, if you've gone back and watched the races with refueling, a lot of the talk was always, we know what this person's doing now because they are in the pits for exactly 6.5 seconds, which means that they have put in, 10 laps of fuel in the car or whatever. And basically a lot of the strategy talk and a lot of the commentary essentially was like, this person's got this much fuel, this person's got this much fuel, this is how the race is going to play out, sort of thing. And yeah, it just made it a little bit sort of obvious about what's going on. So I think having this system now is all right. Maybe it could be reconsidered, but I don't know, maybe I think the best is probably at putting this question out to the people that did watch Formula One when there was refueling, because I personally have watched a few replays of races when there was refueling, but that's about it. So the people that did watch Formula One when there's refueling, would you say that most of the talk was about, what the strategy is this person doing in terms of fuel, how things are going to go in that way? Because I think that's one of the big complaints that people have, that, it just makes the strategy way too easy to detect. Yeah. Why aren't they going on at least one push lap? Last year testing the times first day was so much closer together. Well, there were definitely much closer together last year, but that last year we only had one 3-day test. We had one week, 3 days of testing. That was it. This time we've got 3 days to, this week, and we've also got 3 days next week. So, I can guarantee you guys next week we'll have much more closer numbers. This week, the teams are still trying to figure out the tyres. They're trying to understand their aero balance and the grip levels and things like that. So, yeah. Of course, there was the issue of fires in the pit lane as well. Yeah, of course there was that one that has affected quite a few drivers through the years. So I don't know if it was worth the fire risk as well. So I guess we'll see. Is next week's testing broadcasted? Yes. Next week's tested, the entire thing will be broadcast, so don't worry about that one. How will Q1, Q2 be changed with 22 drivers? I think it's going to be the bottom 6 get eliminated, but I will confirm and we'll find out. Yeah. Russell hasn't been using 8th gear, apparently. So you're telling me that Russell has gone to 327 kilometers per hour without 8th gear? That seems like a pretty... sounds like a bit of a lie. At least if we're looking at gear ratios from last year. Obviously, the teams can have different gear ratios. It makes sense, of course, with an electric motor that they'll have different gear ratios. So maybe that is true. But, yeah, very different to last year if that is the case. Oh, it's confirmed. Oh, brilliant. Thanks, folks. Yes, the next 3 days. So we're going to have today, tomorrow, and Friday for pre-season testing. And then next week, on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we're going to have another 3 days of pre-season testing. So yeah, my throat is really going to be in for it for these next 2 weeks. But yeah, that's why we're not getting that much running. That's why we're not getting so much action. Because the teams have so much time to just sit around doing nothing because, you know, they've got another 5 days waiting for them. 327 in testing with no eighth gear. Oh, okay. Well, I will. I think somewhere I can actually pull the gear information from where which gear the drivers are in. Let me. So, folks, the screen is going to sort of like go a little bit. Some of the data is going to get covered up for a few moments while I see if I can figure out what gear, if I can add the number of gears that the drivers have or which gear that they're using. Because if I can add that, then... Oh, I can. I can add the current gear to the driver. Okay, this is interesting. This is interesting. Do you guys want to see what gear the drivers are in? Do you want that to... What VPN is sponsoring you? Proton VPN. There's a link in the description. How's my interview? My interview was pretty good. I'm hoping to find out next week if I get the job or not. I will, in fact. You know what I'll do? I'll put it up there. Let's see. Let's put the gears up here. Maybe... Yeah, okay. There we go. Gears. I might actually get rid of the mini sectors because I don't know how relevant it really is. And we can add some speeds and brakes and things like that. Oh, yeah, we can have. Oh, this is good. This is good. Okay, let's switch some things up here, folks. You know, given that we haven't really got all that much to look forward to. No, let's put that there. This is interesting. Okay, so you guys can now see what throttle pedals that these drivers are using. Throttle pedals and also brakes. I think this is pretty cool. And then maybe there's a few other things that I could add in. But for now, let's leave it at this and we'll come back to it shortly. But it's a little bit more interesting. I don't know how useful it really is, given that Leclerc... Oh, no. Yeah, so Leclerc's now out on the circuit, right? So you can see he's going down the main straight, full on the throttle, then full onto the brakes for in towards turn number 1, and then dabbing the brakes a little bit slowly onto the throttle as he goes through turn 2, and then full on the power as he goes through turn number 3. This is quite good, actually. Yeah, okay, let's go with this then. Let's continue on. So let's follow on with Charles Leclerc. Onto the brakes for turn number 4. Slowly builds up the power, 50% or so, and then up through the gears. He's up through then to 5th gear, then 6th, and then 4th, downshift for turn number 6. Then now in towards turn number 8, what gear is he using there? 2nd gear for Charles Leclerc through that one. Very, very smooth on the throttle, trying not to get any sort of wheel spin. Up to 5th, then 6th. And then he's onto the brakes in 5th gear, back down to 2nd gear for turn number 10. And then now going down the main straight. So let's see. It's now up into 5th, then 6th gear. And is he going to hit 8th gear by the end of this straight? He doesn't actually. He doesn't hit 8th gear, which is interesting. I think even on the older games, you would definitely hit 8th gear when you're driving, at least on the Formula 1 games. I think in real life as well. But he's flat through turn number 12, which is good to note. I wasn't 100% sure about whether these drivers were going to be flat or not through turn number 12. So you can see here, continuing on through towards turn number 14. He's going to go full onto the brakes again, and then it's 3rd gear actually for turn number 14. The drivers definitely took 4th gear last year through turn number 14. So he goes back onto the power, and yeah, he does shift up into 8th gear. So when he comes down the main start-finish straight, he will be in 8th gear. But in the shorter straights, he's only up into 7th. Okay. Well, I think this is pretty good then, folks. I think this is pretty good. I think we can move the mini sectors off. Maybe I'll be able to also get up a live speed. That might be good. Let's see, speed. Oh, yeah, I can get the current speed of the car as well. Let's put that there. Okay. Pretty good, guys. I think this is pretty good. So now you can see Hulkenberg here is in 7th gear and goes up to 309 kilometers per hour before hitting the brakes at turn 14. And now let's see what he's going to do now. So heading down the start finish straight, flat 7th gear. He continues on to 300 and 302, and then lifts off the gas and lifts and coasts a little bit into turn number 1. Yeah, so the green one is throttle, the red one is brake, and yeah, quite good. Can you put the mini sectors before the sector times? The mini sectors won't fit. They take up more horizontal space than the sector times. So, yeah. Follow Verstappen, he goes 8th on all the straights. Okay, well, let's have a look then. Let's have a look at Verstappen. So he is up here. He's coming down this straight, of course, in towards turn number 11, 7th gear. And no, only stays in 7th gear, actually, before he gets onto the brakes for that one. But he isn't on a push lap. You can tell that because his first sector time is a 42.4. His best first sector time, as you can see up there, is a 29. So he's 15 seconds off the pace in the first sector. So he's on a slow lap, but let's have a look at his next sort of quick lap that comes in. We don't need the gap. I mean, I guess you sort of do, don't you? To know the gap between the quickest and the slowest. I mean, it's not most entirely relevant, but I think you need it, no? He pushed it before into 8th. Yeah, we'll wait for his next hot lap. I'm sure he's doing hot, cold, hot. So we're coming out of turn 14 now. Yeah, and there you go. Very, very smooth on the throttle there for Max Verstappen. He's short shifting as well through the gears to reduce the wheel spin. But it looks like he's coming into the pits. Yeah, there we go. Verstappen into the pits. And you can see that 80 kilometers per hour exactly on the thing, and he's parked up into the pits now. All right, let's see who else is on a flying lap. Charles Leclerc's on a flying lap. All right, Charles Leclerc making his way towards turn number 14 here. He's got all of this. What have I just done? Apologies there, folks. Give me a sec. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I think the gap is good to have. Like, a lot of people will just be coming in and want to see this sort of spread between everyone and don't want to do the subtraction in their brain. So, yeah. It's okay. All right, let's continue on then with some other drivers. So we've got Hulkenberg is on a reasonable. I think Hulkenberg's on a push lap here. Yeah, Hulkenberg is. So let's go on with Hulkenberg. So which gear is Hulkenberg taking through turn number 10? Yeah, 2nd gear. Oh, he actually drops it down to 1st gear actually, and then very, very progressive on the throttle and short shifts to make sure that he doesn't get any wheel spin. And then is he going to go up into 8th? And no, he actually stays in 6th gear. What is going on there? Nico Hulkenberg only in 6th gear at the end of turn number 11. He then goes up the hill. He isn't even flat through there. So I'm wondering now, he's about 4 seconds off the pace. So it seems like he's probably got quite a bit of fuel in his car. That's the only explanation that I've got, really. Because it doesn't, if Leclerc took it flat, Hulkenberg should not be lifting by halfway. You know, if he lifts a little bit, maybe, you know, the car's not as quick. But if he's lifting by that much, I have a feeling that, you know, he's got a lot of fuel in that car. We don't know which tyre either of these two are using. I suspect it's medium tyres for both of them, but don't quote me on that. Yeah, they're just not telling us correctly. Leclerc takes 1st gear through turn number 1. And then again, you know, he isn't flat until he hits turn number 3, actually, which is surprising because drivers in the past definitely could get flat just on the exit of turn number 2 and would take turn 3 totally flat. But Leclerc takes a little bit more time to get up to that. And then going through turns number 5 and 6. Yeah, see half on the throttle, sort of like feathering the throttle as he makes his way through there. Then back down to second gear to rotate the car. Minimum speed of 71 kilometers per hour through turn number 8. Now he's going to continue on through towards turn number 10. Again, second gear for him. Minimum speed of 52 kilometers per hour. And then accelerating down. And yeah, it looks like he's doing he might be doing a maximum, an aero run. I'm not sure exactly what's going on, but it's backed out of it. So there we go. I think this is pretty good, folks. What do you think? I think it's nice to have all of this stuff up and talking through the laps that everyone's doing. Yeah. Increases the experience. It's good. Okay. Nice. Well, I guess we'll have some more stuff to talk about then for the rest of testing. It's not going to be totally boring. So, do I have any battery info? I will. Okay, let me check if I've got any battery info. However, I do think having the battery information is going to be a bit of a stretch because then you're basically leaking to every other Formula One team. Oh, this is how I'm using my battery. No, I don't have any battery info, unfortunately. But I think this is cool enough. So. Is this multi-viewer? Indeed it is, folks. Indeed it is. Okay. Oh, Sergio Perez's GPS is working. Oh my goodness me. Brilliant. His GPS is working. However, his throttle pedal and all of this stuff is not working. It says he's in neutral, which... given that he's driving through turn number 5, I have a sneaking suspicion that he is not in neutral. But, let's see. Hulkenberg now on a flying lap here. So he is up in 8th gear at 314 kilometers per hour. So seems about right for that sort of speed. Onto the brakes, first gear again for Nico Hulkenberg. And he gets onto the power reasonably early. Alex Albon making his way out of the pit lane as well, so that's good to see. And let's continue on with Hulkenberg. So second gear through that corner, that is extremely low in the gears. I mean, Leclerc was taking it in 4th gear. Leclerc was taking this corner in 5th gear, so Nico Hulkenberg nearly an entire gear down from Charles Leclerc, and they've both got different power units, of course. The Hulkenberg is going to be in the Audi power unit with a different set of gear ratios, and Ferrari is going to be in the Ferrari power unit with, again, a different set of gear ratios. We've now got a minimum speed of 51 kilometers per hour through turn number 10, which is, again, about 10 kilometers per hour slower than Leclerc, so... clearly is on a different run plan, to say the least. Perez's GPS, his GPS is working, but still his transponder isn't transporting all of the information properly. We'll go on board with a lap with Albon shortly. Albon's currently on an out lap, so once he completes that, we'll follow on board with him for that one. Looking good, folks. Looking good. All right, and Hulkenberg again taking 3rd gear for the final corner, which is definitely a 4th gear corner. So interesting there from Hulkenberg, and he comes across the line a 1 minute 40.2, and he is 5 seconds off what Verstappen was doing. So I guess it sort of makes sense. All right. Well, here comes Alex Albon then. So he's done a bit of tyre warm up on his car now, and I suspect he'll be getting ready to go do some running. Exoteric, thanks for the $10 donation. A new season, new formula, new shenanigans. I'm so excited for Melbourne Mayhem. Yeah, this would be... I think it's going to be great. And thanks for the donation there as well, buddy. All right. Well, let's go on board with Alex Albon then. Supposedly, Alex Albon, who's got the same power unit as the Mercedes, is going to be going 327 kilometers per hour in 7th gear only. For some reason, I doubt that because, as you can see there, Albon 8th gear and he was at 304 kilometers per hour. So, I'm not sure about that claim of Russell going 327 in 7th gear alone. But who knows? Let's see. So, what is Albon doing then? He makes his way through turns number 4 quite nicely. And, is getting on the power a little bit more aggressively than Charles Leclerc was, at least, from what I can remember. And down into 1st gear, actually, for turn number 8. So extra rotation that he needs that to dip into 1st. And then he's going to go now down into turns number 9 and 10, and again down into first, and a minimum speed of 66 kilometers per hour. Charles Leclerc's minimum speed was 71, so still a few kilometers per hour down there for Alex Albon. Now he makes his way through turns number 11. Let's see, is he going to go flat through turns 12? He is 90%, 100% on the throttle as he goes through turn 12. And yeah, he holds it fully flat there, does Alex Albon. So yeah, Williams got a reasonable amount of downforce. He doesn't increase his speed by any stretch of the imagination while he's turning at such a sort of a steep, sharp angle, but he is fully flat. Then through 14 he goes, and it is 4th gear, 5th gear, and smoothly onto the power for Alex Albon, and across the line a 139.2. Very nice, very nice. Okay. I'm hiding P1 and P21. Yeah, there we go. Apologies, folks. All right. Why is Cadillac using the Ferrari engine? Because they don't want to take too much on their hands, basically, as their first Formula One project. They'll design the chassis, design the aero. Once they get used to doing that for 1 or 2 years, then they'll start to figure out how to design an engine. What tire is Leclerc on? I would love to let you guys know, but I have no clue. Until there's a broadcast for me to actually look physically on what Leclerc's car has on his wheels, there's no way of me knowing. So, okay. Hamilton wasn't really struggling. He did a lot of short runs, and he spun the car once, but that was about it, really. Okay. Lando Norris coming out of the pit, so it's going to be good to see him there. And we'll have Alex Albon again on another flying lap coming up shortly. So this should be good. Yeah, the tyre selection was made public, so I can in fact show you which tyres the teams have picked. I think it's this one. Yeah, you can see here that the Ferrari team have got 2 sets of hards and 6 sets of mediums and 20 sets of softs. So it's either the mediums, but most likely the softs for Charles Leclerc. Norris's pedals is moving in the pits too. It's all the details the team lets through, I guess. Perez's throttle doesn't show because the team setting, I assume. I don't know. No, Perez's throttle doesn't show because his transponder is having some issues. It's not transmitting all of the data properly. So that's why it says that he's in neutral and has got no throttle input, even though he's driving around the track. But yeah, there you go. All right, Alex Albon starting a flying lap. 8th gear, 315 kilometers per hour for Alex Albon. That's his top speed before by the looks of it, his MG UK starts recharging the battery a little bit as he goes down the straight. Then 1st gear through the first corner. Let's see what Norris is doing. Of course, he's also got a Mercedes power unit in his car. So 7th gear, and when does he shift up from 7th into 8th? It is, Norris doesn't even hit 70, and he's doing a whole huge lift and coast. Norris goes to 270 kilometers per hour, halfway down the straight, decides, I'm going to lift off and coast all the way down to turn number 1, then gets on the brakes. Interesting from Lando Norris. We'll see what his first sector time looks like. I'm sure it's not going to be too quick, given that he's done a huge lift and coast. But he's holding 140 kilometers per hour exactly. Oh, he must be doing an aero test run, actually. That makes sense. 140 Ks, stick to it exactly, and the team are going to gather some information about what the car's doing. You can see it again, holding 140 kilometers per hour exactly on the dot through turns number 5 and 6, maintaining the exact same speed. Brilliant. Wow, all of the new information that we're getting on our hands here, folks. So does he go back up and stick to 140 as his speed limit? Yeah, it looks like Lando Norris has set 140 kilometers per hour as his cruise control. And that's what he's driving around for most of this lap. Alex Albon, again, let's see. He comes across the line, 7th gear. And when does he shift from 7th to 8th? He shifts... Oh, no, he backs off the throttle before he shifts. There we go. All right. Yeah, but Albon's improving, so that's good to see there from him. And yeah, Norris is definitely doing a 140 kilometer per hour speed limit run. Imagine how the pedals will look when someone crashes due to understeer, oversteer. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it'll be interesting. Interesting to see what the drivers do in that regard. Yeah, 141. Yeah, I mean that's what they're doing though. They're building a wind tunnel, or they're trying to get as much data as they can. So they build 140 kilometers per hour going like this, 140 kilometers going like this. So then the wind doesn't affect them too much. And then what they also do is they have it so it's going through the corners. Oh, how much does our downforce levels get affected when Norris turns the steering wheel? Because that, of course, angles the wheels in the front a little bit. That changes how the air flows around it. So does that increase downforce? Does that decrease downforce? By how much does it change? So all of these different things they'll be figuring out. What's the VSC speed? The VSC speed isn't 140 kilometers per hour. It changes depending on which part of the circuit you're at. I'm pretty sure it's just a delta that you've got to stick to. Are there G-forces available? I don't think so, and I also don't think it's that important. And there's also no space to put it on the screen. So yeah, that's definitely the bigger problem. F1 Gamer, why is the live stream maxed out to 720p? It's because I messed up my settings when I started streaming this morning. So when I'm streaming for tomorrow, I will have the full 1080p live stream. But yeah, I messed up the settings this morning. Yeah, 40% of the speed of the track. So, you know, it depends on which bit of the circuit you're driving on. Why doesn't Lando complete the laps? Because the teams get all of the information that they need already. Like, they don't need to come across the line to get that information. The sensor's already there. They're already working. So just come back into the pits. It saves time, really. Yeah. All right, Antonelli's out onto the circuit now. Let's see what Antonelli does. Of course, he's got the Works Mercedes power unit. We'll see how that works out for him. Nice little pun there. All right, has Perez just teleported? You've got to be joking me. What? Did Perez just... Okay, well, Perez has teleported, but on the flip side... we do get his GPS data. We do get his gear information, and we also get his brake pedals and throttle pedals and things like that. So, yeah, but it seems like Perez's and Antonelli's have just glitched together. I don't know what it is. Perez use a portal gun, highly effective. Yeah, clearly. Anyway, Albon out onto the circuit now. We'll see how it goes for him. Yeah, Perez definitely wasn't in the final sector, because I can see here it's been chopped off on the stream, but I can see here Perez has now just come across the line. And now he's back to having neutral. So there we go. F1 Gamer, do you know Lindblad said that I'm not making it? No, I did see that. Lindblad did say about 5 years ago, I'll see you in 5 years, and here he is. So, no, solid job there from Lindblad. Got to respect the commitment. Perez is in creative mode, yeah. Time machine, for sure. All right. Yeah, we've still got no GPS information, or no pedal information or gear information from Perez, but we've still got some from Alex Albon. So, let's see how that goes from him. He's just come out of the pit lane now, so driving around a little bit, building up the temperature of his tires, and they'll be getting going. You're doing well to find anything interesting. Thanks, man. Yeah, I was definitely getting a little bit bored earlier on, but now we've got all of this information. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's called Multiviewer, folks. To watch it, you need to get access to all of this stuff. You need F1 TV Pro. So there's a link in the description. You can use that to get it. If you don't want access to all of this data because you're just going to watch it on the live stream, but you do want to watch the broadcast of the footage for the testing that's going to get broadcast in an hour and 53 minutes. What you need to do is get Proton VPN using the link in the description. And once you've done that, you will be able to... you'll be able to connect to the UK server and then just go onto YouTube and watch the Sky Sports coverage. Thanks, Steeruts, for joining the channel membership. Are Ferrari struggling? No, Ferrari seem to be fine. You know, no one's doing particularly badly. All right. And I'm just going to drop a link to Proton VPN into the chat, so you guys can check that out if you want to. All right. Yeah. So we have got too good a stream not to give something back. Well, cheers, buddy. No, I'm glad that you guys are all enjoying it. Surprised not to see a single engine blow up. Yeah, I mean, well, you did have Colapinto. Colapinto did a stop in the morning session, so there's definitely that. They break down a lot earlier. Does the less downforce affect the track or is it generally slower? The less downforce will affect the cars through the corners, but the cars are way quicker down the straights this year compared to last year. So they're also, you know, very good in the straight line sections, and Bahrain's got a lot of straight line sections. So yeah, take it that what you will. All right, well, let's go. Let's see what Alex Albon's doing. Again, he shifts up from 6th gear up into 7th at around 250 Ks. So that suggests to me that he's probably going to shift to 8th gear at around 300 kilometers per hour. Why is Norris not running? He'll be understanding. He'll be running soon enough. You know, they're definitely just changing something on the car. Unfortunately, I bought Proton a few months ago. No way for me to use your code, I think. Yeah, no, fair enough. No, it definitely will help me out if you guys could get Proton VPN if you were thinking about it beforehand. But you know, don't worry about it if you've already got it. So yeah, thanks for the channel membership, buddy. I think that's more than enough. Quite a few drivers are just sat in the pits because, you know, they're not, because, you know, they're making setup changes and things like that. You know, Verstappen's in the pit lane as well. So they'll be changing a few things here and there, and then they'll be going out. Is Red Bull the quickest? Well, if you look at the lap times from today, Red Bull are currently top of the times, but, I wouldn't say that Red Bull are the fastest team. We don't know that for certain. Okay. F1 Gamer, I have a suggestion for the season. Whenever there's a possibility for a unique winner or a World Drivers' Championship crowning during the race, ask a ChatGPT for a script to hype it at the end. Yeah. I mean, I should probably come up with a script myself, you know, as a sort of a commentator. Yeah. Is Proton VPN good though? Yeah, it is. I mean, I've sort of got it on my phone and everything, so would recommend it. It's got quite a good, quite a few good reviews and things like that. I use Proton VPN whenever I travel. Great product. Well, there we go. Already got a lot of Proton VPN users, so looks like I'm not going to get too many people buying it today. I guess we'll see. All right. So who shall we go on board with now then? Norris is out onto the circuit. It looks like he's doing an outlap. We have got... who else is out on the circuit? Alex Albon is on a flying lap, actually. So let's see what Alex Albon's doing now. Again, through first gear, actually, as he makes his way through turn number 8. Oh, Hulkenberg up into 9th position. Very nice. Looks like we had some position changes finally. And again, Albon very consistent, actually. Again, 66 kilometers per hour as his minimum speed through turn number 10. And he takes it in first gear as well. And he doesn't hit 8th gear as he comes towards turn number 11. Fair enough. Lando Norris, he's on his outlap, so this isn't much to really look into, but we'll see what he does. He stays in 6th gear and then backs out of it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So let's see now. Alex Albon, 2nd gear, surprisingly, going through turn number 14. Interesting choice of gear there, but across the line he goes, and a lap time of 1:41. Is this the last hour? No, as you can see, the timer there on the left hand side, it's 2 hours and 47 that is remaining. Yeah. Okie dokes. Let's see. Leclerc's coming out onto circuit. Norris is on Norris isn't on a push lap. Norris is doing another 140 km/h run. See, this is why Norris isn't doing loads of laps, because he's just sitting at 140 km/h for the entire straight. So this is what they will have done now. They will have changed the car ever so slightly. So they will have had the 140 km/h run from before. Then they will have modified the front wing angle ever so slightly, modified the rear wing angle ever so slightly. They will have done some one thing. And the team are now going to compare the data between the two runs and try and figure something out. However, for the McLaren team, something a bit unfortunate has happened for them. The wind direction has changed. The wind, when they did their first run, was from the westerly direction, and now it is now it's from the easterly direction. So that is going to affect the data, and there we go. It's changed again. It's now blowing from the southwest. So McLaren's data is now going to be, they were trying to compare two different things by keeping everything the same. Norris doing 140 km/h for the whole lap, and now the wind direction has changed and it screwed it all up. So these are sort of the problems that the F1 engineers have to deal with these changing conditions, changing track temperatures and things like that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okie dokes. Let's see. Charles Leclerc, he's on an out lap. Let's follow him around a little bit. He's going to be doing another push lap. Will it snow? Probably not. Why did Gasly not go out yet? I think it's because there's an issue with the Alpine car. They had a power unit issue in the morning, which they thought they had fixed, and they sent Colapinto out again, and they hadn't fixed him because they had to bring him right back into the pit lane. So, yeah. I think they're still fixing that one. All right, Charles Leclerc shifts up into 8th gear at 305 kilometers per hour. And this is interesting. He still loses a little bit of speed at the end of the straight, then slams onto the brake, 2nd gear, and again slowly on the power through turn number 2, and takes him a while to get fully flat, but he's up there now in 6th gear. 7th, is he going to get to 8th before he reaches turn number 4? No, he's not. Deep onto the brakes, immediately down into 3rd. So really early on the short shifting there for Charles Leclerc. Not short shifting, down shifting. So really quickly from 7th directly into 3rd. Not sort of delaying them out like that. And now he makes his way through turn number 8. This time, Leclerc holding 2nd gear. A lot of other drivers using 1st, but maybe it's the fuel loads, maybe it's the tyres. There's a lot of different things that play there. Yeah, Charles Leclerc actually also hits a minimum speed of 65 through turn number 10. So pretty much the same as Alex Albon. First sector for Leclerc was a 31.1. And let's see, is he going to go flat through turn number 12? 230 kilometers per hour. And he holds it fully flat. And then he gets onto the brakes for turn number 13. Is it possible to make the best lap thing gap to the driver in the position ahead instead of the leader? I can change it, but it will add an extra column, and I don't want to, I should leave it as is. During the normal, I think the race thing, if I change it to the race setup, which I will just do momentarily, if I change it to the race setup, you can see there's both of them, the interval, the gap to the next driver, and the overall gap. But for now, I'm just going to keep it like this. Good morning, great to hear your voice again. Yeah, good morning, folks. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are around the world. Hope you're all enjoying the coverage with all of this new data and information up on the screen. I think it's great to have, and more things to talk about. Okie dokes. Alex Albon is up into 7th gear, up to 290, 291, 292. See, this is the thing. Not Alex Albon is full on the throttle at 7th gear, but he still stays at 292. Like, he doesn't increase in speed past that. Like, why is that happening? Is that because he's recharging his battery? Is that because he's hit the rev limiter and is not revving any further? I'm not particularly certain why. But something to look into, folks. Ferrari's on high fuel. Yeah, maybe they are. Clearly, he's on high fuel compared to Max Verstappen, because I know for a fact that Leclerc is not going to be 2.3 seconds slower. Pierre Gasly has made his way out onto the circuit. His GPS, by the looks of it, is still broken because it was Colapinto, same car as Colapinto. Colapinto's GPS was broken, so is Gasly's. But Gasly is out onto the circuit now, so whatever issues that they had with the Mercedes power unit, it's taken them almost 3 hours to fix, but they're back out onto the track. Yeah. All right, a push lap here for Alex Albon. I think he's holding it flat, actually, through turn number 13 as well, so the Williams has got enough downforce to do that by the looks of it. And let's see. Again, down to 2nd gear for turn number 14. So maybe the gear ratio is a little bit different this year, given the fact that we have got this instantaneous torque for the drivers. Maybe they want, a bit more sort of ability to short shift without dropping off a bunch of speed, so the gears are a little bit shorter than they were last year. Or maybe they're a little bit longer because the top speeds are going to be higher. We're going to be reaching 350 kilometers per hour more consistently. So that's why the drivers will be using 2nd gear through some of these corners. Yeah. Interesting. I'm not sure, but some sources were reporting how the MGU-H effect happens at high revs, so people are using the car at high revs. Well, we don't have the MGU-H here anymore, so it must be. I think you're talking about the MGU-K, but even then, that does maybe make sense. You got the more higher the revs, the more power you can get out of the MGU-K. So, who knows? F1 Gamer, would you consider putting the pedals in the gears for practice sessions in some of the races? I think yeah, definitely there's a point to be made about having some of these practice sessions in some of them for sure. I think sometimes in FP3 maybe I'll switch back to the mini sectors and things like that. But it definitely does seem like a nice idea to have all of this information regarding the gears and the things like that. Maybe in FP1 or something like that. But yeah. Okie dokes. Vote in the community tab. Yeah, I mean, I'll do it based off. I probably do a vote during the stream itself, given that most people that are watching the stream, watching a practice stream, will be watching most of the practice streams. I think there's pretty sort of regular people that watch the practice stream, so I'll just ask them when the time comes. Okay. Yeah. Charles Leclerc now. He is full on the throttle at 290, and then in 7th gear. And yeah, he's now coming across the line. Does he shift up into 8th? Yeah, Leclerc shifts up into 8th at around 300 kilometers per hour. There we go. Folks, the broadcast is starting in 1 hour and 38 minutes. 1 hour, 38 minutes, and you'll be able to watch the coverage. Okay. Oh yeah, the mini sectors for sure. The mini sectors for qualifying will definitely be back, and for the race, I'll just have the normal sort of race setup with all the tire strategies and things like that. But definitely a nice idea. I think this is something new, something fresh. Verstappen's out onto the circuit. Ooh, okay. Well, let's see what Verstappen's doing then. He is going to be doing an out lap for now. Then I suspect it will be a short run. So, yeah. What is Norris doing? Norris back into the pits. Yeah. Okie dokes. Track temperature dropping rapidly, actually. Is now down to 27.3 degrees. The wind has really picked up. Look at that. 16.9 kilometers per hour for the wind, blowing from the southeasterly direction. So, that's going to be affecting the downforce levels. And, if Lando Norris goes out to do another 140 kilometer per hour run, he's not getting any useful information out of that, because the wind is screwing up all of his information, all of his data. Lando has no lap time because he will come out, do a lap, and then maybe do one more lap and then come into the pits and not actually cross the start-finish line. So that's why. Gasly has now set a lap time, come across the line, 1:39.5, so good job there. And he hasn't come into the pits, which means that whatever fix they have made to the Mercedes power unit seems to have held up and is doing okay for now. Charles is on a 200 kilometer per hour limit. Oh, is he? Let's have a look. Oh, maybe it's just coming back into the pits now. But yeah, maybe he was, yeah. Fair enough. Only in the middle sector. Okay, yeah. So, this is sort of stuff that you can figure out with all of this stuff. Right, let's see. Max Verstappen now coming out of the final corner. He also is taking second gear, actually, out of the final corner, but super smooth on the throttle, and it isn't actually building up to full power until he just before comes across the line. So, Max is up to 336 kilometers per hour. And he wasn't even... Oh my god, what? Okay, wait. I'm just going to show you guys. So Max didn't go full onto the throttle up until about this point here, and then still hit 336 by the time he reached this point on the circuit. So if he had actually gone full on the throttle right from turn 14, he definitely would have hit 350. I was in 8th gear as well, so I think 8th gear is for sure. Max is using 8th gear when he goes up into there. But so this is what I'm saying. Oh, Gasly's GPS is working as well. Good to see. Yeah, the rest of his transponder may not be working, but the GPS is at least working. Nice. Might be testing overtake mode, exactly, yeah, that's what I'm saying. So that was pretty crazy, though. Just from the start-finish line, that's when he goes full throttle, and then up to 336. All right, let's see what Charles Leclerc's doing. He's on an outlap. Pierre Gasly, we haven't got any information for him for steering wheels and gears and things like that. Sure, a lap around the circuit? Yeah, why not? Let's do a lap around the circuit. Here we go. I guess you could just cover it over me, to be honest. There's no need to cover up the data. So you come out of the final corner, and, I take that corner in 3rd gear because, of course, the car's are a little bit different this year to last year. And, you're coming down the straight, really, and you're looking at speeds of about 320 kilometers per hour at the top end. I'm hitting 200 miles per hour there, which is 320 Ks. And Max is going quicker than that, and he's not even full throttle for the entire straight. Then you go up through turns number 2 and 3. Again, you get onto the power really early on there, but Charles Leclerc, Alex Albon not doing the same, not getting onto the power so early. So definitely a lot more rear limited this year. Then you make your way through turns number 4, and yeah, it's not too bad really. Tap the brakes, flick the car into the right, feather the throttle ever so slightly, and then you go over to the left-hand side. Turn number 8, brake in a straight line. And, well, drop down into 2nd gear or potentially even 1st gear, depending on, how much, what RPMs you want. Then you go down in towards turn number 9. Try not to lock up. Brake in a straight line as much as you possibly can. Then, again, you can see here in the 2025 F1 game, you can shift up into 8th gear. Most of the drivers do reach 8th gear, in fact, as long as you get a good exit out of turn 10. And we're very, very easily flat through this corner here. Very, very easily flat. Max has done a 135.7 on hards. Oh my goodness me. And then you come through turn number 13. You've got a top speed zone here, so you can drop your front wing to make it flat, and you'll get a little bit more top speed. And then you come through the final corner, of course, to complete out the lap of Bahrain. So that's the lap of Bahrain, folks. Okie dokes. Norris is forced to do constant speed runs. Yeah, it's. I'm sure it's really, really fun for him. He's now out onto the circuit. Let's see, what speed will he be doing this time, folks? Put in your predictions. And it is. Oh, Norris is continuing up to whatever speeds he wants to, by the looks of it. Yeah, it seems like he's maybe driving a little bit more. What's up with Aston Martin? Stroll hasn't come out all afternoon. I have a feeling there may be some sort of issue with the Honda power unit. Correct me if I'm wrong, folks, but I do not think Stroll has come out onto the track in this afternoon session. And he didn't drive in the second half or like the final hour of the morning session either. So clearly something is amiss with this Honda power unit at the Aston Martin team. Don't know exactly what is going on there. Yeah, look, Norris is doing constant speed runs at 230 kilometers per hour now. So wherever he can reach 230, he'll be driving at 230. 336 again, was it for Max Verstappen? Well, there we go, folks. It's now there's way too much for me to keep on track of who's doing what. But thanks for everyone for keeping me posted. Yeah, he is on another hot lap by the looks of it. He exits turn number 10 in first gear, actually, so extra rotation there a little bit. Will he shift up into 8th? Yes, he does, actually. Shifts up into 8th at 297 kilometers per hour. Then onto the brakes. Is he going to hold it flat through turn 12? He is, and he's holding it flat at an extra 5 or 6 kilometers per hour compared to what Charles Leclerc was doing. Max did 240 Ks, Charles Leclerc did 235. Now, of course, we can read into this as much as we would like to, but we don't know the fuel loads, we don't know the downforce levels, so, it's just a comment that I've made, something that I observed. Don't go, claiming that Red Bull are the fastest car now. So, yeah. Verstappen purple final sector across the line, and very nice from him. Leclerc did 242 at once as well. Okay, 242, fair enough then. So, okay, the last run that I remember that I was paying attention to what Leclerc was doing, I think he did 235, but he must have done 242 at some point as well then. So, it looks like Norris is back to driving at 140 kilometers per hour. Is he? Yeah, Norris is back to driving at 140 Ks. How many error runs does McLaren need? Lol, let him push. Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. If we had this data up in the morning, I'm sure there would be a lot of teams that were doing constant speed runs as well in the morning. So, but McLaren getting as much data as they can. Look at this. The wind speed, 17.6 kilometers per hour from the southeasterly direction. I mean, that is a huge amount of wind. So, they're gathering this information, and then maybe they're trying to work out, how much does the wind affect our downforce levels? How does the different directions of wind affect the different downforce levels and things like that? So, I guess we'll find out. If this is constant throughout the season, I can already hear the Dutch national anthem intensifying. Yeah, I mean, we'll see. I wouldn't read into it too much. Oh, is that Hulkenberg actually stopped at the side of the circuit? It is, folks. It is. Yellow flag. Nico Hulkenberg. You can see there just at the end of the little yellow flag section. He has stopped on the side of the track. And... ooh. Okay. Will he be able to get going? Will he not? He definitely won't have crashed there. If anything has happened, it's a power unit problem. Do we know what his throttle pedal's doing? He was in third gear. So that suggests to me that he probably had the issue a little bit earlier on in the straight, because, yeah, at that point in the straight, he would probably be at about 7th gear. So he probably lost power a little bit earlier on, slowed down into third gear. And yeah, he has stopped on the side of the track. These e-fuels are causing these issues. Maybe it's all in all is causing the issues. And you've got this laser beam that is frying the F1 engines. Yeah, all in all, e-fuel, alternative fuels, clearly the problem. I'm joking, by the way. But yeah, we've got a red flag. Gasly will be coming into the pits. Verstappen will make his way out onto the circuit and then come straight back into the pits. And yeah, Hulkenberg stopped at the side of the circuit. So that is issue number 2 for Audi. I think they had one issue in Barcelona, and then now this is the second issue that they've had. Yeah. Steerers, thanks for the gifted membership. Very much is appreciated. Oh, yeah, let me see if I can gift some memberships as well, especially to the folks that have been listening in for quite a bit. Let's see, is there an option? Oh, yeah, I can. So, folks, if you want to type in chat to potentially gift to win a gifted membership, then go ahead, and then in about 1 minute or so, I will gift 10 memberships to 10 random people. Yeah. Okie dokes, but we got Gasly and Verstappen coming into the pit lane, and they'll be coming into the pits, and we'll see how long it takes to clear up Nico Hulkenberg's car. All right, looks like we've got enough people that have typed in the chat that have said hello and me and this and that, so very much is appreciated, guys. Steerers, thanks for the another gifted membership. There we go. Those 5 gifted memberships. And let's gift 5 more. Bosh. Right, there we go. 5 random people have been gifted memberships. Brilliant. Gasly, wait, why is Gasly continuing on? Oh, his GPS has just teleported off the map. Okay. And Verstappen coming into the pit shortly. Alrighty. Is this the only red flag so far? No, we had one in the morning session when Colapinto stopped on the side of the circuit. This time it's Hulkenberg that stopped on the side of the circuit. Hulkenberg's made it back to the pits, folks. You can see there, it's second gear, holding it at 80 kilometers per hour, and he's a half on the throttle, steps onto the brakes, pulls into the garage. So Hulkenberg has made it back. So whatever issue it was very temporary. They did a reset of the car, and he's back into the pits. So good signs there for Audi then. Better luck for them. Maybe a problem with the battery. Yeah, these cars are getting increasingly complex. So, very much like a computer, you sometimes just turn it off, turn it back on again, and things work a lot better. Where do you get this data? I also have F1 TV Pro. You need to get Multiviewer. It's just a program that you download, install, and sign in with your F1 TV account, and then you can get access to all of this information. Audi kerosene mode on, yeah. What happened to Hulkenberg? He stopped at the side of the circuit. They clearly must have told him some things over the radio and switches to change and dials to change. And they managed to get the car going again. And we've got a green light at the end of the pit lane. Okay. Looks like McLaren are running they've lost all their flexibility strategy in testing too. Yeah, that was definitely an interesting strategy to say the least. They've lost all of their flexibility. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, no worries. Sunny Daddy 3790. Hope you're all enjoying the coverage, and well, good luck congratulations, I guess, to you guys that have won. Yeah. Oh my god, it looks reasonably sunny outside, which is sort of crazy. Yeah, the fact that I can even, I can turn off my side light here, and you're not even going to see that much of a difference. There you go. It's not even that big because it's so bright outside. Am I in the UK or what? Okay. All right. Verstappen makes his way out onto the circuit. He's on a set of hard tires. Yeah, there's sun. No, I mean, this is the thing. I said this earlier on in the stream, but in the UK, every single day in 2026, it has rained somewhere in the UK. Not a single day has gone by without some sort of rain falling in the UK. And it is, yeah, I mean, it's the UK, to be honest with you, unsurprisingly. Why is Lando going max 140 kilometers per hour? Because the McLaren team want to get as much aero information as they possibly can from Lando Norris, and that is why they are driving around at 140 kilometers per hour. That's normal for the UK. Yeah, I mean, I think it is a bit of a record though. I'm not sure. How many days in the year have you gone in the UK without there being any sort of rain anywhere? Who knows? All right. Need to see these mini sectors. To be honest, I will. Maybe I'll keep switching between the two. I'll figure it out. But for now, I think we'll stay with this. Once the broadcast goes live, I'll take off all of this information and we'll have the mini sectors. But I'm going to need to figure out a good way to do this, because I know there's a lot of people that want to see the mini sectors. I know there's a lot of people that want to see the pedals and the throttle and the gears and things like that. Max Verstappen hits only 320 kilometers per hour this time and doesn't go any higher than that, and he does it in 8th gear. Okay. Hulkenberg tried accelerating multiple times before stopping. Okay, well, maybe he's managed to sort something out. Okay, it is the wettest year on record. Fair enough. Wish we can get rain in South Africa, yeah. Can you save profiles to quick switch stats between on multiviewer? Yeah. I mean, I can do that like this. I can just switch between the race mode and this mode. But yeah. All right. Max is running with loads of fuel. Maybe he is. Maybe he is running with loads of fuel. Again, we have just no way of knowing this. He could turn down the engine mode. He could turn up the fuel. All right. Let's see, 7th gear, shifts up into 8th at around 300 kilometers per hour, then back onto the brakes for the final corner. This time he takes it in 3rd gear, actually, but a lot more aggressive on the throttle this time. Let's see what speed he reaches. So he's coming down the straight, 8th gear, 300 kilometers per hour, now holding it at 310, yeah, and then backs off a little bit. Okay. Interesting. So he did 320 last time, now he's doing 310. Maybe on the next run he'll do 300 exactly. We'll see. Max was only 0.29 seconds behind Piastri's time, who was second on hards. Yeah, I mean, look, again, we don't know what fuel loads Piastri was running. We don't know what the temperature. Yeah, this is the thing. Track temperatures have gone down, so Max can push harder. But when Piastri was driving, it was 40 degrees Celsius, so it was much hotter. And because it was much hotter, he couldn't push as hard. So, there's so many different factors. You can't really compare it. Where to get all of the information? There's F1 TV in the description. There's a link to it. You've got to buy that, and once you buy it, you can then go to multiviewer and log in with your account, and then you can watch it. So that's sort of how it goes. Okay. Alrighty. What else have we got? Charles Leclerc out onto the circuit on an out lap. We got Esteban Ocon also on an out lap. Okay. What do you think will be the most interesting race for these new gen cars? I think all of the races will just get ever so slightly more exciting, especially the races at the street circuits, the narrow street circuits like Singapore and things like that. I think those will be the ones that will benefit the most from these slightly smaller cars, slightly less dirty air and things like that. So that was my sort of prediction. Brazil's going to go hard. I mean, Brazil always goes hard. What's the link for it? If you just search multiviewer into Google, multiviewer Formula One, then it should come up. It'll be the first thing. Okay. Yeah, don't know what's going on there with Stroll. Stroll should have come out by now. Clearly something wrong with his car. Gasly did a few laps, did 9 laps in total, and then has been in the pits since. Not a good start. Yeah. I still think they should use 250cc go-karts for Monaco. Yeah, just like Mario Kart, pretty much. Perez's speed is glitched, yes. Perez's gears and speed and throttle and brake, they're all broken. Only his GPS is working. Verstappen is doing the most laps and the fastest too. Does that mean the Red Bulls have a great and reliable engine? I mean, maybe, but you just don't know for certain, really. Like, Verstappen probably isn't driving too hard and too aggressively, so he's not bouncing over all of the curbs. Maybe the Red Bull car is fine until you start hitting the curbs, and then you get a load of damage to your engine. So, you can't really tell. When does the last hour start? Well, the time is here, folks, so you guys can figure it out. But in an hour and 17 minutes, 1 hour 17 minutes. All right. I've been here since the stream nearly started 8 hours ago. Has it been 8 hours? 7 hours and 15 minutes. Yeah. Wow. Thanks, folks. Norris doing 2:30 again, is he? Oh well. Unsurprisingly, let's see. He comes onto the power now on the exit of turn number 10, and 200, 210, 220, 230, and then sits at 230. Max is doing a long run, yeah, probably. Makes sense. Max only going to 305 in 8th gear. Okay, so this is the thing. Okay, so this is what we're seeing here, where the teams are trying to work out what is the best way to balance your top speed down the straight versus the recharge in your battery. So what they're doing, so previously Verstappen did 320 kilometers per hour down the straight. Then the next lap he did 310. Then the next lap he's done 305. And maybe this lap he'll do 300. But the team is trying to figure out, I'm going to, put this much power into going at this speed, and then I'm going to use the rest of the power to recharge the battery. Is this the best way forward? So lots of different, things that they're trying out to figure out what is the quickest, what is the best. Yeah. It's pretty good, though. Max Verstappen, 93 laps under his belt, bro. That is pretty solid. If you add together Carlos Sainz and Alex Albon, they go to 97. So the Williams teams have done 97 laps, but even then, it's pretty good. Lando Norris, again, holding 140, and Max Verstappen, this time, holding 310. So Verstappen goes up to 310 before getting onto the brakes this time. So loads of different things going on here now. All right. I think this is pretty good. Yeah, I think he goes up to 312, but then held it again at 310 for a little bit. So, okie dokes. Yeah, Norris again sitting at 140. We've got Charles Leclerc. Charles Leclerc lifting through turn 12 a little bit, actually. Lifting through turn 12. Interesting. But he's definitely on more fuel because his sector times are definitely a lot worse. So maybe it is that. Let's see what he does. Coming out of the final corner then. Smoothly onto the power. Full throttle. And it is 290, 295, and he shifts up into 8th gear. And then he gets to about 316. Look at this, lifting and coasting again from Charles Leclerc. Lifts off, then coasts very, very slowly. I don't know if that was intentional or if he's just on a slow lap now, but either way, interesting to see. But I can't seem to get the live timing. If you press on the top right, there's I think there's 3 dots, and then there's a live timing window, and then there's an option for live timing. So, yeah. Yeah. At the top right of multi-viewer, once you've logged in with your F1 account, there's 3 dots. If you click that and then click live timing, it's the 5th option down. Then you can get it. These cars, you also need to conserve the momentum, so Max and Lewis should be coated. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know who has come up with this idea of the drivers need to conserve momentum. Maybe it's true, maybe it's not. But I don't think the engineers themselves are certain about what's the best way to go about this, and that's why they're trying all of these different things. So just muscle memory for the Ferraris to lift and coast nowadays. Yeah, that seems about right. Why is half the grid not doing any laps? Because you're only allowed 1 car per team to drive around the circuit. So that is why we've only got half the grid. Okay. 1 hour 14 minutes left till what? 1 hour 14 minutes left till the official broadcast will begin, so you guys can actually watch the cars going around the circuit rather than just listening to me do it. Mr. Uneatable, I've multi-viewer and I've logged in with my F1 account, but I can't seem to get the live timing. I said it, no? The top right where you press the 3 dots and then press live timing. I'm sure there's a Discord chat for multi-viewer if you want to go get some advice there. But yeah. Okay, what else is going on? Yeah, Max is holding 310 and then slowly dropping off. So from 310 to 308 to 307, but still being full throttle. So that's the interesting thing. Have you seen the Lewis Hamilton ignoring red flag memes? Yes, I have. I have seen that. With F1 TV broadcast the last hour, they will. Sky Sports will also broadcast it in the UK on YouTube. So if you are, from somewhere else in the world, don't want to pay for Sky Sport, don't want to pay for F1 TV, then what you can do is you can get a link to the link in the description. You can get Proton VPN, and then what you can do is you can connect to a UK server and watch the live stream for testing for free, as long as you've got your VPN set to the UK. Who is Lynn? Lynn is the new rookie driver driving for Racing Bulls. He is Arvin Lindblad. He's come up from Formula 2, and he's replacing. He's sort of filling up an extra slot after Yuki Tsunoda has left. Why is Aston so few laps? Because they've got some issues with their Honda power unit, to be honest. There's no other explanation for it. Gasly's out doing laps now, so it looks like whatever issues they had with the Mercedes one seems to have been worked out, but they're still a little bit precautious, and the laps aren't doing a huge amount of laps. But Honda, or Aston Martin haven't done any laps since about, 3 hours into the first morning session. So we've had another 3 hours of testing since then, and no driving for the Aston Martin team. How can you keep up after 8 hours of the stream? I don't know. I guess I just sort of can. Haven't really got much. I don't know, really. I guess I'm reasonably young, so I can sort of just power through it and not have too many issues. Norris on a flying lap. Let's have a look. Yeah, it looks like he is actually up to 7th gear and then onto the brakes, so it doesn't shift up into 280 kilometers per hour very early onto the power there for Lando Norris, and he holds his foot flat to the floor, 334, 335, 336, and then just jumps up to 339 before he gets onto the brakes, going through turns number 12. So nice job there from Lando Norris. And now the question is, at which point is he going to shift up from 7th into 8th? He doesn't actually, holds it at 272, so the battery is not fully deploying right until the end. It starts, not deploying and starts recharging the battery a little bit, and then you get onto the brakes. And Norris comes across the line there, at 312 kilometers per hour, into 6th position. And it's medium tyres for Lando Norris as well. F1 Gamer, just a bit curious where the mini sectors are cut off the edge of the screen. We'll be getting them back shortly, but for now I think having all of this telemetry and the top speeds and things like that is quite cool. 305 to 310 consistent laps from Max. Well, there you go. So look, this time down it was 305 for Max as he went down the start finish straight, or 306. So interesting to say the least. And Red Bull will be figuring things out. They'll be tuning the engine settings, tuning the recharge mode on the MGUK, and Will Sky Sports broadcast the last hour on YouTube? Yes, they will, as long as you are in the UK. So you need a VPN to connect to the UK. And, my recommendation for VPN, Proton VPN. Yeah. Okie dokes. Will the live stream have any cars driving, or will they all be sat in the pits? Well, no, they'll have cars driving around. Half of the cars, well, there's not half of the cars. There'll be 11 cars at the Bahrain circuit right now, and most of them should be driving. I don't think Stroll will be driving much because they've got some sort of problems with their Honda car, but apart from that, things are going all right. Max is, look at this, up to 304 and then onto the brakes for turn number 14. And then slowly onto the gas as he gets out of turn 15. 7th gear, up into 8th at around 300. And now topping out at 308 or so. And then big lift there, big lift as he goes in towards turn number 1. Maybe he's backing out of his lap. I'm not 100% sure, but seems like he probably is. Fan code in India is also £7 for the whole season. VPN should work well for the entire season too. Yeah, I guess if you get a VPN, if you get Proton VPN, you can connect to India and pay £7 in that currency to watch Formula 1 that way. Or of course you could just wait for the footage to get shown on Service TV or ORF and watch it that way. So that's probably the best way to do it. 99 laps for Max, yeah, it's pretty solid. I'll be coming up on the big 100 very soon. GP and Max, still a good combo, yeah, indeed. For sure, when you sort of build up that relationship with your engineer, it's pretty difficult to sort of mess it up. Once you've got once you've got like a good friendship with someone or like a good connection with someone, as long as you spend time with them for a reasonable amount of time each week or each month or whatever, it's pretty difficult to fall out of being friends with them. So, yeah, at least in my experience, I don't really know, but I have the Multiview app. Is there any way to get an F1 TV account? Do you use F1? Yeah, you have to pay for an F1 TV account. So, yeah. Does that mean they won't broadcast Sky Sports F1 TV, only YouTube? No, F1 TV will broadcast their own thing, and Sky Sports will broadcast their own thing with different commentators, but the same footage. F1 TV you have to pay for, it's probably like £20 a month, and Proton VPN is like £2 a month, but it'll be on YouTube, and you connect via that, so yeah. All right. Anyway, we're an hour and 5 minutes away. So from the broadcast going live and being able to see these cars on the racetrack, I'm really going to need to do some stretching, to be honest. I've been sat in this seat for pretty much 7 hours. Will this be an Apple TV? Maybe it will as well. I know Apple have bought the rights. I guess if you're in America, then it'll be on Apple TV. I'm not sure. There we go, 99 laps for Max Verstappen and Carlos Sainz and Alex Albon. If you add their 2 laps together, that's 102 laps for the Williams driver, so good job there from them. And yeah. All right. I recommend 10 jumping jacks off screen. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably... Only 2 hours to go. It should be okay. Does the F1 TV commentator say it's light outside and away we go? No, that is the Sky Sports commentator. That's David Croft that does that. Alrighty. We've got 4,700 people tuned into the live stream. Very much is appreciated, folks. Hope you are all enjoying the coverage. And, I hope to be commentating for you guys in the testing for tomorrow, for the day after as well, and of course next week as well. So, it should be good. And we'll be doing my best to give you all the footage that you want, all of the commentary that you want. All right. What happened to the Mercedes? Well, who's supposed to be driving this afternoon? It's supposed to be Kimi Antonelli, and Antonelli has completed one lap. Yeah, so I mean, there must be some sort of issue with the Mercedes then, because Antonelli was supposed to be driving and he's done no laps, and there you go, more engine trouble for the Mercedes team. I guess that engineer that I was gonna have a podcast episode with, that was probably gonna have to wait if they've got engine issues. Yeah. Yeah, no, it does look like that. Kimi, he did do an outlap and then came straight back in. So yeah, I'll probably give him a message and see what he says. However, I have a feeling that he's not going to be very free. Why is this not being live streamed on F1 TV? I just don't know. We don't really know. It doesn't make all that much sense to me, but they are going to broadcast the last hour. So, in 1 hour and 2 minutes time, you'll be able to see the live broadcast. Yeah, there's a big temperature difference during the day. Well, see, the teams do want to also, the teams partially want data to be comparable from one day to the next, and one time zone, one start of the day to the end of the day, sort of thing. But the teams also want the flexibility to be able to have these different temperature windows. So now the track temperature is 26 degrees. In the morning it was 29. In the middle of the day it was 40. So them having that flexibility of the temperatures changing throughout the day will it'll give the teams information that they normally wouldn't have got if it was just constant temperature throughout the entire day all the time. So I think it makes sense to be doing it in Bahrain, to be honest. Do you not have the tyre age info? We do have the tyre age info. It's just struggling to get fit onto the screen properly. So I will adjust it and try and come up with a better solution for tomorrow. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see, folks. Brother has been streaming for 7 hours straight. Yeah, 7 hours and 7 hours and 30 minutes. Oh, it's been quite the stream. Thanks, Archive Bizzle, for the donation. Very much is appreciated. Sorry, not for the donation, for the channel membership. Can you adjust the column width? Oh, that's the one thing that I've been trying to do for so long, but I've been messing around with the code so much, and I cannot find a thing to adjust the column width. Because if I could, then I could definitely compress a lot more of these, a lot more of the data that is here. So, yeah, unfortunately not. Can you change the colours of the driver tags? I can. I will find a different colour for Audi. Don't you worry, guys. Don't you worry. Alonso's not driving today. Alonso will be driving all of tomorrow. So, whatever Honda power unit issue that there is, well, hopefully for Alonso's sake, that gets fixed, because that is going to be quite the issue if he can't do much there. And Kimi Antonelli as well, 148 kilometers per hour through the speed trap for him. So, yeah, clearly wasn't going too quickly as he came out of the pit lane. Some sort of issue. He sat in the pits. So, power unit issues for Antonelli, power unit issues for Lance Stroll, power unit issues for the Alpine team. However, the Alpine team managed to fix them, and they're currently out on the circuit doing some laps. Momentary power unit issue for Nico Hulkenberg, but he managed to sort of restart it and get it going again without losing too much time. So there's that done for them. So yeah, no issues for Red Bull power units, no issues for the Ferrari power units either. It's been the Mercedes power units and the Honda power units and the Audi power units that have had issues today. Alonso getting flashbacks, yeah, definitely. Can you get multiple windows of multi-viewer and stack them? It could work, but the problem is it would be too laggy, and then my laptop would crash. Because it's not multi-viewer is a good program. However, I don't know how optimized it is. Yeah. Aston Martin GP2 team, GP2 engine. Yeah. We'll see how it goes. But whatever engine issues they've got some time to fix them, really. They've got today, they've got till next week, and we're racing in in Australia in how many weeks from now? So we've got 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. 3 weeks from now, we are testing in Australia. Okay. Leclerc. Oh, Leclerc's nice actually in sector 1. Yeah, nice first sector, but then he's backed out of it clearly after making some sort of mistake. What were the 2025 preseason testing results versus the actual GPS? I mean, you can have a look at it yourself, but Williams was top of the times in 2025 in preseason testing, and clearly we know that they weren't the quickest team. So, yeah. Power unit issues for Mercedes, folks. Power unit issues. That is the problem there. Charles Leclerc, again, more lifting and coasting for him as he goes down the start-finish straight. Yeah, has become second nature to those drivers. Hulkenberg getting onto the brakes quite early, actually, for turn number 11, but then onto the power really early as well. So, slow in, fast out. Seems to be working all right for him, and he's holding 333, 335, 337, yeah. So, pretty good speeds there for Hulkenberg through turns number 12. And he is flat on the power as well. Okay, Alex Albon again, rotation he's taking first gear through turn number 8 to get that extra rotation in. According to Soy Moto, no more running for Racing Bulls today. Maybe. I mean, Arvin Lindblad, to be fair, he's done 75 laps, right? And he was meant to be driving for the whole day. And as a rookie, that definitely has taken a toll on his neck. So, I wouldn't be surprised that he's going to take a break for the rest of the day. What exactly are they going to be broadcasting now? It'll just be the normal sort of pre-season test. Like, it will just be like a practice session, essentially. It will just look like a practice session, yeah. He did an amazing job, deserves a break, exactly, yeah. Fair enough. He's done his 75 laps, which is definitely good enough for them. Williams is the team that direly needs more laps completed, and they're doing a solid job. Albon is continuing out there. He's done about 30 laps so far. Could probably do another 30 more in the remaining 2 hours, and that'll bring Williams' total up to around 130, 140. Nah, they should have expected this and put Lawson in. Yeah, I mean, it would make sense, to be honest. But I don't know. The engine broke, not a brake. Oh, yeah, that could also be true, actually. It could also be that there's a power unit problem. I guess we won't know. Yeah. Will next week show more of the true pace, or will it be similar to this week? No, next week we'll get much more true pace. Right now you can see the difference between first position and 17th position is 4.8 seconds. But yeah, that will, if we look at the end of next weekend's test or next week's test, it'll definitely be a lot closer than that. So yeah, come on, Max, just one more lap. Yeah. We'll see what he does. But yeah, the only drivers out on track right now are Albon, Leclerc, and Hulkenberg. Okie dokes. Yeah. I haven't really got too much to say on right now. Charles Leclerc up into 4th position. Oh, nice lap there from Charles. And yeah. What can I say? 136.2. Of course, this was in slightly cooler track conditions compared to what Lewis Hamilton had. But there's really no point comparing these two drivers. We know how they performed last year. So I wouldn't read into it too much. And yeah, nice job there from Charles. Yeah, Sky Sports probably will be streaming for testing, given that they did do it last year. They streamed for, the entire session, entire morning session, and the entire afternoon session for 4 hours and 5 hours last year. So I suspect they'll be doing the same thing this year. Yep. Okie dokes. Yeah. Not too much going on right now. Let's see, what speed is Lando Norris doing. Oh, Lando Norris is actually driving around for once. He's not doing a limited speed run. There we go. And Alex Albon continuing on with his run plan. Any stories? I mean, not really too many stories, to be honest with you. Things are going all right, really. To be honest, for all of the drivers, all of the teams. There are some problems for sure, though. What are those green and red lines? The green lines is the throttle, red lines is the brake. So it sort of tells you what the drivers are doing. Yeah, Sky Sports will be live in about 50 minutes or so. You know what I am going to do? I do need to fill up my water bottle. So I will be back in just about 2 minutes or so. So I'm going to turn off my webcam, mute my mic, and I'll be back in about 2 minutes after I come back from filling up my water bottle. And yeah, okay. Okie dokes. Thank you, folks. Yeah, I'm back. We got a donation here. JIP 5873. Thanks for the €11 donation. You're doing an excellent job. Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, it's been quite a long day. 7 hours and 41 minutes we've been live. But yeah, filled up my water bottle, and should be fine till the end of the day. Just in time for the lap of the century. Oh, is Max going on a push lap? This is a fresh set of soft tires. Oh, 336 before he slams onto the brakes, does Max Verstappen. Lando Norris comes across the line, and it's purple in the final sector, 6th position for him. Let's see what Max Verstappen is about to do now on his flying lap. Up into 8th gear, and it's 300 Ks before he hits the brakes for turn number 4. 3rd gear for that corner. And now he makes his way through turns number 5 and 6. Purple sector 1. Oh my goodness me. Looks like I've just made it back in time. And the data's frozen. Fantastic. Oops. Okay, it should be back. And here we go then. in the middle sector, what is he going to do through turn number 10? What is his minimum speed going to be? Charles Leclerc normally doing about 65 or so. And yeah, Max Verstappen does 69. Very nice indeed. I'm sure he did that one on purpose. And yeah, up the hill he goes now towards turn number 11, 12. Let's see what his middle sector line is. Proton safe? Oh yeah, Proton's pretty safe. To be honest, it's probably safer than Surfshark, I think. Yeah, green in the middle sector, 41.8. So that is about 2/10 down on what Piastri did in the morning. And then you have now just got the final sector remaining. Slams it onto the brakes. Third gear through the final corner. Really early onto the power there from Max Verstappen. It's 6th gear, 7th gear, and across the line at 287 kilometers per hour. Purple overall, and a 134.8. First driver into the 1 minute 34s. Okay. Well, there we go. We've got 102 laps completed by Max Verstappen. Are they using sustainable fuels now? Yes, they are. Yeah, nice big improvement there from Max Verstappen, to be honest. Okie dokes. Ferrari is 1 second off the benchmark. Yeah, I mean, again, there's not the benchmark on testing day one is really not much to look into. Why is Perez's data not being shown? He's on track, but the data isn't changing at all. Perez has a glitch with his transponder. And so does Pierre Gasly. So that's why his GPS is moving around, but the data in terms of speed and gears and throttle pedal and things like that isn't working. Why isn't Anthony driving? Because there's an issue with the Mercedes power unit, ladies and gentlemen. Issue with the Mercedes power unit. Yeah. Toto talking about Red Bull to divert attention. Yeah, I mean, it's not been great really for the Mercedes team, has it? They have had stoppages, and you've had also Colapinto and Gasly with stoppages as well. So yeah, we'll see how they cope. Make sure you get some sleep after this stream. Yeah, I will do. And thankfully now, because everything's set up, I can probably wake up quite late relative tomorrow. Like today I woke up an hour before the stream started. Tomorrow I could probably get away with like 20 minutes before the stream starts. Is tomorrow timing the same? Yeah, it's going to be the same times tomorrow. All right. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. Very much would be appreciated, given that, I've been streaming now 7 hours, 45 minutes. Yeah. Hopefully we can make our way towards 4,000 likes, and would be awesome. Is it Ford's first year? How's the Mercedes engine not ahead? Well, the thing is, it is technically Ford's first year, but they hired a lot of people from Honda, and they also hired a lot of people from Mercedes to help build the Ford engine. I don't know why I did this, because it is a Ford engine, that's what it's called and everything. But, they've got people from Honda, they've got people from Mercedes, and that's why it's good. Yeah. There's like a 10 kilometer per hour difference between Max and Leclerc, so being a second behind is normal. Yeah, maybe. Any news on why Aston Martin has taken so long? Yeah, it's an issue with their engine. There's no other explanation. They would have done more laps if their engine didn't blow up. Or well, it hasn't blown up, but there's some sort of problem that means they can't drive right now. Is it live? F1 TV is not showing any images. Yeah, F1 TV will start showing images in 43 minutes, folks. 43 minutes, and then you'll be able to watch it. Oh, Lando Norris up into second position there. 7/10 off Max Verstappen, but, still second position. How do you know it's the engine? Because if it was anything else, they would have went out on the circuit, because the suspension and things like that aren't going to be braking. It will just be the engine. So, and I think it was also out on one of the one of the news sources indicated that it was that. So, yeah. Proton won't let me access the UK. Why is that? You probably have to. Well, I don't know if you've paid for it or not, but if you haven't paid for it, it won't let you access the UK. So, there's that. And if you have paid for it, then it's probably better asking support or asking like Google or something rather than me. It's so annoying seeing people making conclusions from testing. Yeah, I mean, it's just jumping to conclusions is what we love to do when it's our favourite team that's there doing it. Also, Charles Leclerc holding 300 kilometres exactly now going down the straights on this occasion. So interesting there for Charles Leclerc. But yes, if the conclusion is in favour of your favourite team, then of course you're going to be like, oh yes, this means this is definitely true. This is 100% a fact, and my team's going to be winning the championship this year. So, yeah. It's just how it goes, isn't it? Who's surprising me? I think Lindblad. Lindblad's done 75 laps. I think he's done a solid job. Whether it may be that, his neck is tired, or whether it is a power unit issue for the Racing Bulls team. Yeah, I think he's done a pretty nice job, considering it's his first time in a Formula 1 car for a test. What is the gap between the two McLarens? It's, approximately 200ths of a second, approximately 20 milliseconds between the two of them. So, very, very small indeed. Antonelli is not out because Mercedes have power unit issues. Yeah, so that is why Antonelli is not out onto the circuit, and that is why he's only done one lap today. Are they going to show the second day on F1 TV? They will only show the final hour. Again, tomorrow and on Friday, it will just be the final hour of testing that will be available to watch. Next week, on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you'll be able to access the entire broadcast from start to finish. Okay? Yeah. Max on fresh soft. Those aren't fresh. Those are a bit used. But even then, they are soft tyres, so we'll see how it goes. Yeah, the power unit doesn't mean internal combustion engine. It could be an issue with the battery, could be an issue with the MGUK, could be an issue with the radiator that they can't fix, so that's why they can't go out on the circuit, because everything will overheat. There are loads of different things that could be problems. Yeah. Is the power issue due to the 1:18 compression ratio ban? No, the FIA haven't made any statement on that just yet. They haven't clarified the rules. So, yeah. Yeah, I think Mercedes haven't made any changes. It's just the same power unit, but maybe, they were trying a few tricks here and there, and that maybe helped them with the compression ratio, but that will, hinder them in other areas and make them slower in terms of reliability. Do you think Max is doing quali runs for the sake of it, since he's been on softs for a while and he slapped on a new set of softs? Yeah, I mean, maybe he's doing quali runs. Maybe he's just, doing some hot laps for the team to gather some more information on. He might just be looking at warm-up procedures for all we know. He tries out a warm-up procedure, then does the quali lap after it to figure out, was this a good warm-up procedure? Was it not? So, there's different things that teams are trying out. Where are the DRS zones? Well, we haven't got DRS per se this year, but we have got the top speed zones, and the top speed zones are between turn number 15, turn number 1, turn number 3, turn number 4, turn number 10, turn number 11, and turn number 13 and turn number 14. So during that, the rear wing can open up and the front wing can close down, and that way the teams will get more top speed. Yeah. Biggest change I can see now is turn 8 is now first gear in 2025, and now it used to be second gear. But you know that could be due to the gear ratios, it could be due to the weight of the car, it could be due to loads of different factors. So I guess we'll find out. What is Williams doing? Williams has done a pretty decent amount of laps, to be fair. 77 from Carlos Sainz, 36 from Alex Albon, and currently in the pit lane for Alex Albon, yeah. Are these realistic times? Not really. I mean, we're probably going to be seeing times, 1-2 seconds faster than this once we get to... well, at least I'm talking about the 134 here from Max Verstappen. We're probably going to be seeing times that are 1 or 2 or 3, maybe even 3 seconds faster than this once we get to qualifying here in Bahrain. And it could even be quicker. So it's just a little bit hard to tell, really, with how hard everyone is pushing. So they're broadcasting the entire session next week for 3 days. Yes, next week we'll have the entire session broadcast for all 3 days. However, this week it will just be the final hour of testing that gets broadcast. Aston Martin looks bad, to be honest. Well, we haven't really seen that much running of it. It's been 36 laps from Lance Stroll, and it's been cut short by the Honda power unit. Hadjar will drive tomorrow the entire day, and Friday Max and Hadjar will go half and half. That is correct. Toto Wolff believes that Red Bull, at least for testing, are setting the benchmark for everyone. Maybe they are. Maybe they will be the team to beat. Again, it's hard to know for certain. These teams do have all of their different run plans. Aston Martin maybe could be driving on slow on purpose because Adrian Newey knows that he's cooked really hard with the car. You should change GPS issues currently to GP2 engines. GP2 issues for Aston Martin, yeah. To be fair, I don't think we're getting any GPS issues right now. So... I guess I can get rid of that. What are you going to do when Sky Sports stream at 3 p.m? I'm going to pull it up on my laptop and then I'm going to carry on commentating. Yup. How was your interview the other day? I've got one tomorrow, a bit scared, bro. Yeah, well, good luck for your interview. Mine went pretty well. So hoping to hear back from it, this week or next week. Yeah, guess we'll see we'll see what they've got to say. Okay. 108 laps completed there by Max Verstappen. Hulkenberg is coming out of the pits now by the looks of it. Yeah. Yeah, just consistent pace there from Max again and again and again, which is pretty nice to see. Charles Leclerc also out on the circuit. We'll see how he's doing. Currently fourth position in the Scuderia Ferrari. 41 laps to his name, with Lewis Hamilton completing 52. Interesting to see there. What exactly happened to Antonelli? Antonelli did one lap, went out onto the circuit, and then came back in, and there was some sort of issue with his car, and hasn't come out since. So that is what happened to Kimi Antonelli. Yeah. Oh, Leclerc is doing 290s down the straight, is he? Okay. Well, yeah, everyone's running different engine modes, trying to, run different power settings and things like that. So it's all quite interesting, isn't it? Looks like the Audi engine has been more reliable since the Barcelona incident. Yeah, I mean, they obviously did have that problem in Barcelona. They had one today as well, but Hülkenberg managed to just restart the car and continue onwards. So it must be good in that regard. What did you have for lunch? I had a singular banana for lunch, but I've already got lunch ready. It's all in the fridge. So once the stream's over, I'll go get lunch. Is Verstappen on a push lap right now? Apologies for the yawning, folks. And it looks like he's on a reasonably hard push lap, but he's doing 1:37s. He's not doing 1 minute 34s or anything like that. Yeah. What time are you starting the stream tomorrow? Well, it starts 6:30 a.m. UK time. However, I might change that to 6:45 a.m. UK time. Because there isn't much really to talk about in the first half an hour before pre-season testing actually starts. So I think 15 minutes is probably a sufficient period. What time is it for me now? It is now 2:30 p.m. here in the UK. 2:30 p.m. Are the Audi side pods actually making any difference? Well, we don't know that. The Audi engineers do. And they must have thought that they're going to make a difference, given that, well, they've got information from the Barcelona test. They'll have information from this test, and they'll be able to compare and figure out, is it helping, is it not? Are you ethnically British as well? No, I was born in India, and then came to the UK when I was quite young. So that's why I've got the UK accent. Pierre Gasly comes out onto the circuit with a set of medium tyres. That's good to see. So now we've got 5 drivers currently out on the track: Charles Leclerc, Nico Hülkenberg, Pierre Gasly, Alexander Albon, and Max Verstappen. Brother, I've been watching you since Singapore 2024, so almost 2 years now. Have you considered buying a mic stand? You don't have to hold a mic, especially in long streams. Yeah, I have thought about this quite a few times, but I just quite like holding a mic, to be honest. It's not really hurting my arms. So I don't really mind too much, but I definitely see why some people have mic stands, like having it up here and then they can just sort of do whatever with both of their hands, because there are a few occasions when it is nice to have both your hands free. Maybe I should try it out. But that's the other thing. I sort of move around quite a bit when I'm commentating. So then having a mic stand just in one fixed place wouldn't work very well, because I have to be very, very close to the mic. If I'm far away, then it's just, you're not going to be able to hear. So, yeah. You and Max both need a break. Yeah. For Dutch viewers, in 30 minutes, Viaplay will be live for free. Well, there you go, folks. If you want to watch it if you want to listen to the Dutch commentary, all you need to do is get Proton VPN, connect to the Dutch server, and then go on to Viaplay and watch the coverage that way. Loads of different options very, very soon. Is Isaac driving tomorrow? Yes, he is. Isaac Hadjar will be driving tomorrow, bro. So that's good to see. My name is Larry, by the way, guys. So that is definitely my name. So yeah, to answer your question, is Proton VPN free? Unfortunately, not. It is £2 a month or €3 a month, I think, or $3. So yeah, not too expensive, and you can use it for the entire year to watch the Formula One. So if you are interested in Formula One, it's probably worth getting. All right. No way Aston Martin have accidentally put the 2017 Honda engine into their car. Yeah, I don't know what they've really done there. Max is practicing for endurance racing in a Formula One car. Yeah, I mean, let's see, how many laps is the Bahrain GP? I think it's 53, but I might be wrong. How many laps is the Bahrain GP? It is 57 laps. 57 laps. So Max has he done 2 race distances yet? Well, once he does one more lap, he will have completed 2 full race distances. Oh, data's just jumped about a bit. At this point, Verstappen can remember this layout in his sleep. Yeah. So will this be broadcasted to watch in 30 minutes? Yes. So you can, if you have F1 TV, then you can watch it there, or if you don't, then you can get Proton VPN. Either watch it on the UK on YouTube from Sky Sports, or you can watch it on Viaplay from the Netherlands. Do you reckon all the cars will be out when the TV is on? No. Well, Antonelli isn't coming out. He's got his engine issues. Stroll isn't coming out because he has got his engine issues. Gasly, again, hasn't been out for a while. So potentially he's got issues there. I'm not sure. So no, I wouldn't expect everyone just to suddenly come out because the TV is turning on. Why is Audi still green? Because I haven't got a different color that I can put Audi as, because the orange that Audi have got on their livery is too similar to the Ferrari red and the McLaren orange, and the silver that they've got is too similar to the grey that I've got for the Haas. So that's the issue. The Rode NTA1 is pretty good at keeping the same volume if you're looking for a mic. I will have a look at that then. Have a look at what mic I can get. I mean, I do have a different mic actually. I've got my old mic that I used to commentate for, sort of back in the day. I guess I could do a live mic switch, and you guys can tell me which one sounds better or not. Given that there really isn't much going on as of right now, Max has just completed 2 full race distances of the Bahrain Grand Prix circuit today, and the rest of the drivers are just doing their standard laps. I guess we can use my old mic, see if there's any sort of real difference. What channel will we broadcast it on in the UK? It'll be Sky Sports F1. Yeah. No, I know the mic sounds pretty good, but I just want to see if you guys can even notice the difference in if it sounds different to my old mic. Yeah, give me a sec. Right, so this is my normal mic that I use normally to stream, and then this is my other one. So I'm just going to disconnect one, and I'm going to reconnect it. The old mic was a disaster. It cut out a lot. It did, but I'm pretty sure that was the cable that was a bit dodgy, rather than the mic itself. I've got a new cable that I've got for this mic as well when I got it. So, yeah. So I'm just going to disconnect this and then reconnect it, and then you guys can tell me which one sounds better. Okay, maybe you can hear me. I'm not 100% certain, but yeah, this is my old microphone that I used back in the day, probably in 2021, I think. But let me know what you think. How does it sound? Is it very different to the other one? But yeah, anyway, continuing on with the broadcast, really, we've got Hulkenberg racking up number of laps there, 33 for him, and Alex Albon as well. He's up to 40 laps, which is very nice. And then we've got Ocon, who's on 85 laps, pretty good. Okay, well, let's see. I'm just going to do a vote. We've got quite a few people here. It's peaking a little bit. Okay, this one peaks horribly. I probably should just turn that down a little bit then. Right. Let's do a poll. Mic 1. So let's see. The first one, so the one that I've always been commentating with, that is mic 1, and this one now is mic 2. And then you guys can let me know. Once you turn the gain down, it sounds pretty similar. Okay. I don't know. It's got a different sort of profile to it. One of them has more bass, one of them doesn't. Like, I don't know. It's strange. Yeah, most people are saying mic 1. Unsurprisingly, given that it is it's definitely the better mic. This mic has got more bass. It does though. It's sort of, I don't know what it is. It's about the shape of the. It's about the shape of this top bit here. It's like slightly different shapes, and that makes it have slightly different bass or slightly different other things. So anyway, I'm gonna disconnect this mic and go back to the old one. Thanks, folks. All right, we are back with the standard mic, Anyway, we are going to have the live broadcast. So for anyone wondering, live broadcast starting in about 20 minutes time, either on F1. Oh, Max is doing fixed speed runs. You can see here Max doing 100 kilometers per hour on the speed there. So Max is also having to do some of them. It's not just Lando Norris. Yeah. New mic, who dis? Yeah. Okay. Brilliant. That mic works better than the Ferrari car. Please don't kill me. Fair enough. And now look, Max is holding 80 kilometers per hour. Oh, he's going through the pit lane. That's why he's holding 80. But yeah, they're getting their information that they want as well. A headset would be better, maybe. I'm not 100% certain. Who knows? I'd say if you start the stream with this one, we would not notice, just because I'm used to the other one. Yeah, no, I definitely. There's quite a few times. Definitely the time that I switched from this one to this one, a lot of people asked me, was my voice okay, or if I got a new mic? So, yeah, that's definitely noticeable. Yeah. When are they going to broadcast testing day? In 19 minutes and 57 seconds. That is when it's going to go live. Yeah. Yeah, I think what we need to do is get all of the cars out onto the circuit, and we need to go racing. We need to put them onto the starting grid and do a practice race. You know what I mean? Drivers a little bit out of practice. What's it been now? Nearly 2 months that they haven't done a race. So I think it's a good idea to get all 11 of the cars that are here in Bahrain, line them up on the grid, and time to do some racing. I think that will be very good for pre-season testing. Norris's top speed's 322 for Lando Norris. Still quite the ways back from Max Verstappen's 336. Kind request, can you show the mini sectors? I will do. I think it's been nice having these up on the screen, and I will continue to sometimes use these gears and pedals and things like that. But I think for now, it would be best to just go back to the traditional, what we normally have. And I'll bring back these. So don't worry, guys. These will be coming back. But just for now, having these mini sectors back. I'm going to set it up on the top here. So I'm going to have like a different mode for all of the gears and the pedals and stuff. And then we can just switch between, whichever mode that we feel like switching between. Yeah. Lando Norris has gone top of the times. Very nicely done there from Lando Norris. 29.6 in the first sector. Then he's second fastest in the first sector, second fastest in the second sector as well. And then he is fastest in sector number 3, and he goes a tenth and a half up on Max Verstappen. And he also does it on a set of medium tyres when Max did it on a set of softs. So yeah, what a great final sector there from Lando Norris. Yeah, 3 tenths quicker in the final sector alone. Very, very nicely done. Okay. So, McLaren winning it all again. Yeah, we'll see, won't we? If they're going to do that. Okay. Okie dokes. We've got the 2025 top 3 again. Yeah, there we go. I guess we don't need to do the season. We've already figured out who's going to win and who's not. All right. Also, folks, if you haven't hit the like button, be sure to do so. We are, 29 likes away? 29 likes away from 4,000 likes. It would very much be appreciated if you guys could do that. Yeah, Pierre Gasly comes back out onto the circuit, so clearly not too many issues for him in terms of the Mercedes power unit, and he's continuing on just fine. But haven't seen a lot of Perez, to be honest. Perez did a lot of running in. Bottas did the running in the morning. Perez was going to do running in the afternoon, and haven't seen him for a while come out of the pits. The throttle and brake data is definitely very interesting. I think there's a time and place for the mini sectors. There's a time and place for the throttle and brake data. So, as when it's relevant, we'll keep switching between the two. I can't handle another season of the same teams at the front. I'm tired of it. Yeah, I do sort of agree with you, really. Like, it does just get a little bit exhausting of having the same drivers always in contention for pole position. It would be so good to then, let's just imagine, for example, Cadillac somehow develop a car that is championship winning. Then that would be so exciting to see what Bottas and Perez do in this championship pressure, how they deliver, what the Cadillac team does. Rather than just having Norris, Verstappen, Piastri sort of all the time. It's not... don't get me wrong, like the racing last year was incredible, but it was also nice to have a change sometimes. Yeah, 116 laps from Max, and there's still an hour to go. Like, if Max wanted to, he could pump out another 40 laps probably. Yeah, maybe 40, maybe 30, but he could do it. Okay, what was the thing that I was going to say? Kimi Antonelli's had issues with his car, that's why he's not done any laps. Would love to see William up there. Yeah, exactly. That's definitely one team that I'd like to see. At the top. Good stress test for the engine, indeed. It is a good stress test. A lot of running all in one day, and that will also involve a lot of cooling down and then heating back up again. So you've got to, because that's the thing that causes a lot of issues. It's not just running the engine hard, but it's you run the engine hard and then you cool back down again. You run the engine hard, cool back down again. That's why qualifying takes a lot of life out of the engines, whereas the race, not so much, because in quali at least, what happens is that you go all out for one lap and then you cool right back down again, go back into the pits, sit in the pits for about 5 minutes, then go back out again. And this engine goes hot, then it goes back cold again, and it builds up quite a lot of thermal stress. I mean, this is sort of like an engineering thing, but essentially, it wears out a little bit, and it gets worse for wear. And so the fact that Verstappen has been doing quite frequently, coming into the pit, sitting around for a little bit, then going back out again, it's a good stress test for the engine, and it's a good sign, really. Kimi Antonelli, for any of you guys that didn't know, Kimi Antonelli did crash a car. He got gifted by the Mercedes F1 team. He got gifted a car, and then he crashed it in San Marino. It had quite a lot of horsepower and managed to put it into the barriers, which wasn't the best move really from Kimi Antonelli, but he is a 19-year-old, and well, you give a 19-year-old 700 horsepower and a highway to drive on, it's probably not going to go well. And either way, he managed to walk away with no sort of injuries, nothing whatsoever. But he does get into the car here, and the power unit does give him issues on lap number 1 itself. Oh, it says Hulkenberg stopped. No, he's just driving slowly. Don't worry about that. Yeah, definitely a good thing he's all right. Was Kimi doing 170? I mean, I don't know. I don't know for certain if he was doing that, or if it was 170 kilometers or 170 miles. But either way, definitely good that he walked away with no injuries. Yeah, I mean, you would expect maybe a Formula One driver to know how to drive a car a little bit better, but the thing is that a lot of the cars that Kimi Antonelli has got a lot of experience driving single-seater cars on clean race circuits, and going quickly on a racetrack and going quickly on the road are two such different things, because on the road you've got potholes, you've got just little bits of gravel just all around the place, you've got maybe someone spilt a little bit of diesel, someone's had an oil leak and it's just there on the road. So there's no sort of realistic way where you can be driving around that fast on a road because of all of these potential things that could come up. Whereas, on a racetrack, that the circuit's going to be clean. There's nothing in your way. That there's no potholes. And that's why, finding the limit of grip is much easier because the conditions are the same. But even on normal road surfaces, if you switch from one type of asphalt to a different type of asphalt, your grip levels can change. So it's quite interesting. Yeah. See you, Multi Ninja. Have a good one. Right. And other people as well. Yeah, you've also got other people around you. Crashing after getting a car, bro, is really a teenager. Yeah. Why doesn't your like counter change when I like and unlike? Mainly because it only updates every, I don't know, like minute or so, and there are more people constantly liking, so it's not gonna, it won't take into account basically. Is the track currently we have faster than before? Not. It's definitely faster. It is 100% faster because we've had all of this running, so all of the track has been rubbered in. And the other thing is that the track temperature is cooler. It's 27 degrees Celsius, so it's going to be a whole lot. The drivers have a bit more margin to push, essentially. Yeah. Vegas better not have pothole issues again this season. Yeah, hopefully not. Alrighty. Yeah. 10 minutes now till we get the broadcast for Sky Sports. Oh, folks, ladies and gentlemen, the interview that I was talking to you about, that I did, they've just sent me an email, and I've got into the final round of the interview. So, big W. I've just got the email, and no way. Okay, wait, give me a sec. I need to send this screenshot to my parents. Big W, big W. Let's go. Okay. So yeah, finally just one more interview and then hopefully I get the job. So very nice, very nice. Yeah. That's awesome that it happened live on stream. Pretty cool, pretty cool. Okay. Is the track currently faster? Yeah, it is faster. Brilliant, everyone. Thanks everyone in the chat as well for the W's and the congrats. Awesome. Okie dokes. Yeah. Hopefully I don't have to miss any days of testing for the interview. I'll figure out what date is best. Bro, get a job so we can see you live from Silverstone. Yeah. That'd be cool. All right. So what else have we got going on then? On the racetrack. Oh, the data is frozen. I didn't even realize. There we go. It's unfrozen itself. Yeah, a bit too locked in to realize what's going on. Update the light goal. Yeah. Will do. All right. Let's go. I prepared so much for that interview as well, and it's gone well. So very nice. Very happy to get that. How about a darker tone of yellow and a lighter shade of orange for Audi, since the orange? Yeah. I mean, the problem is the McLaren is really too orange already. So yeah, I'll have a look. I can't say, folks. It's probably best until I've signed a contract and all these things, and then also discuss with these people. Like, what am I going to do in terms of the work and things like that, about what I can say and what I can't say. So, but let's put it this way: I do a mechanical engineering degree, so you guys can sort of guess what job it is. Okay. Yeah. Why does it show Kimi at turn 1? I don't know, actually. That is definitely a glitch because Kimi is in the pit lane, so don't worry about that one. Kimi's in the pits and he's not going out on the circuit, and it doesn't look like he's going to be going out all day, to be honest. Yeah. Alrighty. I got a subscription for Proton VPN. How can I watch the live, dude? So if you connect to a UK VPN server, and then what you do is you go onto YouTube and make sure that you're signed out. So like if you're normally, let's say, from wherever, like the Netherlands, for example, you're signed out, so Google doesn't know where you're from. It thinks you're from the UK. Then you can search Sky Sports F1, and you should be able to watch the coverage when it comes online, I suppose, in probably the next 5 minutes or so. So that is that's probably how you can watch it. And if not, it will be live if you connect to a Dutch VPN server or a Netherlands VPN server, it'll be live on Viaplay. Yeah. All right. F1 gamer, is it possible Red Bull sandbagged and maybe the others got faster because of the track improvement and getting faster? Yeah, I mean, look, I wouldn't read into it too much. The track is definitely getting faster as time goes on. As the temperature goes down a little bit, the drivers are allowed to push, not allowed to push anymore, but they can push a little bit more. And again, the fuel loads are totally different. So, if you're a Red Bull fan, don't be concerned that Lando Norris is quicker. But again, this is pre-season testing, and at the top of the times in pre-season testing was Williams in 2025, and we all know how Williams didn't win the championship that year. So don't read into it too much, and sort of just enjoy the things. Enjoy Formula One. yeah, the wind has died down quite a bit actually, only 4.3 kilometers per hour. We haven't got too many DRS zones as well. We've got no DRS zones. We've just got the top speeds and the we've got the active aero section. So we've got the downforce bits and the top speed sections. So in terms of the top speeds, we'd be able to. This is where the drivers use the top speed between turns 15, turn 1, so down the main straight, then between turn 3 and turn 4, then between turn 11 and turn 10 and turn 11, and then between turn 13 and turn 14. Okay. Okay, Viaplay is going live in 3 minutes. Yeah, so yeah, folks, if the UK thing doesn't work out for whatever reason, then Viaplay will be live in 3 minutes. So you can go ahead and check that out. That will be another way to watch the F1 coverage. The commentary, of course, will be in Dutch, I presume, but you can just mute it. You can listen to me instead, and I'll be able to talk and things like that. So. Yeah, it has been 8 hours. Indeed, it has. I've been live for 8 hours and 29 minutes. And, we'll be getting underway for the final hour of pre-season testing. 8.5 hours in. Yes, I'm definitely very, 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 very sort of tired. But, the thing is, I don't particularly want to have a coffee right now because I might not be able to sleep. And I definitely do need to sleep because I'm going to get up tomorrow to commentate. So, yeah, I will, I don't know, I'll do some jumping jacks or something. Okie dokes. All right. How are the teams looking so far? We've got a few teams with reliability issues. Honda, not Honda. Well, it is Honda, the Honda power unit for Aston Martin. They haven't done many laps today. Antonelli has also not come out for the entire afternoon because he's had reliability issues. We've also got potential issues with the Audi engine, but then Hulkenberg restarted the car and everything was okay. Gasly's GPS just teleports off into the void sometimes, and the same thing for Perez's one. Yeah. Max Verstappen has done a ridiculous number of laps, and all is standard, really. Are you from India? Yes, I am. That was originally where I was born, in Mumbai. Why can I watch F1 for free? Unfortunately, not for free, but if you do get Proton VPN, then you can connect to Viaplay and you can watch the coverage there. That would be the best way to do it. Yeah, cheers, mate. We'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, hope you guys enjoy. If you are just going to leave the stream and go watch the coverage, I mean, obviously, I don't really blame you. Go ahead and do what suits you best. But hopefully, you can drop a like, and I'll potentially be seeing you next week with all of the coverage, or next week or tomorrow with all of the coverage. So, yeah. Brilliant. F1 TV subscription not working. Yeah, well, see, this is the thing. Apple won't have set everything up on their side because, well, it's the first time that they've done it, and there's definitely going to be some technical issues. So, maybe wait a little bit, and things will be going. So, oh, is the Mercedes out? Oh, Kimi Antonelli. I said he wasn't going to come out. He has just proved me wrong. And whatever Mercedes power issue they had seems to have been resolved, and they are making their way out onto the circuit. We'll see now if he comes back into the pits or if he continues on. But yeah, as of right now, he's driving around A-OK. All right. Will you be live for day 2? Yes, I will be live for day 2 of testing. So don't worry about that one, folks. Alrighty then. So here we go. Yeah, should be able to get the coverage now. The car's driving around. There we go. I can see it here. It's probably a little bit delayed, to be fair, but either way, car's driving around. The Cadillac does look very nice, actually. Under the lights, the sort of the symmetry, or whatever you want to call it, looks pretty cool. And yeah, everyone's sort of lapping around. We're not getting too many major incidents in terms of what drivers are doing in like locking up and things like that. They're all just trying to get things to be where they want them to be, and figure out what their cars are doing in different conditions. Antonelli continuing on doing some more laps. That's a good sign for the Mercedes team to have the cars actually working. And yeah. Let's see, Sky Sports F1, is it up on YouTube? It doesn't look like they're broadcasting on YouTube. Maybe I think probably watching it on Viaplay is probably the best way to do it, to be honest, rather than yeah, it doesn't look like Sky Sports is broadcasting it today. They said they would, so yeah, but I'm sure if you're watching it on F1 TV, or if you're watching it on Viaplay, or if you're watching it on, it might even be on ORF actually. So yeah, there's quite a few different links that I'm sure you'll be able to figure it out. Yeah, earlier today there was a bit of a spin for Lewis Hamilton. They're just showing that on the replay. Viaplay is the Dutch one, so if you connect to a Dutch server, then you should be able to watch it. Oh, okay. I thought it was free. Well then, let me have a think. There might be SRF. SRF might be streaming it, or ORF or Service TV. Let's check the schedules. Apologies, folks, for the issues, because I was under the impression that it was going to be broadcast on Sky Sports. Yeah, I can't seem to find anything. I'm sure there are a few people in the chat that know where to go. Hi, how are you? Good to go? Yeah, I'm all right actually. Viaplay is free today for all Dutch people and VPN users. Okay, well there you go then. And Canal Plus is also streaming as well. So you've got quite a few different resources there. So connect to the appropriate country, and you should be able to figure it out. Yeah. Yeah, I'll get this sorted out, and I'll get a sort of a proper way to do it for tomorrow at least. Yeah, but Antonelli doing some more laps of the circuit here, and seems to be doing all right. He's in the 1:38, so on the set of hard tyres. I think his aim now, given that he's lost so much run time, it will be put on a set of hard tyres, go and do quite a few laps, come in, change the setup a little bit, go back out, change the setup a little bit, go back out. That sort of is the aim. Yeah. So we've got a VPN and you can't watch. No, you can. So if you connect to a Dutch VPN server and then Google Viaplay, it is available for anyone who is in the Netherlands to watch. Yeah. It's not on SRF, okay. Oh, and then on Australia, it's in Kayo. Okay, so you got loads of different places to watch it on then. Any takeaways from testing so far? I mean, we're still having reliability niggles. It's not like the engines are totally bulletproof. So that's one of the big concerns for the Mercedes power unit, especially going forward, given that they've had 2 issues today. Ferrari seem to have not had any major problems. Red Bull seem to have not. However, I don't particularly believe them when they said Arvin Lindblad will be doing no more driving for the rest of the day. That could be potentially, of course, due to Arvin Lindblad's neck and that not being prepared and ready for, driving in... might not be ready to do like 120 laps like Max Verstappen. But it also could be a power unit issue, and they're just going to say, oh, it was Lindblad's neck, and that's why we're not doing any more laps. So there are a few different things. Okay. What is the lap record in Bahrain? The lap record is a 127 point something that Lewis Hamilton did in 2020. But yeah, the 2025 pole time is a 129. So we're still quite a ways off that, to be fair. Oh, you've just had adverts pop up. Apologies there, folks. Let me block those. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, in terms of what's going on the racetrack right now, we've got Albon, Norris, Antonelli, Leclerc, Perez, and Ocon right now on the circuit. All of them looking to just continue on with their run plans, really. Nobody's setting any sort of blisteringly quick lap times. And Ocon is now coming up on the big 100 as well. So that's pretty solid from him. The Audi team, they are on 99 laps completed, 49 from Bortoletto, 50 from Hulkenberg. So that's pretty good going from them. We've got the McLarens with 54 from Piastri, 31 from Norris. So still a few more laps need to be done from Norris to get towards the 100 target. Gasly and Colapinto both have had their running cut short, potentially by reliability issues, potentially maybe that's just their run plan, but 28 laps for Colapinto, that's definitely cut short by reliability, and Gasly 29 laps for him, but still 50 minutes left to go. Antonelli across the line, that is 7th position for Kimi Antonelli, that's 9th position for Kimi Antonelli, 7 laps completed in total, and where to watch the broadcast with a VPN. All right, I'm going to try and figure this out. Does anyone in the chat already watching it? Because that would very much be... the race where you watched it was either Service TV or ORF. So those are the 2 different places where it could be available. So that's an Austrian VPN server and then ORF. Yeah. But again, I'm not 100% certain if they are broadcasting it. I don't think they are. So maybe there's a website called We Are Checking that might be able to do it. Yeah, who knows? The Ferrari power unit looks good with both Ocon and the Ferrari approaching 100 laps. Yeah, no, it's definitely very, very nice indeed. Yeah. Why don't you pop it on your screen for others to see? Some streams on YouTube are broadcasting it alongside the data. That will definitely be a copyright issue. I'll definitely get taken down for that one. I don't know which other streams are doing that, but I'm pretty sure that's not allowed. Alrighty. Oh well, then maybe VIP box as well. Not testing, not broadcasting. Oh, fair enough. It is too early to ask which manufacturer is looking strong, to be honest. Ferrari looking all right with they've got Ferrari have got solid reliability. I can tell you that for sure. So there's that. Could you go back to the pedal data? I will. I'll go back to the pedal data tomorrow, to be honest. Right now, I don't know how. Actually, I guess we could go to the pedal data. Why not? Yeah, let's have a. Give me a sec, folks. I'll switch it over to the pedal data. Okay, VIP box is working. So there you go, folks. Have a look there if you would like. What was I going to do? Oh yes, let me set up the. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, the gears and the pedals. Give me a sec. Gear, pedal, and speed. Okay, I'll just bring that up. Gears, and then you've got the pedals. Brilliant. Okie dokes. VIP but works country. I think it'll work if you do it from the Netherlands. Yeah. Okay. Oh, let me pop this up as well. There we go. All right. So we have got we've got some reasonably interesting information here. So let's look at the top speeds here. Charles Leclerc, in fact, is he in Gasly's tow? Charles Leclerc, looks to be sat in Gasly's tow here, and up to 315 kilometers per hour in the tow of Pierre Gasly. Quite interesting there. That's another thing that teams could do. Rather than, getting the slipstream to go ahead and sort of increase their overall speed, what they could do is they could use the slipstream to recharge their battery a little bit. So, they can mount an attack a little bit later on. So that would be quite interesting. VIP box works in Africa pretty well. Okay, I mean, I'll just get it sorted out for tomorrow. Yeah. Kimi Antonelli is doing all right, actually. He's got a bit of learning to get used to, really. He's done no driving so far this year in the F1 cars. Going to do his best to keep it out the barriers. Hopefully not crash it like he crashed his gift car from the Mercedes team. And yeah, Lando Norris is continuing on as he makes his way down the start-finish straight. Again, he is doing the same thing that Verstappen was doing, where he doesn't go full throttle until he reaches the start-finish line and then does go full throttle. And Norris only went 321, whereas Verstappen went up to 336. So, maybe there's something going on there, but not 100% certain. And right, okay. Looks like we have got. Looks like most people in the chat have now figured it out. So, is appreciated. Thanks everyone in the chat for sorting it out yourself. I probably should have planned this a little bit better, and I will do for tomorrow. The Red Bull Blue looks so nice. It does. It's the glossy blue. I don't know why they got rid of it, really, because it just looked incredible. Charles Leclerc pulls into the pit lane. We've got five cars out on the track right now. Max Verstappen still increasing his lap count. Folks, what are your predictions? How many laps will Max Verstappen complete with? Will he complete with 125, 130? What are your predictions? $133 laps, 130, 135, yeah. Why the 22 positions? Because there are 22 drivers on the circuit. Well, 22 drivers that will be taking part in Formula 1, so that's why. F1 Gamer, what does the pink flash mean? I think it's just a different flash that they've got on the car. Rather than the red one, they've got a pink one this time. But it means that they're recharging the battery. So there are slightly different meanings to each ones, I think. And the pink one, I suspect, means that they are either not deploying the battery as they go down the straights, or they're recharging it. Normally the red flash, I think, means it's recharging. So it might be pink is that they're not deploying it. But I'll have to double check that one. I didn't actually know that there would be a pink flash. So but they look nice on the circuit, so what can I say? Why is Audi still in green? Because I haven't found a different colour yet. I know there are a few people in the chat that are saying that they want to see the mini sectors, but to be honest, the entire screen of mini sectors is all just yellow. There's not much really to see there, so yeah. All right. Yeah. Verstappen continuing on, doing a few more runs here as he goes down the back straight, and does McLaren have a rocket ship for this year as well? It's a little bit hard to tell, and I don't think so. I just think purely off the fact that they've spent so much time focusing on 2025, and yeah. Wait, give me a sec. Right. 8 hour stream, yeah. Oh, 8 hours 50 minutes. It's been quite the while, to be honest. Okie dokes. In terms of what else is going on the racetrack, there really isn't too much, really. Ocon's just hit 100 laps, so congrats to Esteban Ocon for the century. Hulkenberg's just completed 51 laps. That means the Audi team have completed 100 laps as well, so that's very nicely done. Perez has got 7 laps left to go till he also then hits the 100 mark for Cadillac. And Norris has still got some more laps to do as well before they hit the 100 for the McLaren team. No, there's no specific number of laps that must be done or anything like that. It's just purely the teams can do as many laps as they want. It's just better to do more laps so you get more data, more knowledge, and you also do a bit more reliability testing of your car. Yeah. It's a good sign for the Ferrari engine for sure. Yeah, the Ferrari engine has been doing a pretty nice job, I'd say. So it's pretty good for them. Okie dokes. Yeah. Max on a push lap. He is actually, by the looks of it, 30.9 in the first sector. I mean, he's not on a totally fast push lap. He's on some used soft tyres, but still pushing reasonably hard. Still doing a little bit more lifting and coasting, I think, than normal. For an all-out push lap. Nico Hulkenberg across the line, 8th position for him, very nicely done. Kimi Antonelli in 11th across the line, and he goes up to 305 kilometers per hour, and then holds it down to 300, and then gets onto the brakes. So interesting sort of speed there. You know, it's the drivers aren't hitting top speed right at the end of the straight. They hit it halfway down the straight and then start slowing down again a little bit. Yeah, Ocon up into 4th as well. So lots of things mixing up here towards the end of the session. All right. Yeah. How many motors are they allowed to use this year? It'll be 4 engines for the entire season, but they can use as many as they want in testing, and it doesn't matter, and they don't have to be then used in the season. They'll have brand new engines for the season. Does Honda make a GP engine version 2? Well, see, this is the thing. Stroll, they must have been working on Stroll's car for the past 5 hours now, and they still haven't found a fix to whatever went wrong with Stroll's car. So, yeah, I do not know what is happening there, and yeah, Honda needs to get something sorted pretty quickly. All right. The Honda engine took a sleeping pill. Yeah, I don't know what it's doing really. It's a bit odd. Perez and Gasly's speed isn't working. Yeah, both of those GPSs are broken. So that's why. Well, the GPS is working, but the speed and the transponder and the gears and all of that stuff isn't working for Perez and Gasly. It hasn't been working all day. So you know, hopefully it works tomorrow. But as of right now, that's all we've got. Why hasn't Hadjar done a lap? Hadjar, Alonso, Lawson, and Behrman, none of them have done a lap because they are not driving today. They'll be driving for the entire day tomorrow. And, you know, Max Verstappen has been driving for the entire day today. Hadjar is driving all the day tomorrow. Same thing for Stroll and Alonso. So Stroll's driving today. But, of course, he's not actually done that much driving because of the reliability problems. Then Alonso will be driving tomorrow. Same thing for Lindblad and Lawson. Same thing for Ocon and Behrman. All right, Exoteric just aced another exam. Oh, nice one, buddy. Okay. Did you get a haircut? Yeah. Oh yeah. I guess compared to the Barcelona stream, I did get a haircut. Yeah. Yeah, they're showing all of the different things on the front wing. It's pretty cool actually. Yeah. Okie dokes. Yeah. We're getting the drivers going around, continuing on with their laps. We're not seeing too many fixed speed runs or anything like that right now. The drivers are just doing sort of long runs, and they'll be tweaking with the setup. That's going to be the main thing. Increase downforce levels, decrease downforce levels, see what that sort of does, and that'll be their main thing. All right. 3,400 people on test day. Yeah. I mean, I think the most that we had was nearly 6,000. Yeah, when we had quite a few more cars out on track, and also the broadcast wasn't actually going on. So, yeah. Are you going to do a season prediction video? Probably not. I just don't really see the point in them. but I don't know, maybe I should. Yeah. I'm not really sure what my predictions are going to be, so yeah. F1 Gamer, I have a VPN, please help. I think if you try VIP Box, if you connect to the Netherlands, it should work. A few people have said that, but yeah, I don't know. Why did Norris just pause? We're having a few glitches here and there with the maps and the GPSs and things like that, so that's why that's been going on. Germany also works. Well, there you go. Is there a podcast coming? There is a podcast coming, but it just is. Well, it's with a Mercedes F1 engineer who works in the engine department, and well, they're having a few reliability issues right now with the engine. So I have a sneaky feeling that he's going to be quite busy. So that's why this podcast hasn't been organised in quite the while. Okay, what else have we got going on? Not all that much, really. Not all that much. We've got a lot more cars out on the track now. Well, 1, 2, 3. Oh, is that Leclerc stopped at turn? Oh no, he's continued on. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 cars out on the track. The only cars that aren't out on the track that could be out on the track: Kimi Antonelli and Lance Stroll. Hulk and Bortoleto remain in green, or is it just my UI? It's just my UI. I'm going to change it later. So yeah, don't worry about that. Getting ready for an insane season. Yeah, I mean, this season will definitely be pretty crazy, to say the least. It's going to be very, very exciting indeed. So can't wait. Cannot wait indeed. Okie dokes. What else have we got then? Yeah, 30 minutes remain till the end of this session. And Max Verstappen is on 126 laps. It looks like he's definitely going to break the 130 lap barrier. And yeah, in fact, both Perez and Bottas are on 49 laps now. So just 2 more laps for Sergio Perez, and Cadillac will cross the 100 lap threshold. Very nice, very nice. I mean, this is the thing for a Ferrari powering it. There's been no issues for Leclerc, no issues for Haas, and no issues for Cadillac. And it looks like all 3 of the teams have done over 100 laps of running today, or are about to complete over 100 laps of running. Hey bud, do you have any members only content going? I've not set up any members only content just yet. Mainly because I'm just not really sure what sort of videos to really do. So yeah, but I probably should, do these things. Why is Hamilton in the pits? Has he stopped? No, so there's only one driver per team driving around at one time. So Hamilton drove in the morning, Charles Leclerc's driving in the afternoon. So that's sort of how it's going. What happened to VCARB? VCARB had what's it called? VCARB had Arvin Lindblad. Well, supposedly Arvin Lindblad, they're just taking a break for the rest of the day because of his neck, but it might also be that they had a power unit issue and they're just saying, oh, Arvin Lindblad's neck needed a bit of a break. So it's one of the two. It's either they've got power unit issues, or it's that Arvin Lindblad's neck was actually that bad and he didn't want to take part for the rest of the day. So, yeah. Cadillac throttle brake not working? No, unfortunately not. So the transponder, the unit that sends all of this information to a server and then sends it all around the world, that unit is broken on Sergio Perez's. Well, it's broken on the Cadillac car. It's also broken on the Alpine car. So that's why from the Cadillacs and the Alpines you aren't getting any information. However, I think for tomorrow it should get sorted out. What is your name, F1 Gamer? My name is Larry. At least that's my stage name. I've got a different name, but you know. All right. Why is it Mercedes on top with all of that talk about the Supreme Power Unit? Well, you know, they took some risks by... Because look, the way that the team was going to achieve getting this extra compression ratio would have been via modifying the way that the metal in the cylinder and the piston and the connecting rod of the engine expands when it gets heated, and you know, it will expand ever so slightly more the length of the piston, and that will give the drivers. That will give the engine a higher compression ratio, and then of course you get more power. But there are trade-offs that come with that. Having metals that expand a lot and then shrink a lot depending on temperature makes very big problems for your O-rings, for your sealing of the cylinder. And yeah, there are just loads of other problems that come with trying to get this extra little bit of compression ratio. So while their peak horsepower could be really good, if they're, I think it might be a scenario where Mercedes may have more horsepower than other people, but the engine isn't as reliable. So what do you sort of want in that scenario? Would you want 10 horsepower less and a reliable car that's always going to finish the race? Or do you want 10 horsepower more and a car that could potentially stop mid-race and, you know, you have some issues? Those are the sort of the two different sides of things, really. See you later, Exoteric. Yeah, see you later. Didn't Red Bull also have that? Red Bull did. There was definitely they thought they had that, but now they're on the side of stopping Mercedes from having it. So now Red Bull doesn't have the trick. I thought that they had it, and Red Bull was sort of indicating that they had the trick, but now they've switched sides and they're like, oh no, we don't have the trick. We want you to change the rules so that makes the Mercedes power unit illegal. Or maybe Red Bull still have the trick, but they can just do it properly and they can have a car that doesn't blow up. So, yeah, there are loads of different options, really. Is there a way to watch the telecast for free? If you get Proton VPN, connect to a Netherlands server, and then go on to VIP box, it should work. Yeah. Medium tires are better than the softs for Lando? Yeah, maybe. I mean, it depends again on how the car's set up, what the track temperature is like. Of course, track temperature is now down to 25 degrees. Does that mean the softs are going to get too cold too quickly? You don't know. Alrighty. Yeah, 25 minutes remain. I'm just going to have a quick sip of water. Okay. Who do you think is going to win the championship? It's too early to tell, guys. It's definitely too early to tell. Is the speed tab only visible for testing? No, it's just a new thing that I've sort of been trying out today. I think it's quite nice, quite interesting to see what speeds the driver's doing down the straight. You can see Hulkenberg there hits 309 as he comes through the start-finish straight, and slowly speed bleeds off a little bit more speed and then gets onto the brakes. So, you know, typically if I asked you at which point in the straight is the car going to be going the fastest, you would say right at the end of the straight when it's had time to accelerate. But with the way things have been going here, it looks like the drivers are going to hit top speed halfway down the straight and then probably lose an extra 5 to 10 kilometers per hour based off how much they're going to be recharging their battery. So that is That's sort of how it looks to be, at least. We've seen it from Verstappen, we've seen it from Leclerc, we've seen it from Hulkenberg. So that's 3 different power units that we've seen the drivers go up to top speed halfway down the straight and then recharge for the second half of the straight. So who knows? Oh, that's Pierre Gasly locking up a little bit, going a bit wide. Right. What are the most exciting tracks? Definitely Interlagos. Interlagos for sure. Silverstone should be good as well. And Suzuka. What was the top speed caught at the speed trap last year? Unfortunately, I don't know that figure. So I think someone in the chat said it was 355. That probably would have been slipstream, DRS plus overtake button last year. But again, I do not know for certain. Right. What do you think when Ocon said the new regs will be harder to overtake compared to the last year's regs? Well, see, this is the thing is, Ocon has not driven these cars, and he's probably been told that information by some of his engineers, which could have been correct, which could have been wrong. But I think we're just gonna have to see, really. There's a lot of talk, and is it going to be better for racing? Is it not? And we'll just have to wait and find out. Yeah, Suzuka was a bit boring last year. I can definitely agree with that one. But I do think that with the slightly smaller cars, that should help in sort of allowing the overtaking to be a little bit better and that sort of thing. But yeah. Suzuka straight could top out at 400. I don't think so. I think 400 is a bit of a stretch. Yeah. But I guess we'll have to see, really, because we haven't seen these cars in qualifying mode, in party mode, with overtake turned on and things like that. So I guess we shall see. I guess we'll see. All right. Yeah. Baku straight 400, potentially. If you get a long enough slipstream, it might be possible. But I don't know. It's hard to predict these things, isn't it? Okay. We have got Hulkenberg out on the track now, making his way up towards turn number 4. Yeah. Monza 355 kilometers per hour. Yeah, I guess we'll see, really. Who do I support? My favorite driver is Sebastian Vettel, but as of right now, I'm sort of hoping that Williams is the quickest team. I don't really know. Yeah, Seb Vettel definitely my favorite driver, though. How can I watch the session live? You can get F1 TV using the link in the description, and that's probably the best way to do it. Stroll only did 36 laps. Alonso did not come out. That is a worry. That is definitely a big worry for the Honda power unit. They said that they were behind on development, which is a bit interesting because I don't know why they would say that. They could just come out and say, they could just say nothing really, and nobody would have known. But they apparently came out and said, we're behind on development, etc., etc. So it's interesting. Interesting to see what Honda, how they're going to cope, really. Where's the Vettel portrait? Yeah, I do need to stick that up just over here, or maybe on my door or something. Nightbot needs to be updated to 2026. Yeah, I should change that as well. I'll get that sorted. Yeah, I think we might switch back to the mini sectors. I mean, again, like, I'm sure when I switch it back, you'll see what I mean about them just being totally yellow and there's not really much to look at. But we'll switch back since quite a few people have asked for it. Give me a sec here, folks. We got that there, and let me move the speed. Yeah. There you go. There are the mini sectors back, but again, as I was saying, it's all just yellow. All right, it's been a good shakedown day for Williams. They've done quite a few laps. Yeah, exactly. No, Williams, that was their main aim really for today. Do as many laps as possible. Albon has done 67 and Sainz has done 77. So really a lot of laps under their belt and, some very, very good progress. I've been doing this for 9 hours. Yes, I have. 9 hours and 13 minutes I've been live. So imagine if Russell, after hyping Merck so much, doesn't deliver a championship-winning car. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing. It is, it's all a little bit up in the air, and we don't really know what they're gonna do. So, yeah. The Mercedes car, maybe they do. I think that if they have got the compression ratio trick, like they claim they have, then I think that they will be quicker in terms of horsepower. However, I think in terms of reliability, they will suffer. Yeah. And that's the thing, folks. And let's imagine, you're in first position. That's 25 points that are potentially available to you. And if you DNF out of first position, you lose those 25 points and your rival gets those, right? However, let's say you've just got a slightly slower car, then what's going to happen is that, you're going to end up in second position instead of first position, and you're only going to lose 7 points by finishing in second rather than first. And, you can finish in second 3 times and you would only lose 21 points, whereas a DNF from first position would lose you 25. So there's definitely a balance to be had of obviously having a quick car, but then having the reliability to actually finish all of the races, because one DNF, as we know, can have really big swings in the championship, as we saw with the McLarens and their planks in Las Vegas. The planks got worn out, they lost all of their points, and Max Verstappen was right there in the running to potentially get the championship. So that is that's why you got to be careful with these sort of things. Is your window a ring light? Because it seems like it's still the morning in your place. No, it is. It's just a window to the outside world. No, it is. What is it? It's 3:44 p.m. here in the UK. So still reasonably light outside. So that's why there's that. And then I've got a little light to the other side of me, which if I turn off, there's that. And then if I turn it back on, then it's that. Oh, OG Ninja's doing great. Got married in the off season, living very happily. Well, congratulations, man. Glad that you're doing well. Okay. For the top teams, who do we think will have the worst reliability? Probably Mercedes. By the way things have been going, I think it will be Mercedes that have got the worst reliability. Ferrari have done, all 3 Ferrari-powered teams on the grid have done over 100 laps today without any sort of reliability issues. So Ferrari seem to be okay. And then you've got Honda, which aren't looking great. Mercedes have had their issues. And Audi managed to... Audi had some issues, but then restarted their engine and it was okay. So, yeah. I am back. Hello, folks. Hello. Thanks for the 3,000 of you that have stuck with the stream, even when the broadcast is going on. You can obviously see the cars going around the circuit, but at the end of the day, they're really not doing much. There's not much overtaking or anything like that. Yeah. You know why Mickey's is not present and why Hadjar didn't do any laps? So the way that it works is the teams can pick which driver drives on which day, and if they drive for the full day or for a half day. So for that reason, Red Bull picked Verstappen to drive the full day, and Hadjar's going to drive the full day tomorrow, and then on Friday they're going to do half days and half days. Same thing for Alonso, same thing for Lawson, same thing for Behrman. It's quite likely that they'll all be driving the full day tomorrow because their teammates have been driving the full day today. All right. Okay, F1 Gamer, can you tell me chances of any more flying laps? Well, you'll definitely see some more flying laps. I can't guarantee that they'll be quick laps, but, you know, we will have more flying laps, especially in the last 12 minutes or so. Okie dokes. Okie dokes. Yeah, it does look like. What was I going to say? I have totally lost my train of thought. I mean, it's sort of to be expected, really. I've been live for 9 hours and 20 minutes now, so I guess it sort of makes sense that my brain is not braining. But what was I going to say? Yeah, Antonelli's still out doing more laps. He's done 21 laps so far, so at least he's making up a little bit of lost ground. Still with 11 minutes left to go, maybe he'll be able to complete eight or so more laps. So that should be all right for Kimi Antonelli. He's done most of them on the hard tyres as well, so he'll be looking to switch on to the mediums and the softs later on. Appreciate you, brother. No, thanks, guys. I mean, yeah, 9 hours is a little bit crazy. I think tomorrow's stream, rather than starting half an hour before preseason testing, I'll probably only start 15 minutes before because you've already heard me talk about it today for 9 hours, so it's really not the end of the world. Yeah, but I'll be live for sure tomorrow, and I'll make sure my throat sounds a little bit better as well. Yeah. Okie dokes. Only 10 minutes remains though, and we've got Charles Leclerc, 71 laps completed, very, very nicely done, and he's only been driving for the afternoon as well, so a lot of laps completed over a race distance as well. Pierre Gasly, 42 laps done for him, so he's trying to make up for the lost ground that Colapinto had, of course, with his issue earlier on in the day, and yeah, Norris has completed 50 laps. So that makes it 104 laps for the McLaren team. So that's good going from them. And yeah, which other teams are actually? Yeah, Perez has now done the sufficient amount of laps to also get Cadillac over the line to over 100. So they're on 102 right now, which is good for them. Yeah, plenty of time to chat during testing as well. Yeah. Anyone in the States? Yeah, I think in the States, Apple TV should be working. I think there are some issues going on with activating it and things like that because, it's the first time that Apple TV are sort of setting up this Formula One thing. So definitely some issues to work out. Maybe they'll be sorted out for tomorrow. Maybe not. But yeah. Holy man, I just ate my dinner and you're still doing live. Yeah, exactly. Well, if you could drop a like, hit the subscribe button, that'd be very much appreciated. I mean, given that you're typing in chat, you definitely are subscribed. So thanks for that already. yeah, some issues going in towards turn number 10. We, sort of lock up here from Esteban Ocon going through there, and it's to be expected. The drivers have done quite a few laps. They're getting tired as well. I mean, Ocon has done 109 laps on these tyres. Not on these tyres, sorry, 109 laps in total. I'm sure he's got pretty bored of that. And yeah, the Williams thing looks nice. The little winking on the back of the screens. Yeah. Apple wouldn't activate, but multi-viewer worked. Well, there you go, folks. If Apple isn't working for you, you can go on to multi-viewer and you can watch it from there. And yeah, in that way you can also get all of this data that's up there that's up on my screen, and you can also watch the footage as well. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Max is out on a fresh set of soft tyres. All right, so I guess it's go time and show time, folks. 7 minutes and 50 seconds remain on the clock. Max is out on a fresh set of softs. All right, let's see what he can do. Ocon's also out on a fresh set of soft tyres as well. Yeah, 129 laps. That is over 2 race distances for Max Verstappen that he has done today. So I'm sure he's going to be quite the exhausted person. So here he is then, coming out of the final corner very, very smoothly onto the power, but he doesn't go full throttle again. He doesn't go full throttle until very late on into the thing. So I wouldn't take this, oh my goodness me, 338 kilometers per hour through the speed traps before he slams onto the brakes. So nice job there from Max Verstappen. Then he goes up towards turns number 3, gets onto the power nice and early as he goes towards now turn number 4. Late on to the brakes. What gear is it going to be? Third gear for that one. And again, onto the power very, very early for Max. Purple sector 1, unsurprisingly. And yeah, Max Verstappen has been told over the radio, no risk, full push. Party mode is activated. It's time to go racing. And, well, we'll see what his middle sector's like. But right now it's looking all right. Also, the mini sectors must be glitched because there's no way Max has gone purple in sector 1, but then everything here is yellow. So clearly some sort of issues going on there. But again, I'm sure they'll be fixed by tomorrow. There's quite a few technical issues as the preseason starts off. Smoothly onto the power as he goes up the hill through turn number 11 and 12. He is flat through 12 as well, just to confirm. Yellow in the middle sector of 41.9, so that is about 0.4 off what Piastri did. And, well, let's see what he can do in the final sector. That was where Norris gained a whole bunch of lap time, and Max Verstappen, 300 exactly. He's basically sat at 300. It was like he had cruise control set when he went through the final corner. Well, when he went down the back straight before the final corner, he comes across the line, improves, but not enough to go ahead of Lando Norris, and it is a 134.8 from Max Verstappen. Okay. Yeah. Purple first sector there from Max, so pretty nice going, and that was 0.4 clear, by the way, of Charles Leclerc. 0.4. And he also wasn't full... He also wasn't full on the throttle when he came out of turn number 15, which he definitely could be. Yeah. Data froze. Yeah, I mean, it's having its moments, isn't it? Yeah, I'm sure. I'm from the States, just signed up to Apple F1 TV through Apple and had no issues currently watching on my browser after jumping around a bunch of connection hoops. A lot of run around, but it does work. Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. But I guess this is pre-season testing for Apple as well to get these things sorted out. Pre-season testing for F1 to get this data and make sure it's working properly. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. What's going on with the Audi sidepods? Yeah, they look quite interesting, don't they? To say the least. But if they work, they work. And only time will tell if they do. I like the new Red Bull livery. Yes, very, very shiny, very glossy. Hey F1 Gamer, I have a stupid question. Is the data that you're streaming, is it provided by F1 officially, like this exact format, or is this my own setup? No, this is sort of my own setup, really. Like, I get this data from F1, but it's all on multiple different screens and windows and things like that, and then my OBS converts it all into this nice little package that you see all around me. Yeah. Audi did copy, it does look like the Red Bull side pods from about 2023 or something, so I wouldn't trust that they would work, but who knows. There's a reason that Red Bull tried them, but there's also a reason why they tried them and they didn't stick with them, so I guess we'll see. The car sucks in Sector 2 and Sector 3. I refuse to believe it's Max that messed up. Well, you can see a few mistakes from Max when he came out of the final corner. There's a little bit of a twitch of the throttle and things like that. So, no, there's definitely some issues maybe with the balance of the car, maybe with how Max is driving it right now. But, those all get ironed out because the thing is, when you're driving at such speeds, it is, it's not a person commanding a car. It's sort of man and machine put together. And it takes a little bit of it takes a little bit of time to get used to things. So I'm not really surprised. Okay, well, there's 2 minutes and 45 seconds remaining on the clock here, folks. So, not too much left. And Hülkenberg makes his way out. So does Antonelli. Antonelli's continuing on. That is now 27 laps for him so far. So, I'll probably be able to complete 2 more laps there. Maybe get it up to 30 if he's lucky. And Hülkenberg has done 70 laps as well, and that's 70 laps only in the afternoon session as well. So pretty solid going there for Nico Hülkenberg. Same thing for Alex Albon. Albon's completed nearly 70 laps in the afternoon session. Sainz did 77 in the morning, so it's quite interesting. But lots of action going on all around today, and a few reliability issues as well. We'll see how the Astons perform tomorrow. We'll see what Fernando Alonso is feeling like, if he's happy with the car or not. I think Max will get 135. Maybe he's got 2 laps remaining to get to 135, and a minute 30 left on the clock. Norris' lap times was on the mediums. Is the mediums better in the condition of the track? I guess a little bit, yeah. But it's also, it depends on the track temperature, and I don't remember what temperature it was when Lando set his lap. So it's all just a little bit up in the air, really, and I wouldn't read into it too much, because when Max set his lap, the circuit may or may not have been that rubbered in. Well, Max set his most previous lap when it was most rubbered in. Lando Norris had a bit of less rubbering in, but the temperature was maybe a bit hotter, and the wind conditions were different, so there's no point really comparing. Especially because a little bit earlier on, the wind speeds were up at 16 and 17 kilometers per hour, and now it's down at 2. So, if the wind was blowing in the correct direction, you could get a whole bunch of extra downforce for free. But if it was blowing in the wrong direction, then you don't get any of that downforce, and you actually go slower. So, I wouldn't focus on it too much. I bet we'll see some of these new rings stuck open or closed, maybe from some damage. Oh yeah, I think that's going to be one of the big sticking points of this season. I think we'll see at least one big crash because the front wing or the rear wing didn't close or open when it should have, and that will be a bit of an issue. Can we see the throttle again? Well, look, folks, it is. There's only 3 seconds left on the clock now. This is the end of preseason testing. So what I'll do for tomorrow, I'll set up 2 different windows, one with mini sectors, one with throttle, and I'll keep switching between the 2. But I don't think the mini sectors are all that useful, really, given that, as you can see, it's pretty much all yellow all across the board, and there's not much to see there. I think the throttles and the other things are a little bit more interesting, but I'll keep the option up for both, and depending on who's watching the stream and what chat is saying, I'll switch between the 2. So that is the end of day 1. All of the drivers will be coming across the line, then coming into the pits. But that is all from me, really. That is all from me. First car to take the checkered flag, Esteban Ocon, 114 laps to his name. That is exactly 2 full race distances of the Bahrain Grand Prix. That is 57 laps for one race and 114 for 2. And so that is that. Verstappen across the line up to 135. Very nicely done. So what I'm going to do now, folks, is end the stream. It'll take you over to tomorrow's stream. Go ahead, press the reminder button, press the like button, especially would be appreciated after this 9.5-hour shift commentating. So yeah, if you could hit the like button for tomorrow's stream, that'd be mega. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow for talking about, well, the next day of preseason testing. We'll have Hadjar, Alonso, Lawson, Behrman also driving the cars tomorrow. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I will also try and figure out the best way to watch Formula One with a VPN and all of that stuff. So I do apologise for any of the people that did buy a VPN today and weren't able to watch the coverage. I'll get it sorted out for tomorrow. Do apologise for the inconvenience. So, yeah, I think that is all from me. Had a pleasure commentating to you guys and chatting with you about all of this random stuff. I'll see you all tomorrow. So let me just end the stream. I'll take you over to tomorrow's stream and yeah, just hit the like button on it. Thank you very much, guys. Bye-bye.